Oh.
Okay,
Whoa.
there you are.
Oh, yeah.
Good setup. Is that
Great.
see a couple of people watching?
Well
Is
done,
that
Sophie.
alright?
Think so, unless that's you and me. Okay. What are you-
Good luck, Dharmavadana.
Oh,
May
fantastic.
Dharma be with you.
Hey, why don't you go up? Hey, Kalpna, how's the sound? I wonder if that will work.
So if I just do a practice reading, you can tell me if this sounds
Yeah, if you log in upstairs. Hello, Susanna here. I can hear Sophie and Praninita and see. Oh, Susanna. Okay, Dharmavadana, can you do a test?
Yep.
Susanna, if you could give us a thumbs up on Dharmavadana, that would be great.
Thank you, Susanna. The White Lotus Sutra, Chapter 1, Introductory. Thus have I heard. Once the Buddha was staying at the city of royal palaces on Mount Rudrakuta, with a great assemblage of great bhikshus, in all 12,000. All of them are hats, faultless, free from earthly cares, self-developed, emancipated from all bonds of existence, and
Okay.
free in mind.
I think that's a thumbs up from Susanna. Oh, there's my big head. Winky, smiley face, clapping. I think it's a yes.
Yeah?
I think so.
Oh, great. I suppose you've got to rush down and poke your head through the door if it's not loud enough, won't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yes.
Oh, thanks.
Can hear it perfectly.
Oh, great.
Brilliant.
Excellent. It's like Jack and Ori.
It's amazing, isn't it? We're speaking over this thing.
Yeah, it's incredible. Wish I knew mine didn't work, but anyway.
Yeah, I'm not sure why, but no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I can watch it, hear it.
Really?
Yeah.
My case. I was going to do my case.
Why can I hear it?
I'm not sure.
You can't hear it? No.
But
Is your sound on?
yeah, because Susanna's saying she can hear it fine.
Oh, you can hear perfectly. Fantastic. So
Maybe it's just something wrong with my laptop, or perhaps the. I don't know.
don't worry.
Where's my case?
I think let's always close the door, yeah?
Yeah. Well, yeah, sure.
Wait, I get a obligatory shot of that. Do that again. Oh dear. Oh dear. Do you think this is how they read sutras back in the day? Are you okay? Can we leave you here?
Yeah,
If you need anything, just
I can just speak into that, can't I? Yeah. So if
you need anything.
just sort of say hi.
Yeah. Okay, so as long as this little thing's happening, then that should be okay. The microphone's working.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Got you.
Yeah. Comment coming through. 22 supporters donated. Can't hear. Oh, we just muted it for a sec there, Susanna. Can you hear? Can you hear us now? Okay, now, yeah, good. Yep. If you do leave, actually, Dharmavadana,
Yeah.
or when you do have a break, you can click this button here.
Yeah.
That's the mute button. But be sure to unmute it if you want, but
Okay.
should be okay.
All right.
Okay, well,
Brilliant. Yeah.
see you in a couple of hours.
Yeah. Thanks, Emma.
Yeah. Just make sure we can do stuff upstairs.
Yeah, come and let me know if there's anything wrong.
Yeah.
Obviously. Yeah.
Right.
Namo Buddhaya, Namo Dharmaya, Namo Sanghaya, Namo Namah, Om Om. So, good evening, everyone. I'm going to be reading the White Lotus Sutra overnight. It should only take about 16 hours. And, well, I'll get started. The White Lotus Sutra, Chapter 1, Introductory. Thus have I heard. Once the Buddha was staying at the city of royal palaces on Mount Rudrakuta, with a great assemblage of great bhikshus, in all 12,000. All of them are hats, faultless, free from earthly cares, self-developed, emancipating from all bonds of existence, and free in mind. Their names are Anyata Kandinya, Mahakashyapa, Uravila Kashyapa, Gaya Kashyapa, Nadi Kashyapa, Sariputra, Mahamorgalyana, Mahakachana, Aniruddha, Kapina, Gavampati, Revata, Palindavasta, Vakula, Mahakaushtala, Nanda, Sundarananda, Purna, son of Maitrayani, Subhuti, Ananda, and Rahula. All such great arhats are well known to everybody. In addition, there are 2,000 under training and no longer under training. The Bhikshuni Mahaprajati, with 6,000 followers. The Bhikshuni Yashodhara, the mother of Rahula, also with her train. There were 80,000 Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, all free from backsliding in regard to perfect enlightenment, all having obtained dharani, all endowed with knowledge of eloquent discourse, and rolling the never retrogressing wheel of the law, who had paid homage to countless hundreds of thousands of Buddhas, under whom they had planted all the roots of virtue, constantly being extolled by them, who cultivated themselves by charity, entered well into the Buddha wisdom, penetrated the greatest knowledge, and reached the other shore, whose fame became universally heard in innumerable worlds, they being able to save numberless hundreds of thousands of living beings. Their names were the Bodhisattva Manjushri, the Bodhisattva regarder of the cries of the world, the Bodhisattva great power obtained, the Bodhisattva ever zealous, the Bodhisattva never stopping, the Bodhisattva precious palm of the hand, the Bodhisattva medicine king, the Bodhisattva bold almsgiver, the Bodhisattva precious moon, the Bodhisattva moonlight, the Bodhisattva full moon, the Bodhisattva great power, the Bodhisattva infinite power, the Bodhisattva above the triple world, the Bodhisattva Vajrapala, the Bodhisattva Maitreya, the Bodhisattva precious store, and the Bodhisattva leader. Such Bodhisattva Mahasattvas as these, 80,000 in all. At that time, there was Sukra Devendra with his following of 20,000 divine sons. There were also the divine sun excellent moon, the divine sun universal fragrance, the divine sun precious light, the four great heavenly kings with 10,000 divine sons in their train, the God sovereign and the God great sovereign, followed by 30,000 divine sons, Brahma heavenly king, the Lord of the Saha world, great Brahma Sikhi, and great Brahma light, and others, with their following of 12,000 divine sons. There were also the 8 dragon kings, Nanda dragon king, Upananda dragon king, Sagara dragon king, Vasuki dragon king, Takshaka, Dragon King, and Avakta, the Dragon King, Manasavin, Dragon King, and Uphalaka, Dragon King, each with some 100,000 followers. Further, the 4 Kimnara kings, Law Kimnara King, Mystic Law Kimnara King, Great Law Kimnara King, and Law Maintaining Kimnara King, each with some 100,000 followers. Besides the 4 Gandharva kings, Pleasing Gandharva King, Pleasant Sound Gandharva King, Charming Gandharva King, and Charming Sound Gandharva King, each with some 100,000 followers. Further, the 4 Ashura kings, Balin Ashura King, Karakshkanda Ashura King, Vimachitri Ashura King, and Rahu Ashura King, each with some 100,000 followers. Also the 4 Garuda kings, the Garuda King great in dignity, the Garuda King great in body, the Garuda King great in fullness, and the Garuda King absolute at will, each with some 100,000 followers. And King Ajatasattu, son of Vaidedi, with some 100,000 followers, each worshipped at the Buddha's feet, retired and sat to one side. At that time, the world-honored one, surrounded, worshipped, revered, honored, and extolled by the 4 groups, preached for the sake of all the Bodhisattvas, the great vehicle sutra called Innumerable Meanings, the law by which Bodhisattvas are instructed and which the Buddhas watch over and keep in mind. Having preached this sutra, the Buddha sat cross-legged and entered the contemplation termed the station of innumerable meanings, in which his body and mind were motionless. At this time, the sky rained Mandarva, Maha Manjushaka, and Maha Manjushaka flowers over the Buddha and all the great assembly, while the universal Buddha world shook in 6 ways. Then in the congregation, bhikshus, bhikshunis, upashakas, upasikas, gods, dragons, yakshas, Gandharvas, Asuras, Garudas, Kimnaras, Maharagas, human and non-human beings, as well as minor kings and the holy wheel-rolling kings, all of this assembly, obtaining that which had never been before, with joy and folded hands, and with one mind, looked up to the Buddha. Then the Buddha sent forth from the circle of white hair between his eyebrows a ray of light which illuminated 18,000 worlds in the eastern quarter, so that there was nowhere it did not reach, downward to the Avicii hell and upward to the Akanista heaven. In this world were seen all those lands, all their living creatures, in 6 states of existence. Likewise were seen the Buddhas existing at present in those lands, and there could be heard the sutra laws those Buddhas were preaching. There could also be seen there bhikshus, bhikshunis, upashakas, and upasikas who had practiced and attained the way. Further were seen the Bodhisattva Mahasattvas who walked the Bodhisattva way from various causes, with various discernments in faith, and with various appearances. Likewise were seen the Buddhas who had entered final nirvana, and there were seen the stupas made of the precious 7 for the relics of the Buddhas, which were erected after the Buddhas entered final nirvana. At that time, Maitreya Bodhisattva reflected thus: now does the world-honored one display an appearance so marvelous? What is the cause and reason of this auspicious sign? Now that the Buddha, the world-honored one, has entered into his contemplation, and such inconceivable and unprecedented wonders appear, of whom shall I inquire, and who will be able to answer? Again he reflected thus: here is Manjushri, the son of the Law King, who has been in close contact with and paid homage to former innumerable Buddhas, and who must have witnessed such unprecedented sights as these. Let me now ask him. Then also the bhikshus, bhikshunis, upashakas, upasikas, and all the heavenly beings, dragons, and other spirits reflected thus: Of whom shall we now inquire concerning this shrine, desiring to resolve his own doubts and observing the Upashakas and Upasikas, as well as the heavenly beings, dragons, and other spirits, inquired of Manjushri, saying, what are the cause and reason of this auspicious and spiritual sign, shedding so great a luminous ray, lighting up the 18,000 eastern lands, revealing in detail the splendor of those Buddha realms? Thereupon Maitreya Bodhisattva, desiring to announce this meaning over again, inquired thus in verse. Manjushri, why does our master, from the white hair between his eyebrows, universally radiate so great a ray? The rain of Mandara and Manjushka flowers and fragrant breezes of sandal delight our every heart. By reason of this, all the earth is replete with splendor, while this whole world shakes in 6 different ways. At this moment, the 4 groups are all full of joy, glad in body and in mind, to obtain a sign so unprecedented. The ray between his brows illuminates the eastern quarter of the 18,000 lands, coloring them all with gold. From the Avicii hell up to the summit of all existence, the dwellers in all the worlds, the living beings in their 6 states, the progress of those being born and of the dying, their good and evil karma and environment, the retribution, good or evil, I see them all from here. I see also the Buddhists, the holy masters, the lions, expounding the sutra, mystic and supreme. Their voices clear and pure, send forth softly sounding tones, teaching the bodhisattvas in numberless myriad kotis. Their sacred voices, deep and mystic, cause men to rejoice in hearing, each in his own world, proclaiming the good law by various reasonings and innumerable illustrations, reveals the Buddha law and opens the understanding of all creatures. If any have met with distress and are weary of age, disease, and death, for these they announce nirvana, to bring to an end all distresses. If any are in a happy estate, having paid homage to Buddhas, devoted to seeking the victorious law, for these they announce Pracheka Buddhahood. If any Buddha sons have carried out their various duties, seeking after the supreme wisdom, for those they announce the pure way. Manjushri, abiding here, I see and hear such things as these, and thousands of kotis of things. These things so numerous, let me now briefly describe. I see in those lands bodhisattvas like the sands of the Ganges, who in various degrees seek after the Buddha way. Some there are who give alms of gold, silver and coral, pearls and jewels, moonstones and agates, diamonds and precious stones, male and female slaves, carriages and animals to ride, wagons and litters gem adorned. They give all these alms with joy, and turning toward the Buddha way, seek to gain this vehicle, the supreme in the triple world, magnified by the Buddhas. Besides, there are the bodhisattvas who give precious 4-horse carriages with railed seats and ornate covers and other adorned vehicles as arms. Also I see bodhisattvas who give their own flesh, hands and feet, and their wives and children as arms, to seek after the supreme way. Again I see bodhisattvas who give their own heads, eyes and bodies, cheerfully and gladly as alms, to seek after the wisdom of the Buddha. Manjushri, I see many kings who go to visit the Buddhas to ask about the supreme way, and then abandon their pleasant lands, palaces, ministers, and concubines, and shaving beard and hair, put on the robes of the law. I see also bodhisattvas who become bhikshus, live alone in seclusion and quiet, and take their joy in reciting sutras. And I see bodhisattvas who in their zeal and earnestness enter the depths of the mountains to ponder the Buddha way, profoundly to practice meditation, and attain the 5 transcendent faculties. Further, I see bodhisattvas peacefully meditating with folded hands and in myriads of stanzas, extolling the kings of the law. Again, I see Bodhisattvas profound in wisdom, firm in will, able to question the Buddhas and receive and retain all they hear. And I see Buddha's sons, perfect in meditation and wisdom, with innumerable illustrations, proclaiming the law for the multitude, cheerfully and gladly preaching the law to transform Bodhisattvas, and destroying the army of Mara, strike the drum of the law. I see also Bodhisattvas calm in perfect meditation, who, though honoured by gods and dragons, count it not a joy. Again, I see Bodhisattvas who, dwelling in forests, emit radiance that saves the sufferers in hell and causes them to enter the Buddha way. I see also Buddha's sons who, on sleeping, walk about in the forest, diligently seeking the Buddha way. Further, I see perfect observers of the commandments, in strictness without flaw, pure as precious pearls, who thereby seek the Buddha way. And I see arrogance, hate, abuse, and beat them in order to seek the Buddha way. I see also Bodhisattvas who leave all play and laughter and all foolish companions, who seek association with the wise, and with all their mind get rid of distraction, concentrate their thoughts in mountain forests for myriads of kotis of years to seek the Buddha way. Or I see Bodhisattvas who bestow edibles, dainties, drink and food, and all kinds of medicaments on Buddhas and monks as alms, who give famous clothes and superior garments worth thousands and myriads, or clothes of priceless value to Buddhas and monks as alms, who give myriads of kotis of kinds of precious buildings built of sandalwood, with all sorts of wonderful bed furniture, to Buddhas and monks as alms, who give immaculate gardens abounding with flowers and fruits, with flowing springs and bathing pools, to Buddhas and monks as alms, who give alms like these, every kind most wonderful, joyfully without grudging, seeking the supreme way. Moreover, there are Bodhisattvas who preach the law of tranquility, teaching in various ways to numberless living beings. Also, I see Bodhisattvas who observe that the nature of all laws is not in two opposing forms, but like space. Again, I see Buddha sons with minds free from attachments, by this mystic wisdom seeking the supreme way. Manjushri, there are also Bodhisattvas who, after the extinction of Buddhas, pay homage to their relics. Also, I see Buddha's sons who build numerous stupas, innumerable as the sands of the Ganges, splendidly adorning the domains, precious stupas of height most wonderful, 5,000 yojanas, their height and breadth proportionate, 2,000 yojanas around. Each of those stupas has thousands of banners and flags, curtains decorated with jewels, and precious bells harmoniously sounding. Gods, dragons, and other spirits, human beings, and beings not human, with perfumes, flowers, and music, are always paying homage to them. Manjushri, all the Buddha's sons, for worshipping the relics, so splendidly adorn the stupas, that all the domains are thereby made extraordinarily wonderful and fine, like the king of celestial trees in full bloom. The Buddha sends forth but a single ray, and I, with all the assembly, see that these domains are extraordinarily wonderful. Rare are the divine powers and wisdom of the Buddhas. Sending forth a single pure ray, they illuminate innumerable domains. We, beholding this, attain that which has never been before. Son of Buddha, Manjushri, do you resolve all their doubts? All of the four groups, joyfully expecting, gaze on thee, O virtuous one, and on me. Why has the world-honored one emitted such a ray of light? Son of Buddha, now give answer. Remove our doubts and make us glad. For what abundant benefits has he spread such a ray of light? Seated on the wisdom throne, the wonderful law which he has obtained, does the Buddha now wish to preach it? Is he now going to prophesy? He shows us all the Buddha lands, ornate and pure with precious things, and we see the Buddhas there. This is not for any trivial reason. No, Manjushri, All the four groups, the dragons and spirits, are gazing on and questioning thee as to what thou wilt say. At that time, Manjushri spoke to Maitreya, Bodhisattva, Mahasattva, and all the other leaders. All ye good sons, according to my consideration, the Buddha, the world-honored one, is now intending to preach the great law, to pour the rain of the great law, to blow the conch of the great law, to beat the drum of the great law, and to expound the meaning of the great law. All ye good sons, whenever from any of the former Buddhas I have seen this auspice, after emitting such a ray, they have thereupon preached the great law. Because of this, know ye that now the Buddha, having displayed this ray, in like manner intends to cause all creatures to hear and know the law, which all the worlds will find hard to believe. That is why he displays this auspice. All ye good sons, in time of your infinite, boundless, inconceivable Asamkhya kalpas ago, there then was a Buddha styled Sun, Moon, Light Tathagata, worshipful, all-wise, perfectly enlightened in conduct, well-departed, understander of the world, peerless leader, controller, teacher of gods and men, Buddha, world-honored one. He proclaimed the right law, which is good at its commencement, good in its middle, and good at the end, which is profound in its meaning, subtle in its terms, pure and unadulterated, perfect, flawless, and noble in practice. For those who sought to be Shravakas, he preached response to the law of the Four Noble Truths for the overcoming of birth, old age, disease, and death, and finally leading to nirvana. For those who sought Pracheka Buddhahood, he preached response to the law of the 12 causes. For the Bodhisattvas, he preached response to the 6 paramitas to cause them to attain perfect enlightenment and to accomplish perfect knowledge. Next again there was a Buddha, also named Sun, Moon, Light, and again a Buddha, also named Sun, Moon, Light. And in like manner, there are 20,000 Buddhas, all bearing the same name, Sun, Moon, Light, and the same surname, Bharadvaja. No, Maitreya, all these Buddhas, from the first to the last, bore the same name, Sun, Moon, Light, and perfected and perfectly possessed the 10 titles. The law which they should preach was good at its commencement, in its middle, and at the end. Before the last of these Buddhas left his home, he had 8 royal sons. The first was named Possessing the Will, the second named Excellent Will, the third named Infinite Will, the fourth named Precious Will, the fifth named Increasing Will, the sixth named Undoubting Will, the seventh named Echoed Will, and the 8th named Law Will. These 8 princes in their honourable estate were independent, each having dominion over 4 continents. All these princes, hearing that their father had left his home and attained perfect enlightenment, renounced the royal position, and following him, left home, resolute on the great vehicle. They constantly practiced noble deeds, and all became teachers of the law, having planted all roots of goodness under thousands of myriads of Buddhas. At that time, the Buddha Sun, Moon, Light preached the great vehicle sutra called Innumerable Meanings, the law by which bodhisattvas are instructed and which the Buddhas watch over and keep in mind. Having preached this sutra, he at once, amidst the great assembly, sat cross-legged and entered the meditation termed the station of innumerable meanings, in which his body and mind were motionless. At this moment the sky rained Mandava, Mahamandava, Manjushri, and Mahamanjushri flowers over the Buddha and all the great assembly, while the universal Buddha world shook in 6 ways. Then in the congregation, bhikshus, bhikshunis, upasikas, gods, dragons, yakshas, gandharvas, asuras, garudas, kimnaras, maharagas, human and non-human beings, as well as minor kings and the holy wheel-rolling kings, all of this assembly, obtaining that which had never been before, with joy and folded hands and with one mind, looked up to the Buddha. Then the Tathagata sent forth from the circle of white hair between his eyebrows a ray of light, which illuminated 8,000 Buddha lands in the eastern quarter, so there was nowhere it did not reach, just like all these Buddha lands which now are seen. No, Maitreya, at that time in the assembly there were 20 kotis of bodhisattvas who joyfully desired to hear the law. All these bodhisattvas, beholding this ray of light, illuminating the Buddha lands universally, and obtaining that which they had never had before, desired to know the causes of and reasons for that ray. Then there was a bodhisattva named Mystic Light who had 800 disciples. When the Buddha's sun moonlight arose from his contemplation, he preached by means of the bodhisattva Mystic Light the great vehicle sutra called the Lotus Flower of the Wonderful Law, by which bodhisattvas are instructed and which the Buddhas watch over and keep in mind. During 60 minor kalpas, he rose not from his seat, and during these 60 minor kalpas, his hearers in that assembly remained seated in their places, motionless in body and mind, listening to the Buddha's preaching, and deeming it but the length of a meal. During that time, there was no one in the assembly who felt fatigue in either body or mind. The Buddha's sun moonlight, for 60 minor kalpas, having preached this sutra, at once proclaimed these words to the host of Brahmas, Maras, Shramanas, Brahmas, those are Brahmins, God, men, and Asuras. Today at midnight will the Tathagata enter the nirvana of no remains. Thereupon there was a bodhisattva named Virtue Treasury. The Buddha's sun moonlight then spoke to all the bhikshus, foretelling thus: the bodhisattva of Virtue Treasury will become the next Buddha, and his name will be Pure Body Tathagata, Arhat, Samyak Sambodhi. The Buddha, having predicted him, at midnight entered the nirvana of no remains. After the Buddha's extinction, the Bodhisattva Mystic Light, having retained in memory the Sutra of the Lotus Flower of the Wonderful Law, expounded it for men during fully 80 minor kalpas. All the 8 sons of the Buddha, Sun, Moon, Light, took Mystic Light as their teacher. Mystic Light taught and influenced them to be firm in perfect enlightenment. All these princes paid homage to innumerable 100,000 myriad kotis of Buddhas and accomplished the Buddha way. The last to become a Buddha was named Burning Light. He had 800 disciples, one of whom was named Fame Seeker. This one was greedily attached to the development of gain, and though he read and recited many sutras repeatedly, none of them penetrated and stuck, for he forgot and lost almost all. So he was named Fame Seeker. This man also, because he had planted many roots of goodness, was able to meet innumerable 100,000 myriad kotis of Buddhas, whom he worshipped, revered, honored, and extolled. No, Maitreya, the Bodhisattva Mystic Light of that time, was it some other person? No, it was myself, while the Bodhisattva Fame Seeker was you yourself. Now I see that this auspice is no different from the former one. Therefore I consider that the present Tathagata will preach the great vehicle sutra called the Lotus Flower of the Wonderful Law, by which Bodhisattvas are instructed and which the Buddhas watch over and keep in mind. Then Manjushri in the Great Assembly, desiring to announce this meaning over again, spoke thus in verse. I remember a past age, infinite and numberless kalpas ago, there was a Buddha, the most honored of men, named Sun, Moon, Light. That world-honored one preached the law to save innumerable creatures and countless kotis of bodhisattvas, and caused them to enter the Buddha wisdom. Before that Buddha left his home, the 8 princes born to him, having seen the great sage leave his home, also followed him and practiced a noble life. Then that Buddha preached the great vehicle, the sutra called Innumerable Meanings, amongst the hosts of living beings, and in detail defined it for them. When the Buddha had preached this sutra, he then, on the seat of the law, sat cross-legged in the contemplation termed the station of innumerable meanings. The sky rained mandara flowers, while the heavenly drums sounded of themselves. Gods, dragons, and spirits worshipped the most honored of men. All of the Buddha lands at that moment trembled greatly. The rays sent forth from the Buddha's brows revealed unprecedented wonders. This ray, illuminating the eastern quarter of 18,000 Buddha lands, showed everywhere all living creatures in the state of their mortal karmas. Some of the Buddha lands were seen adorned with every precious thing, many hued with lapis lazuli and crystal, from the shining of the Buddha's ray. Besides, I saw gods, men, dragons, spirits, and yakshas, Gandharvas and Kinnaras, each of them worshipping that Buddha. Further, I saw Tathagatas, who of themselves had accomplished the Buddha way, their appearance like mountains of gold, very wonderful in their majesty. As within pure lapis lazuli, a real golden image is made apparent, so the world-honored one, in the great assembly, expounded the meaning of the profound law. In each of the Buddha lands were Shravakas innumerable. By the shining of the Buddha's ray, their great host was completely visible. Besides, there were the bhikshus who, having dwelt in the mountain forests, had zealously advanced and kept the pure commandments, as if they were protecting bright jewels. And I also saw bodhisattvas who practiced donations and perseverance as the sands of the Ganges in number, by the radiance of the Buddha's ray. I saw also bodhisattvas who, entering into deep meditation, were at rest, motionless in body and mind, seeking the supreme way. Again, I saw bodhisattvas who, knowing the nirvana nature of the law, each in his own domain, preached the law and sought the Buddha way. Thereupon, all of the four groups, seeing the Buddha sun moon light display great supernatural powers, with joy in all their minds, each asked one of the other, "For what reason are these things?" He who is honored by gods and men soon rose from his contemplation, thus extolling the Bodhisattva mystic light. Thou art the eye of the world, to whom all turn in faith, able to keep the treasury of the law. Such a law as I preach, thou alone art able to bear it witness. The world-honored one, having thus praised him and caused the mystic light to rejoice, then preached this law flower sutra during full 60 minor kalpas, never rising from his seat. The supreme and wonderful law was wholly able to receive and retain. When the Buddha had preached this law flower and caused all of them to rejoice, then he on that very day proclaimed to the hosts of gods and men, "The truth of the reality of all existence has just been preached for all of you. I now at midnight must enter into nirvana. Do you with all your mind advance zealously and depart from all slackness. Buddhas are very rarely encountered. In kotis of kalpas, but one is met." The sons of the world-honored one, hearing that the Buddha was entering nirvana, everyone felt grieved and distressed. How sudden is the Buddha's extinction! The Holy Lord, the King of the Law, comforted the countless multitude. Even when I am extinct, be ye not sad and afraid. This Bodhisattva virtue treasury, in the realization of faultlessness, has gained complete understanding. He will become the next Buddha, whose name will be called Pure Body. He too will save innumerable creatures. That night the Buddha became extinct, as when firewood is finished, the fire dies out. His relics were distributed and innumerable stupas erected. Bhikshus and bhikshinis, numerous as the sands of the Ganges, doubled their zealous advance, seeking the supreme way. This mystic light, teacher of the law, having kept the treasury of the law during 80 minor kalpas, widely proclaimed the Law Flower Sutra. All these 8 princes, converted by mystic light, kept firmly the supreme way and would see countless Buddhas. Having worshipped the Buddhas and followed them, walking the great way, in succession they could become Buddhas, and one by one they were foretold. The last, the God of gods, was called the Buddha Burning Light. He, the leader of all the sages, saved innumerable living beings. This mystic light, teacher of the law, at that time had a pupil who was always of a lazy spirit, greedily attached to fame and gain, tireless in seeking fame and gain, addicted to enjoyment in noble families, casting aside that which he had learned, forgetting everything and dull of apprehension, who because of these things was called fame seeker. He also, by practicing good works, was enabled to see numberless Buddhas, also to pay homage to Buddhas, and to follow them, walking the great way, perfecting the 6 paramitas, and now has seen Shakya the lion. He will afterward become a Buddha and will be named Maitreya, who shall widely save living beings, countless in number. He who after the extinction of the other Buddha was the slothful one, was yourself, and mystic light, teacher of the law, was I myself, who now am here, having seen the Buddha of light. Having seen the Buddha of light of yore send forth a like auspicious ray, I therefore know that the present Buddha desires to preach the Law Flower Sutra. The present sign is like the former auspice. It is the tactful method of Buddhas. Now the Buddha sends forth a ray to help reveal the truth of reality. Be aware, all of you. Fold your hands and with all your mind await. The Buddha will pour the rain of the law to satisfy those who seek the way. If those who seek after the 3 vehicles have any doubts or regrets, the Buddha will rid them of them, so that none whatever shall remain. Chapter 2, Tactfulness. At that time, the world-honored one, rising quietly and clearly from contemplation, addressed Sariputra. The wisdom of Buddhas is very profound and infinite. Their wisdom school is difficult to understand and difficult to enter, so that the Shravakas and Pratyekya Buddhas cannot apprehend it. Wherefore? Because the Buddhas have been in fellowship with countless 100,000 myriad kotis of Buddhas, perfectly practicing the infinite law of all Buddhas, boldly and zealously advancing and making their fame universally known, perfecting the very profound, unprecedented law and preaching, as opportunity served, its meaning so difficult to understand. Sariputra, ever since I became Buddha, with various reasonings and various parables, I have widely discoursed and taught, and by countless tactful methods have led living beings, causing them to leave all attachments. Wherefore, because the Tathagata is altogether perfect in his tactfulness and paramitara of wisdom, Sariputra, the wisdom of the Tathagata is broad and great, profound and far-reaching. His mind is infinite, his expositions are unimpeded, his powers, his fearlessness, his meditations, his emancipations, his contemplations have enabled him to enter into the boundless realms and to accomplish all the unprecedented law. Sariputra, the Tathagata is able to discriminate everything, preach the laws skillfully, use gentle words, and cheer the hearts of all. Sariputra, essentially speaking, the Buddha has altogether fulfilled the infinite, boundless, unprecedented law. Enough, Sariputra, there is no need to say more. Wherefore? Because the law which the Buddha has perfected is the chief unprecedented law, and difficult to understand. Only a Buddha, together with a Buddha, can fathom the reality of all existence. That is to say, all existence has such a form, such a nature, such an embodiment, such a potency, such a function, such a primary cause, such a secondary cause, such an effect, such a recompense, and such a complete fundamental whole. At that time, the world-honored one, desiring to proclaim this teaching over again, spoke thus in verse. Immeasurable are the world's heroes, embracing gods and men in the world, among all living creatures. None can know the Buddhas. The Buddha's powers and fearlessness emancipations and contemplations, and the Buddha's other laws, no one is able to measure. Of yore I followed countless Buddhas and perfectly trod the right ways of the profound and wonderful law, which are difficult to perceive and perform. During infinite kotis of kalpas, after pursuing all those ways, having obtained the perfect fruit of the wisdom throne, I was able perfectly to understand. Such great effects as these, the meaning of every nature and form. I and other Buddhas in the universe alone can understand these things. This law is inexpressible. It is beyond the realms of terms. Among all the other living beings, none can apprehend it except the Bodhisattvas, who are firm in the power of faith. The disciples of all the Buddhas who have offered worship to the Buddhas and have ended all their faults and dwell in this last bodily state, such men as these have not powers equal to such knowledge. Though the world were full of beings like Sariputra, who with utmost thought combined to measure it, they could not fathom the Buddha wisdom. Indeed, though the universe were full of beings like Sariputra and the rest of my disciples filled the world in every quarter, who with utmost thought combined to measure it, they also could not understand. Though Pratyeka Buddhas of keen intelligence in their last faultless bodily stage also filled every region of the universe, numerous as bamboo in the woods, if these with united mind, through infinite kotis of kalpas, wished to ponder the Buddha's real wisdom, they could not know the least part. Though newly vowed bodhisattvas who have worshipped countless Buddhas have penetrated all meanings and can ably preach the law, abounding as rice and hemp, bamboo and reeds, filled the world in every quarter. If with one mind by mystic wisdom, through kalpas like the sands of the Ganges, all these were to ponder together, they could not know the Buddha wisdom. Though bodhisattvas free from falling back, numerous as the sands of the Ganges, with one mind investigated together, they too could not understand. Again I say to Sariputra, the faultless and inscrutable, profound and mysterious law I now have wholly attained. Only I know these truths, as also do the Buddhas of the universe. Know, Sariputra, the words of Buddhas do not differ. In the laws preached by the Buddha, you should beget great strength of faith. For at length, after the Buddha's preparatory teaching, he must now proclaim the perfect truth. I address all the Shravakas and seekers after the vehicle of Pratyeka Buddhas, those whom I have freed from the bondage of suffering and who have reached nirvana. The Buddha employs his tactful powers. He shows the way by the three-vehicle teaching. All beings have various attachments. He leads them to obtain escape. At that time in the Great Assembly, there were Shravakas and faultless Arhats, and Nyata, Kandinya, and others, 1,200 in number, and bhikshus, bhikshunis, upashakas, and upashakas, who had vowed to be Shravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas. All these reflected thus. For what reason does the world-honored one now extol the tactful way so earnestly and say these words? The law which the Buddha has obtained is very profound and difficult to comprehend. That which he proclaims has a meaning so hard to understand that all the Shravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas are unable to attain it. As yet, the Buddha has declared only one principle of emancipation, and we also, obtaining this law, reach nirvana. But now we do not know where this principle leads. At that time, Sariputra, apprehending the doubt in the minds of the four groups, and also himself, not having mastered the meaning, spoke to the Buddha, saying, World-honored one, what is the cause and what the reason for so earnestly extolling the paramount tactful method and the very profound mysterious law, difficult to understand, of the Buddhas? From of yore I had never heard such a discourse from the Buddha. At present these four groups are altogether in doubt. Will the world-honored one be pleased to explain these things? Why the world-honored one extols so earnestly the very profound and mysterious law, so difficult to understand? Then Sariputra, desiring to announce this meaning over again, spoke thus in verse. O wisdom's son, Great, holy, honoured one, at length thou hast preached this law, and declared thyself to have obtained such powers, fearlessness, and contemplations, meditations, emancipations, and other inconceivable laws. About the law obtained on the wisdom throne, no one has been about to utter any question, and I find it hard to fathom the meaning, and am also unable to ask questions. Without being asked, thou thyself hast spoken, extolling the way thou hast walked, that thy most mysterious wisdom is that which the Buddhas obtained. All the thoughtless arhats and those who are seeking nirvana have now fallen into nets of doubt. Why does the Buddha speak thus? Seekers after Pratyeka Buddhahood, bhikshus and bhikshinis, gods, dragons, and spirits, Gandharvas and other beings, scan each other in perplexity and look expectant to the honoured of men. What may be the meaning of this matter? We would the Buddha would explain. In this assembly of Shravakas, the Buddha says, I am the chief of the disciples, but I now of my own wisdom am in doubt and cannot understand whether it is the final law or is the way to progress there. The sons born of the Buddha's mouth with folded hands wait expectantly. Be pleased to send forth the mystic sound and now proclaim the truth as it is. Gods, dragons, spirits, and others, numerous as the sands of the Ganges, Bodhisattvas aspiring to be Buddhas, fully 80,000 in number, also from myriads of kotis of countries, holy wheel-rolling kings are here, with folded hands and reverent hearts, desiring to hear the perfect way. At that time the Buddha said to Sariputra, enough, enough, there is no need to say more. If I explain this matter, all the worlds of gods and men would be startled and perplexed. Sariputra again said to the Buddha, world-honoured one, be pleased to explain it, be pleased to explain it. Wherefore? Because in this assembly there are numberless 100,000 myriad kotis of Samkhya beings who have already seen the Buddhas, whose perceptions are keen and whose wisdom is clear. If they hear the Buddha's teaching, they will be able to believe it respectfully. Then Sariputra, desiring to announce his meaning over again, spoke thus in verse. King of the law, most high honoured one, be pleased to explain without misgiving. In this assembly are countless beings who can respectfully believe. The Buddha again said, enough, Sariputra. If I explain this matter, all the worlds of gods, men, and asuras will be startled and perplexed, and haughty bhikshus might fall into the great pit. Then the world-honoured one once again spoke in verse. Enough, enough, no need to say more. My law is subtle and inscrutable. Those who are haughty on hearing would not believe it respectfully. Then Sariputra once again said to the Buddha, world-honoured one, be pleased to explain it, be pleased to explain it. In this present assembly there are, equal with me, hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis who in former lives have followed the Buddha and been transformed by him. Such men as these can certainly believe respectfully and throughout the night will peacefully rest and in various ways be abundantly benefited. Then Sariputra, desiring to announce his meaning over again, spoke thus in verse. Most high and honoured of the living, be pleased to explain the paramount law. I am the eldest son of the Buddha. Condescend to explain it discriminately. In this assembly, countless beings are able respectfully to believe this law. The Buddha already in his former lives has taught such living beings. All with one mind, folding their hands, desire to hear the Buddha's words. There are 1,200 of us, and others aspiring to be Buddhas. Be pleased for the sake of these beings to condescend to explain it discriminately. If these hear this law, they will beget great joy. At that time, the world-honoured one addressed Sariputra. Since you have already thrice earnestly repeated your request, how can I refuse to speak? Do you now listen attentively to, ponder, and remember it? I will discriminate and explain it for you. When he had thus spoken in the assembly, some 5,000 bhikshus, bhikshunis, upusakas, and upasikas straightway rose from their seats and, saluting the Buddha, withdrew. Wherefore? Because the root of sin in these beings was so deep and the haughty spirit so enlarged that they imagined they had attained what they had not attained and had proved what they had not proved. In such error as this they would not stay, and the world-honored one was silent and did not stop them. Thereupon the Buddha addressed Sariputra. Now in this congregation I am free from useless twigs and leaves, and have nothing but all that are purely the true and real. It is good, Sariputra, that such extremely haughty ones as those are gone away. Now carefully listen, and I will expound the matter for you. Sariputra said, so be it, world-honored one. I desire joyfully to listen. The Buddha addressed Sariputra. Such a wonderful law as this is only preached by the Buddha Tathagatas on rare occasions, just as the adumbra flower is seen but once in long periods. Sariputra, believe me, all of you, in the Buddha's teaching no word is false. Sariputra, the meaning of the laws which the Buddhas expound as opportunity serves is difficult to understand. Wherefore, because I expound the laws by numberless tactful ways and with various reasonings and parabolic expressions, these laws cannot be understood by powers of thought or discrimination. Only the Buddhas can discern them. Wherefore, because the Buddhas, the world-honored ones, only on account of the one very great cause appear in the world. Sariputra, why do I say that the Buddhas, the world-honored ones, only on account of the one very great cause appear in the world? Because the Buddhas, the world-honored ones, desire to cause all living beings to open their eyes to the Buddha knowledge so that they may gain the pure mind. Therefore they appear in the world. Because they desire to show all living beings the Buddha knowledge, they appear in the world. Because they desire to cause all living beings to apprehend the Buddha knowledge, they appear in the world. Because they desire to cause all living beings to enter the way of the Buddha knowledge, they appear in the world. Sariputra, this is why it is only on account of the one very great cause that Buddhas appear in the world. The Buddha addressed Sariputra. The Buddha Tathagatas teach only Bodhisattvas. What they do is always for one purpose, that is to take the Buddha knowledge and reveal it to all living beings. Sariputra, the Tathagatas, by means of the one Buddha vehicle, preaches to all living beings the law. There is no other vehicle, neither a second nor a third. Sariputra, the laws of all the Buddhas in the universe are also like this. Sariputra, the Buddhas in times past, by infinite numberless tactful ways and with various reasonings and parabolic expressions, expounded the laws for the sake of all living beings. All these laws are for the one Buddha vehicle, so that all those living beings who have heard the law from the Buddhas might all finally obtain perfect knowledge. Sariputra, the future Buddhas who are to appear in the world will also, by infinite numberless tactful ways, and with various reasonings and parabolic expressions, expound the laws for the sake of all living beings. All these laws are for the one Buddha vehicle, so that all those living beings who hear the law from the Buddhas shall finally obtain perfect knowledge. Sariputra, the Buddhas, the world-honored ones, at present in innumerable 100,000 myriad kotis of Buddha lands in the universe, who are so greatly benefiting and rejoicing all living beings, these Buddhas, by infinite numberless tactful ways, and with various reasonings and parabolic expressions, also expound the laws for the sake of all living beings. All these laws are for the one Buddha vehicle, so that all those living beings who hear the law from the Buddhas finally obtain perfect knowledge. Sariputra, all these Buddhas teach only Bodhisattvas, desiring to show all living beings the Buddha knowledge, desiring to cause all living beings to apprehend the Buddha knowledge, and desiring to cause all living beings to enter the way of the Buddha knowledge. Sariputra, I at the present time am also like them. knowing that all living beings have many kinds of desires deeply attached in their minds, I have, according to their capacity, expounded the laws by various reasonings, parabolic expressions, and tactful powers. Sariputra, such teachings are all in order to secure perfect knowledge of the one Buddha vehicle. Sariputra, in the whole universe, there are not even two vehicles, how much less a third. Sariputra, the Buddhas appear in the evil ages of the 5 decays, that is to say, decay of the kalpa, decay through tribulations, decay of all living creatures, decay of views, and decay of lifetime. Thus Sariputra, because in the disturbed times of kalpa decay, all living beings are very vile, being covetous and envious, bringing to maturity every root of badness, the Buddhas, by tactful powers in the one Buddha vehicle, discriminate and expound the 3. Sariputra, if my disciples who call themselves arhats or practica Buddhas will neither hear nor understand that the Buddhist Tathagatas teach only bodhisattvas, these are not the Buddha's disciples, nor arhats, nor practica Buddhas. Again, Sariputra, if those bhikshus and bhikshinis who claim that they have already become arhats and say, this is our last bodily state before final nirvana, and thereupon do not again devote themselves to seek after perfect enlightenment, you must know that this class are all extremely conceited. Wherefore, because there is no such thing as a bhikshu who has really obtained arhatship, if he has not believed this law. But there is an exceptional case when, after the Buddha's extinction, there is no other Buddha present. Wherefore, because after the Buddha's extinction, it is hard to find persons who can receive and keep, read and recite, and explain the meaning of such sutras as these. Only if they meet other Buddhas can they, in this same law, obtain the solution. Sariputra, you should with all your heart believe and discern, receive and keep the words of the Buddha. No words of Buddha Tathagatas is false. There is no other vehicle, but only the one Buddha vehicle. At that time, the world on the one, desiring to proclaim this teaching over again, spoke thus in verse. Bhikshus and bhikshinis, obsessed by utmost arrogance, upashakas filled with self-conceit, upasikas with unbelief, 4 groups such as these, 5,000 in number, perceiving not their errors and faults in the commandments, careful only of their flaws, such small wit they showed, these dregs of the assembly, who because of the Buddha's splendid virtue withdrew. These men of little virtuous happiness are incapable of receiving this law. Now this assembly has no twigs and leaves, but only those who are true and real. Sariputra, listen carefully to the laws obtained by the Buddhas, which by infinite tactful powers they expound for all creatures. What they all entertain in their minds, all the ways they practice, how many kinds are their desires, and their former karmas, good and evil, the Buddha knows all these perfectly. With various reasonings and parables, terms and tactful powers, he causes them all to rejoice, preaching either sutras or gathas or former things or birth stories or the unprecedented, and also preaching by reasonings, by parables and gayas, and by Upadesa scriptures. The dull who delight in petty rules, who are greedily attached to existence, who under innumerable Buddhas do not walk the profound and mystic way, who are harassed by all the sufferings. Because of these I preach nirvana. I have set up such tactful ways to enable them to enter the Buddha wisdom, but I have never said you all should accomplish the Buddha way. The reason why I've never so said, is that the time for saying it has not arrived. But now is the very time, and I have resolved to teach the great vehicle. Those 9 divisions of my law, preached according to the capacity of all creatures, are but the introduction to the great vehicle. Hence I preach this sutra. There are sons of the Buddha whose minds are pure, who are gentle and clever-natured, and who in innumerable Buddha regions have walked a profound and mystic way. On behalf of these sons of the Buddha, I preach this great vehicle sutra, and I predict that such men as these in the world to come will accomplish the Buddha way. Through their deep-hearted mindfulness of the Buddha and observance of the pure commandments, these, hearing that they may become Buddhas, are filled throughout with great joy. The Buddha knows their mind and conduct, and therefore preaches to them the great vehicle. If Shravakas or Bodhisattvas hear the law which I preach, even be it one verse, all without doubt become Buddhas. In the Buddha lands of the universe, there is only one vehicle law, neither a second nor a third, except the tactful teachings of the Buddha. But by provisional expressions, he has led all living creatures, revealing the Buddha wisdom. In the appearing of Buddhas in the world, only this one is the real fact, for the other two are not the true. They never, by a smaller vehicle, save all living creatures. The Buddha himself abides in the great vehicle, in accordance with the law he has attained, enriched with powers of meditation and wisdom, and by it he saves all creatures. I, proving the supreme way, the great vehicle, the universal law, if I convert by a smaller vehicle even but one human being, I shall fall into grudging, a thing that cannot be. If men turn in faith to the Buddha, the Tathagata will not deceive them, for he has no covetous and envious desires, and is free from all the sins of the laws. So the Buddha in the universe is the one being perfectly fearless. I, by my signs-adorned body, with their shining, illuminate the world, and am worshipped by countless multitudes, for whom I preach the seal of reality. Know, Sariputra, of yore I made a vow, wishing to cause all creatures to rank equally without difference with me. According to the vow I made of old, now all has been perfectly fulfilled, for converting all living beings and leading them to enter the Buddha way. Whenever I meet any creatures, I teach them all by the Buddha way. But the unwitting remain confused, and going astray never accept my teaching. I know that all these creatures have never practiced the fundamental goodness, are firmly attached to the 5 desires, and through infatuation are in distress. By reason of these desires, they have fallen into the 3 evil paths. Transmigrating in the 6 states of existence, they suffer the utmost misery. Received into the womb in minute form, life after life they ever increase and grow, poor in virtue and of little happiness. They are oppressed by all the distresses. They have entered the thickets of heretical views, such as existence or non-existence. Relying on these false views, altogether 62, they are deeply attached to these false laws, firmly holding, unable to give them up, self-sufficient and self-inflated, suspicious, crooked and faithless in mind. During thousands and millions of kalpas, they have not heard the name of a Buddha, nor have they heard the true law. Men such as these can hardly be saved. For this reason, Sariputra, I set up a tactful way for them, proclaiming the way to end sufferings, revealing it through nirvana. Though I proclaim nirvana, yet it is not real extinction. All existence from the beginning is ever of the nirvana nature. When a son of the Buddha has fulfilled his course, in a world to come he becomes a Buddha. Only by my powers of tactfulness do I manifest the 3 vehicle law. For all the world-honored ones expound the one vehicle way. Now let all in this assembly be free from doubts and perplexities. The Buddhas do not differ in their statements. There is only one and no second vehicle. In the past countless kalpas, innumerable extinct Buddhas, in hundreds, thousands and millions whose numbers cannot be counted, all such world-honored ones as these, with various reasonings and parables, and innumerable tactful powers, have proclaimed the various laws. But all these world-honored ones proclaim the one vehicle law, converting non-Buddhist creatures to enter the Buddha way. Moreover, the great holy masters knowing that which all the worlds of gods, men, and other creatures deeply desire in their hearts, in addition, by varying tactfulness, assist in revealing the first principles. If there are any beings who have met the former Buddhas, if having heard the law, they have given donations, if they have kept the commandments and been persevering, been assiduous, meditative, and wise, having kept these various ways of happiness and virtue, such beings as these have all attained the Buddha way. After the extinction of the Buddhas, men with good and soft minds for the truth, such living beings as these, have all attained the Buddha way. After the extinction of the Buddhas, those who worshipped their relics and built many kotis of sorts of stupas with gold, silver, and crystal, with moonstone and agate, with jasper and lapis lazuli, clearly and broadly decorated, handsomely displayed on every stupa, or those who built stone shrines of sandalwood and aloes, eaglewood and other woods, of brick, tiles, and clay, or those who in the wilds raised earth for Buddha's shrines, even children in their play who gathered sand for a Buddha's stupa, all such beings as these have attained the Buddha way. If men for the sake of Buddhas have erected images carved with the characteristic signs, they have all attained the Buddha way. Or those who with the precious seven, with brass, red and white copper, with wax, lead and tin, with iron, wood and clay, or with glue and lacquer, have adorned and made Buddha images, all such ones as these have attained the Buddha way. Those who have painted Buddha's images with the 100 blessing adorned signs, whether done by themselves or by employing others, have all attained the Buddha way. Even boys in their play who with reed, wood or pen or with the fingernail have drawn Buddha's images, all such ones as these, gradually accumulating merit and perfecting hearts of great pity, have attained the Buddha way. Indeed, by influencing, the Buddhas have saved countless creatures. If men to the stupas and shrines, to the precious images and paintings, with flowers, incense, flags, and umbrellas, have paid homage with respectful hearts, or employed others to perform music, beat drums, blow horns and conch, pan pipes and flutes, play lutes, harps, guitars, gongs, and cymbals, such mystic sounds as these, all played by way of homage, or with joyful hearts by singing, have extolled the merits of Buddhas, even though in but a low voice, these too have attained the Buddha way. Even anyone who, with distracted mind, with but a single flower, has paid homage to the painted images, shall gradually see countless Buddhas. Or those who have offered worship, were it by merely folding the hands, or even raising a hand, or by slightly bending the head, by thus paying homage to the images, gradually see innumerable Buddhas, attain the supreme way, extensively save countless creatures, and enter the formless nirvana, as when firewood is finished and the fire dies out. If any, even with distracted mind, enter a stupa or temple and cry but once, Nama Buddha, they have attained the Buddha way. If any from the Buddhas of the past, whether in existence or already extinct, have heard this law, they have all attained the Buddha way. All the future world-honored ones, infinite in their number, all these Tathagatas, also by tactful ways preach the law. All of the Tathagatas, by infinite tactful ways, save all living creatures to enter the Buddha's faultless wisdom. Of those who hear the law, not one fails to become a Buddha. This is the original vow of the Buddhas. By the Buddha way which I walk, I desire universally to cause all creatures to attain the same way along with me. Though the Buddhas in future ages proclaim hundreds, thousands, kotis, countless schools of doctrine, in reality they are but one vehicle. The Buddhas, the honored ones, know that nothing has an independent existence, and that Buddha seeds spring from a cause. So they reveal the one vehicle. All things abide in their fixed order. Hence the world abides forever. Having apprehended this on the wisdom throne, the leaders proclaim it in tactful ways. Whom gods and men pay homage to, the present Buddhas in the universe, whose number is as the sands of the Ganges, and who appear in the world for the relief of all creatures. These also proclaim such a law as this. Knowing the supreme nirvana, though by reason of their tactful powers they display various kinds of ways, really they are but the one Buddha vehicle. Knowing the conduct of all creatures, what they have entertained in their deepest minds, the karma they have developed in the past, their inclinations and zeal, and their capacities keen or dull, with various kinds of reasonings, parables and narrations, as they could respond, so have they tactfully taught. Now I also in like manner, for the relief of all creatures by various kinds of doctrine, promulgate the Buddha way. I, by my power of wisdom, knowing the natures and inclinations of creatures, tactfully proclaim the laws, which cause all to obtain gladness. Know, Sariputra, I, observing with the Buddha's eyes, see the creatures in the 6 states of existence, poor and without happiness and wisdom, in the dangerous path of mortality, in continuous unending misery, firmly fettered by the 5 desires, like the yak caring for its tail, smothered by greed and infatuation, blinded by seeing nothing. They seek not the Buddha, the mighty, and the law to end sufferings, but deeply fall into heresies, and seek by suffering to be rid of suffering. For the sake of all these creatures, my heart is stirred with great pity. When I first sat on the wisdom throne, looking at that tree and walking about it during thrice 7 days, I pondered such matters as these. The wisdom which I have obtained is wonderful and supreme, but all creatures are dull in their capacities, pleasure attached, and blind with ignorance. Such classes of beings as these I saw, how can they be saved? Thereupon all the Brahma kings and Lord Chakra of all the gods, the 4 heavenly beings who protect the worlds, also the great god Sovereign, and all the other heavenly beings, with hundreds of thousands of myriads of followers, respectfully saluted with folded hands, entreating me to roll the wheel of the law. Then I pondered within myself, if I only extol the Buddha vehicle, all creatures, being sunk in suffering, will not be able to believe this law, and by breaking the law through unbelief, will fall into 3 evil paths. I had rather not preach the law, but instantly enter nirvana. Then, on remembering what former Buddhas performed by their tactful powers, I thought, the way which I have now attained, I must preach as a tripartite vehicle. While I was pondering thus, all the Buddhas in the universe appeared, and with sacred voice cheered me in response. Excellent, Shakyamuni, the first of leaders. Having attained the supreme law, thou art following after the Buddhas in using tactful powers. We too have all attained the most wonderful supreme law, but for the sake of the many kinds of creatures, we divide and preach it in 3 vehicles. Those of little wisdom delight in petty laws, not believing that they can become Buddhas. Hence we, by tactful ways, divide and preach the natural results. Though we also proclaim the 3 vehicles, it is only for teaching the Bodhisattvas. Know, Sariputra, hearing the voices of the holy lions, profoundly clear and mystic, I saluted them, Nama Buddhas, and again reflected thus, having come forth into the disturbed and evil world, I, according to the Buddha's behest, will also obediently proceed. Having finished pondering this matter, I instantly went to Varanasi. The nirvana nature of all existence, which is inexpressible, I, by my tactful ability, preached to the 5 bhikshus. This is called the first rolling of the law wheel, whereupon there was the news of nirvana, and also the separate names of our hat, of law, and of sangha. From distant kalpas onward, I have extolled and indicated the law of nirvana for the perpetual end of mortal distress. Thus have I continuously spoken. Know, Sariputra, when I saw the Buddha sons bent on seeking the Buddha way, in countless thousands and myriads of kotis, all with reverent hearts, draw near to me, the Buddha. They had already heard from the Buddhas, the law which they tactfully explained. Then I conceived this thought. The reason why the Tathagata appears is for preaching the Buddha wisdom. Now is the very time. No, Sariputra, the stupid and those of little wit, the tied to externals and the proud cannot believe this law. But now I am glad and fearless. In the midst of the Bodhisattvas, frankly put aside tactfulness, and only proclaim the supreme way. You Bodhisattvas hearing this law, having all got rid of the nets of doubts, you 1200 arhats will all become Buddhas. In the same fashion that the Buddhas, past, present, and future, preach the law, so also will I now proclaim the undivided law. The appearing of Buddhas in the world is far apart and of rare occurrence, and when they do appear in the world, with equal rareness do they proclaim this law. Even in infinite countless kalpas, rarely may this law be heard, and those who are able to listen to this law, men such as these, are also rare. It is like the Adumbra flower, which all love and enjoy, seldom seen by gods and men, appearing but once in long periods. So he who, hearing the law, extols it joyfully, and utters but one single word of it, has already paid homage to all the Buddhas in the three worlds. Such a one is exceedingly rare, rarer than the Adumbra flower. Be you free from doubts. I am the king of the law, and declare to all the assembly, I, only by the one vehicle way, teach the Bodhisattvas, and have no Shravaka disciples. Know all of you, Sariputra, Shravakas, and Bodhisattvas, that this wonderful law is the mystery of all the Buddhas. Because the evil world of the five decadences only delights in sensual attachments, its creatures such as these never seek the Buddha way. The wicked in generations to come, who hear the one vehicle preached by the Buddha, in their delusion and unbelief, will break the law and fall into evil ways. But there are beings modest and pure, devoted to seeking the Buddha way. For such as these, I must widely extol the one vehicle way. Know, Sariputra, the law of the Buddhas is thus. By myriads of kotis of tactful ways, they proclaim the law as opportunity serves. But those who will not learn are not able to discern it. But you already know the expedient tactful ways of the Buddhas, the leaders of the world. Have no further doubts. Rejoice greatly in your hearts, knowing that you will become Buddhas. That's the end of chapter 2. I'm going to have a 10-minute break. White Lotus Sutra, Chapter 3, the parable. At that time, Sariputra, ecstatic with joy, instantly rose up, folded his hands, and looking at the Honourable Face, spoke to the Buddha, saying, "Now, hearing the sound of the law from the world-honoured one, I am filled with ecstasy, obtaining that which I have never experienced before. Wherefore, because of yore when I heard such a law as this from the Buddha and saw Bodhisattvas who were predicted to become Buddhas, we were never prepared for these things and greatly distressed ourselves at having lost the Tathagata's infinite knowledge. World-honoured one, constantly when dwelling alone in mountain forests or under trees, whether sitting or walking, I was occupied with this thought. We equally have entered the law nature. But why does the Tathagata save us by the small vehicle law? This is our own fault, not the world-honoured one's. Wherefore? Because had we attended to his preaching in regard to the accomplishment of perfect enlightenment, we should certainly have been delivered by the great vehicle. Whereas we, not understanding his tactful method of opportune preaching, on first hearing the Buddha law, only casually believed, pondered, and bore witness to it. World-honoured one, ever since then I have passed whole days and nights in self-reproach. But now, on hearing from the Buddha the unprecedented law which I have never before heard, I have ended all my doubts and regrets, am at ease in body and mind, and am happily at rest. Today I indeed know that I am really a son of the Buddha, born from the mouth of the Buddha, evolved from the law, and have obtained a place in the Buddha law. At that time, Sariputra, desiring to announce this meaning over again, spoke thus in verse. I, hearing the voice of the law, have obtained the unprecedented. My heart is full of joy, and all nets of doubts have gone. From of yore have I received the Buddha's teaching, and shall not miss the great vehicle. The voice of the Buddha is very precious, able to rid all creatures of distress. I, now freed from imperfections, hearing it, am also rid of anxiety. When dwelling in mountain valleys or abiding under forest trees, whether sitting or walking to and fro, I ever pondered on this matter and deeply accused myself, lamenting. Why am I so self-deluding? We also are Buddha's sons who have equally entered the faultless law, yet we cannot in the future proclaim the supreme way. The golden 32 signs, the 10 powers, and 8 emancipations are all included in the one law, yet I do not attain them. The 80 kinds of excellence, the 18 unique characteristics, merits such as these, I have entirely missed. When alone I was walking to and fro and saw the Buddha in the great assembly, his fame filling the universe, abundantly benefiting all creatures, I thought I had lost this advantage and that I had deluded myself. Always by day and by night, I ever pondered these things, desiring to ask the world-honoured one whether I had lost my opportunity or not. Ever did I see the world-honoured one extolling the Bodhisattvas. Therefore, by day and night, I have pondered such things as these. Now I hear the voice of the Buddha opportunely preaching the law, faultless and inscrutable, which causes all to reach the wisdom throne. Formerly, I was attached to heretical views, being a teacher of heretical mendicants. The world-honoured one, knowing my heart, uprooted my heresy and taught me nirvana. Thus, having completely freed myself from heretical views, and obtained proof of the law of the void, then in my mind I said to myself, I have attained extinction. But now I have perceived this is not the real extinction. Whenever one becomes a Buddha, he possesses all the 32 signs. Gods, men, and yakshas, dragons, and other spirits revere him. Then it may be said, extinction is forever complete, nothing remaining. The Buddha in the great assembly proclaims that I shall become a Buddha. Hearing such a voice of the law, all doubts and regrets have been removed. On first hearing the Buddha's preaching, in my mind there was fear and doubt, lest it might be Mara acting as Buddha, distressing and confusing my mind. But when the Buddha with various reasonings and parables speaks so skillfully, one's heart is peaceful as the sea. On hearing, my nets of doubts were broken. The Buddha preaches that the infinite, extinct Buddhas of past worlds, calmly established and in tactful ways, all likewise expounded this law. The present and future Buddhas, countless in their numbers, also with tactful ways, proclaim such a law as this. The present world-honored one, after his birth and leaving home, having gained the way and rolled the law wheel, also has preached with tactfulness. It is the world-honored one who preaches the true way. The evil one has no such truths as these. Hence I know for certain that this is not Mara acting as Buddha, but because I have fallen into nets of doubts, I conceived it as the doing of Mara. Hearing the gentle voice of the Buddha, profound and very refined, expounding the pure law, my heart is filled with joy. My doubts and regrets are forever ended. I am at rest in real wisdom. I am sure I shall become a Buddha, revered by gods and men, and rolling the supreme law wheel shall teach many bodhisattvas. At that time the Buddha said to Sariputra, now I declare in this great assembly of gods, men, ascetics, Brahmins, and others, of yore in the presence of 20,000 kotis of Buddhas, for the sake of the supreme way, I continuously taught you, while you also for long nights and days have followed me and received my teaching. By reason of my tactful guidance, you have been born into my law. Sariputra, of yore I caused you to resolve on the Buddha way, but you have now entirely forgotten it, and so consider that you have attained extinction. Now again, desiring to cause you to recollect the way which you originally resolved to follow, I preach for all the Shravakas this great vehicle sutra called the Lotus flower of the wonderful law, by which bodhisattvas are instructed and which the Buddhas watch over and keep in mind. Sariputra, in a world to come, after infinite, boundless, and inconceivable kalpas, when you shall have served some 1,000 myriad kotis of Buddhas, maintained the right law, and completed the way which bodhisattvas walk, you shall become a Buddha whose title will be flower-like Tathagata, worshipful, all-wise, perfectly enlightened in conduct, well-departed, understander of the world, peerless leader, controller, teacher of gods and men, Buddha, world-honored one, and whose domain shall be named undefiled, whose land will be level and straight, pure and ornate, peaceful and prosperous, replete with celestial people, with lapis lazuli for earth, having 8 intersecting roads with golden cords to bound their cities, and by each road a line of precious 7 trees, always filled with flowers and fruits. The Tathagata flower light will teach and convert all living creatures by the 3 vehicles. Sariputra, when the Buddha appears, though it is not in an evil age, he will preach the 3 vehicle law because of his original vow. Its kalpa will be named ornate with great jewels. For what reason is it named ornate with great jewels? Because in that domain the bodhisattvas are considered the great jewels. These bodhisattvas will be infinite, boundless, inconceivable, beyond computation or compare, such as none can apprehend who is not a Buddha's wisdom. Whenever they walk, jewel flowers will receive their feet. These bodhisattvas will not have started in this conception for the first time, for all of them will have cultivated the roots of virtue for a long time, purely performing noble deeds, under infinite 100,000 myriad kotis of Buddhas, being always praised by Buddhas, constantly practicing the Buddha wisdom, perfecting the great spiritually pervading power, knowing well the way of all the laws, and being upright and genuine in character, firm in will and thought. Such Buddhas as these will fill that domain. Sariputra, the lifetime of the Buddha flower light will be 12 minor kalpas, except the time during which he, being a prince, has not yet become a Buddha. And the lifetime of the people of his domain will be 8 minor kalpas. The Tathagata flower light, at the expiration of 12 minor kalpas, will predict the future destiny of the Bodhisattva full of firmness to perfect enlightenment, and will declare to all the bhikshus, this Bodhisattva full of firmness shall next become a Buddha, whose title will be calmly walking on flowery feet, Tathagata, Arhat, Samyaksha Bodhi. The domain of the Buddha also will be of like character. Sariputra, after the extinction of this flower-like Buddha, the righteous law will abide in the world during 32 minor kalpas, and then the counterfeit law will also abide in the world during 32 minor kalpas. At that time, the world-honored one, desiring to proclaim this teaching over again, spoke thus in verse: Sariputra, in an age to come, you shall become a Buddha, honored for universal wisdom, by name and title flower light, and you shall save innumerable creatures, paying homage to numberless Buddhas, perfecting Bodhisattva actions and the merits of the 10 powers and so on. It shall be evident that you have attained the supreme way. After infinite kalpas have passed, there will be a kalpa named ornate with great jewels, and a world named undefiled, pure and flawless, with lapis lazuli for its ground, with golden cords defining its ways, with trees variegated by the precious 7, always having flowers and fruits. All the bodhisattvas of that domain, ever firm in will and thought, of supernatural powers and paramitas, all in complete possession, under numberless Buddhas, having well earned the Bodhisattva way. Such leaders as these shall be converted by the Buddha flower light. That Buddha, when he is a prince, will abandon his domain and give up earthly glory, and in his last bodily existence will leave home and achieve the Buddha way. The Buddha flower light will dwell in the world for a lifetime of 12 minor kalpas, and the people of his domain will live for 8 minor kalpas. After that Buddha's extinction, the righteous law will abide in the world for 32 minor kalpas, widely saving living creatures. At the expiration of the righteous law, the counterfeit law will abide for 32 minor kalpas. His relics will be widely dispersed, universally worshipped by gods and men. The doings of the Buddha flower light, such as these, will be his deeds. That most holy honored of men, most excellent and incomparable, he is really yourself. Therefore rejoice and be glad. At that time, all the 4 groups of bhikshus, bhikshunis, upasakas and upasikas, and gods, dragons, yakshas, gandharvas, asuras, garudas, kinnaras, maharagas, and others, all the great assembly, seeing that Sariputra in the presence of the Buddha had received his prediction of perfect enlightenment, rejoiced greatly in unbounded ecstasy, each divesting himself of the robe he wore and offering it in homage to the Buddha, whilst Shakra Devendra, the Lord Brahma, and others, with countless divine sons, also paid homage to the Buddha, with wonderful heavenly robes, and celestial Mandarva flowers, Maha Mandarva flowers, and so on. The celestial robes bestrewed, remaining in the sky, whirled round of themselves, and hundreds of thousands of myriads of sorts of heavenly musical instruments all at once made music in the sky. And raining numerous heavenly flowers, they uttered these words: Of old at Varanasi, the Buddha first rolled the wheel of the law, and now again rolls the supreme and greatest law. Thereupon all the divine sons, desiring to announce this meaning over again, spoke thus in verse: Of old at Varanasi, Thou didst roll the law wheel of the Four Noble Truths, and discriminately preach the laws of the rise and extinction of the five aggregates. And now again thou dost roll the most wonderful, supreme, great wheel of the law which is extremely profound, and which few are able to believe. We for a long time past have often heard the world-honored one preach, but we have never before heard such a profound, mystic, and supreme law. The world-honored one preaching this law, we all follow it with joy. The great wise Sariputra now has received the honored one's prediction. We also, in like manner, must certainly become Buddhas, who in all worlds are the most honored and peerless. The Buddha way is beyond conception and is preached by opportune, tactful methods. May all our happy karma in the present world or past worlds, and the merit of seeing the Buddha, all turn to the way of Buddhahood. Thereupon Sariputra spoke to the Buddha, saying, World-honored one, I now have no doubts or regrets. In person before the Buddha, I have received my prediction of perfect enlightenment. But these 1,200 self-controlled ones, who of yore abode in the 4 stages of learning, were always instructed by the Buddha, saying, My law is able to give freedom from birth, decrepitude, disease, and death, and the final attainment of nirvana. Each of these who are under training and no longer under training is also free from false views about the self and about existence or non-existence, and considers he has attained nirvana. But now, in the presence of the Buddha, hearing that which they have never heard before, they have all fallen into doubts and perplexities. Good, world-honored one, please state the reasons to the 4 groups, so that they may be free from doubts and regrets. Then the Buddha spoke to Sariputra. Have I not before said that the Buddhas, the world-honored ones, by various reasonings, parables, and terms, preach the law tactfully, all for the purpose of perfect enlightenment? All these teachings are for the purpose of transforming bodhisattvas. But, Sariputra, let me now again in a parable make this meaning still more clear. For intelligent people, through a parable, reach understanding. Sariputra, suppose in a certain kingdom, city, or town, there is a great elder, old and worn, of boundless wealth, and possessing many fields, houses, slaves, and servants. His house is spacious and large, having only one door, and with many people dwelling in it, 100, 200, or even 500 in number. Its halls and chambers are decayed and old, its walls crumbling, the bases of its pillars rotten, the beams and roof tree toppling and dangerous. On every side at the same moment, fire suddenly starts, and the house is in flames. The sons of the elder, say 10, 20, or even 30, are in this dwelling. The elder, on seeing this conflagration spring up on every side, is greatly startled and reflects thus: Though I am able to get out safely of this burning house, yet my children in the burning house are pleasurably absorbed in amusements without apprehension, knowledge, surprise, or fear. Though the fire is pressing upon them and pain and suffering are imminent, they do not mind or fear and have no impulse to escape. Sariputra, this elder ponders thus: I am strong in my body and arms. Shall I get them out of the house by means of a flower vessel, or a bench, or a table? Again he ponders, this house has only one gate. Moreover, it is narrow and small. My children are young, knowing nothing as yet, and attached to their place of play. Perchance they will fall into and be burned in the fire. I must speak to them on this dreadful matter, warning them that the house is burning, and that they must come out instantly, lest they be burned and injured by the fire. Having reflected thus, according to his thoughts, he notifies his children. Come out quickly, all of you. Though the father in his pity lures and admonishes with kind words, yet the children, joyfully attached to their play, are unwilling to believe him, and have neither surprise nor fear, nor any mind to escape. Moreover, they do not know what is the fire he means, or what the house, and what he means by being lost, but only run hither and thither in play, glancing at their father. Then the elder reflects thus: this house is burning in a great conflagration. If I and my children do not get out at once, we shall certainly be burned up by it. Let me now, by some tactful means, cause my children to escape this disaster. Knowing that to which each of his children is predisposed, and all the various attractive playthings and curiosities to which their natures will joyfully respond, the father informs them, saying, the things with which you are fond of playing, so rare and precious, if you do not come out and get them, you will be sorry for it afterward. Such a variety of goat carts, deer carts, and bullock carts is now outside the gate to play with. All of you must come quickly out of this burning house, and I will give you whatever you want. Thereupon the children, hearing of the attractive playthings mentioned by their father, and because they suit their wishes, everyone eagerly, each pushing the other and racing against the other, come scrambling out of the burning house. Then the elder, seeing his children have safely escaped and are all in the square, sits down in the open, no longer troubled, but with a mind at ease and ecstatic with joy. Then each of the children says to their father, Father, please now give us those lovely things you promised us to play with, goat carts, deer carts, and bullock carts. Sariputra. Then the elder gives to each of his children equally a great cart, lofty and spacious, adorned with all the precious things, surrounded with railed seats, hung with bells on its four sides, and covered with curtains, splendidly decorated also with various rare and precious things, linked with strings of precious stones, hung with garlands of flowers, thickly spread with beautiful mats, supplied with rosy pillows, yoked with white bullocks of pure white skin, of handsome appearance and of great muscular power, which walk with even steps and with the speed of the wind, having also many servants and followers to guard them. Wherefore, because this great elder is of boundless wealth, and all his various treasures and granaries are full to overflowing, so he reflects thus: my possessions being boundless, I must not give my children inferior small carts. All these children are my sons, whom I love without partiality. Having such great carts, made of the precious seven, infinite in number, I should with equal mind bestow them on each one without discrimination. Wherefore, because if I gave them to the whole nation, these things of mine would not run short, how much less to my children. Meanwhile, each of the children rides on his great cart, having got that which he had never had before and never expected to have. Sariputra, what is your opinion? Has that elder, in giving great carts of the precious substances to his children equally, been somewhat guilty of falsehood? Sariputra said, no, world-honored one. That elder only caused his children to escape the disaster of fire and preserve their bodies alive. He committed no falsity. Why? He has in such a manner preserved their bodies alive. How much more by tactful means has he saved them from that burning house? World-honored one, even if that elder did not give them one of the smallest carts, still he is not false. Wherefore, because that elder from the first formed this intention, I will by tactful means cause my children to escape. For this reason he is not false. How much less so, seeing that this elder, knowing his own boundless wealth and desiring to benefit his children, gives them great carts equally. The Buddha said to Sariputra, good, good. It is even as you say, Sariputra. The Tathagata is also like this, for he is the father of all worlds, who has forever entirely ended all his fear, despondency, distress, ignorance, and umbrageous darkness, and has perfected his boundless knowledge, powers, and fearlessness. He is possessed of great spiritual power and wisdom, has completely attained the paramitas of tactfulness and wisdom, who is the great merciful and greatly compassionate, ever tireless, ever seeking the good, and benefiting all beings. And he is born in this triple world, the old decayed burning house, to save all living creatures from the fires of birth, old age, disease, death, grief, suffering, foolishness, darkness, and the three poisons, and teach them to obtain perfect enlightenment. He sees how all living creatures are scorched by the fires of birth, old age, disease, death, grief, and sorrow, and suffer various kinds of distress by reason of the five desires and the greed for gain, and how, by reason of the attachments of desire and its pursuits, they now endure much suffering, and hereafter will suffer in hell, or as animals or hungry spirits. Even if they are born in heaven or amongst men, there are such various kinds of sufferings as poverty, distress, separation from loved ones, and union with hateful beings. Absorbed in these things, all living creatures rejoice and take their pleasure, while they neither apprehend nor perceive, are neither alarmed nor fear, and are without satiety, never seeking to escape, but in the burning house of this triple world, running about hither and thither. And although they will meet with great suffering, count it not a cause for anxiety. Sariputra, the Buddha, having seen this, then reflects thus: I am the father of all creatures, and I must snatch them from suffering and give them the bliss of the infinite boundless Buddha wisdom for them to play with. Sariputra, the Tathagata again reflects thus: if I only use spiritual power and wisdom, casting aside every tactful method, and extol for the sake of all living creatures the wisdom, powers, and fearlessness of the Tathagata, living creatures cannot by this method be saved. Wherefore, as long as all these creatures have never escaped birth, old age, disease, death, grief, and suffering, but are being burned in the burning house of the triple world, how can they understand the Buddha wisdom? Sariputra, even as that elder, though with power in body and arms, yet does not use it, but only by diligent tact resolutely saves his children from the calamity of the burning house, and then gives each of them great carts made of precious things. So is it with the Tathagata. Though he has power and fearlessness, he does not use them, but only by his wise tact does he remove and save all living creatures from the burning house of the triple world, preaching the three vehicles, the Shravaka, the Pratyeka Buddha, and Buddha vehicles. And thus he speaks to them: all of you, do not delight to dwell in the burning house of the triple world. Do not hanker after its crude forms, sounds, odors, flavors, and contacts. For if through hankering you beget a love of it, then you'll be burned by it. Get you out of the triple world and attain to the three vehicles, the Shravaka, Pratyeka Buddha, and Buddha vehicles. I now give you my pledge for this, and it will never prove false. Do you only be diligent and zealous. By these tactful means does the Tathagata lure all creatures forth, and again speaks thus: know ye, all these three vehicles are praised by sages. In them you will be free and independent, without wanting to rely on anything else. Riding in these three vehicles by means of perfect faculties, powers, perceptions, ways, concentrations, emancipations, and contemplations, you will, as a matter of course, be happy and gain infinite peace and joy. Sariputra, if there are living beings who have the spirit of wisdom within and following the Buddha, the world-honored one, hear the law, receive it in faith, and zealously make progress, desiring speedily to escape from the triple world and seeking nirvana for themselves, these will have the vehicle named the Shravaka vehicle, just as some of those children coming out of the burning house for the sake of a goat cart. If there are living beings who, following the Buddha, the world-honored one, hear the law, receive it in faith, and zealously make progress, seeking self-gained wisdom, delighting in the tranquility of their individual goodness, and deeply versed in the causes and reasons of the laws, these will have the vehicle named the Pratyeka Buddha vehicle, just as some of these children come out of the burning house for the sake of a deer cart. If there are living beings who, following the Buddha, the world-honored one, hear the law, receive it in faith, diligently practice, and zealously advance, seeking the complete wisdom, the wisdom of the Buddha, the natural wisdom, the wisdom without a teacher, and the knowledge, powers, and fearlessness of the Tathagata, who take pity on and comfort innumerable creatures, benefit gods and men, and save all beings, these will have the vehicle named the Great Vehicle. Because the Bodhisattvas seek this vehicle, they are named Mahasattvas. They are like those children who come out of the burning house for the sake of a bullock cart. Sariputra, just as that elder, seeing his children get out of the burning house safely to a place free from fear, and pondering on his immeasurable wealth, gives each of his children a great cart, so also it is with the Tathagata. Being the father of all living creatures, if he sees infinite thousands of kotis of creatures by the teaching of the Buddha, escape from the suffering of the triple world, from fearful and perilous paths, and gain the joys of nirvana, the Tathagata then reflects thus: I possess infinite boundless wisdom, power, fearlessness, and other law treasures of Buddhas. All these living creatures are my sons, to whom I will equally give the great vehicle, so that there will be no one who gains an individual nirvana, but all gain nirvana by the same nirvana as the Tathagata. All these living creatures who escape the triple world are given the playthings of Buddhas, concentrations, emancipations, and others, all of one form and one kind, praised by sages and able to produce pure, supreme pleasure. Sariputra, even as that elder at first attracted his children by the 3 carts, and afterward gave them only a great cart, magnificently adorned with precious things and supremely restful, yet that elder is not guilty of falsehood. So also is it with the Tathagata. There is no falsehood in first preaching 3 vehicles to attract all living creatures, and afterwards saving by the great vehicle only. Wherefore, because the Tathagata possesses infinite wisdom, power, fearlessness, and the treasury of the laws, and is able to give all living creatures the great vehicle law, but not all are able to receive it. Sariputra, for this reason know that the Buddhas, by their tactful powers, in the one Buddha vehicle, discriminate and expound the 3. The Buddha, desiring to proclaim his teaching over again, spoke thus in verse: Suppose there is an elder who has a large house, and for long this house has been old, is also falling and decayed, with lofty halls in dangerous condition, pillar bases broken and rotten, beams and roof tree toppling and leaning, foundation and steps in a state of collapse, walls and partitions ruined and cracked, their plaster crumbling away, thatch in disorder and dropping, rafters and eaves awry and slipping, its surrounding fences bent and distorted, filled with all kinds of refuse. 500 people are dwelling within it. Owls, hawks, and vultures, crows, magpies, pigeons, doves, black snakes, vipers, scorpions, centipedes, millipedes, geckos, galleyworms, weasels, ferrets, rats, and mice, all sorts of evil creatures, run about in every direction. There are places stinking with excrement and urine, overflowing with uncleanliness, where dung beetles and worms flock together. Foxes, wolves, and jackals bite and trample each other to gnaw human carcasses, scattering their bones and flesh. Following these, packs of dogs come, striving to snatch and grab, and gaunt with hunger skulk about seeking food everywhere. Quarreling and scuffling, snarling and barking. Such is the fearfulness of that house, full of variety. In every direction there are goblins and ogres, yakshas and malign demons, who devour the flesh of men. All sorts of venomous insects and evil birds and brutes hatch or suckle their broods, each hiding and protecting its own. Yakshas come striving with each other to seize and eat them. When they have eaten their fill, their evil minds become inflamed, and the sound of their quarreling is dreadful in the extreme. Kumbanda demons crouch on the earth and mould, sometimes springing from the ground a foot or 2 high, wandering about to and fro, giving full rein to their sports, seizing dogs by their feet, striking them so that they lose their voices, twisting their legs around their necks, frightening dogs for their own amusement, Also there are demons tall of stature, naked, black and lean, always dwelling in that house, who emit great and dreadful sounds, bellowing in search of food. Again, there are demons with throats narrow as a needle, and there are demons with heads like a bullock's. Some eat human flesh, some devour dogs. Their locks are all dishevelled. They are cruel and fiendish, and oppressed by hunger and thirst, race about crying and calling. Yakshas and hungry ghosts, evil birds and brutes, hungrily hurry in all directions, peeping and looking through window and lattice. Such are its plagues, terrible beyond measure. This decaying old house belongs to a man who has just gone outside but a little while ago. Whereupon that house of a sudden catches fire. All at once in every direction its flames are in full blaze. Roof tree, beams, rafters, pillars, with cracking sound burst open. Break, split and topple down. Walls and partitions crumble. Demons and spirits bellow and cry aloud. Hawks, vultures and other birds, Kumbanda demons and others hurry about in alarm, powerless to escape. Evil beasts and venomous insects hide away in holes and cavities. Pisachar demons also take up their abode therein. For lack of merits, they are driven by the fire, cruelly hurting each other, supping and devouring each other's flesh and blood. Creatures of the jackal tribe are already dead in herds. The bigger evil beasts come striving to devour them. Fetid smoke and bursting flames fill and choke the surrounding air. Centipedes and millipedes and all kinds of venomous snakes, burned by the fire, run contending from their holes. Kumbanda demons thereon seize and eat them, and hungry demons, their heads ablaze with fire, tormented with hunger, thirst and heat, rush about confused and in distress. Such is the state of that house, dreadful in the extreme, with horrid calamities and conflagration, and disasters not a few. At this very time, the master of the house is standing outside the gate, when he hears someone saying, "All of your children a little while ago in their play came into this house in their youth and ignorance, enjoying themselves with their amusements." On hearing this, the elder in alarm enters the burning house with intent to save them from the harm of burning. So he tells his children of all the impending dangers, saying, "There are evil demons and venomous worms, and calamitous fire is spreading. Sufferings upon sufferings follow each other unceasing. Venomous snakes and vipers, all kinds of yakshas, Kumbanda demons, jackals, foxes and dogs, hawks, vultures, owls, and all sorts of galley worms are tormented by hunger and thirst, and to be feared in the extreme. Even these distresses are hard to deal with. How much more this conflagration?" The children, unheeding, though they hear their father's admonition, remain attached to their pleasures and do not stop their play. Thereupon the elder begins to reflect thus: "My children acting in this manner add to my anxiety and distress. Now this house really has nothing to delight in. Yet all my children, bewitched by their play, take no notice of my instructions and will be injured by the fire." Instantly he ponders, arranges a device, and says to his children, "I have many varieties of rare playthings, excellent carts wonderfully bejeweled, goat carts and deer carts and great bullock carts, now all just outside the door. Come out, all of you. I, for your sakes, have made these carts. You may roam and play with them at your own will and pleasure." When the children hear him tell of such carts as these, they immediately rush in rivalry, scampering forth, and reach the open ground, away from harm. The elder, seeing his children escape from the burning house, takes his place in the square, sitting on the lion throne, and congratulates himself, saying, "Now I am joyful. All these children, brought up with so much difficulty, stupid, little and arrogant, enter this dangerous house, abounding with venomous worms and fearful goblins. Conflagrations and raging flames broke out on every side, but all these children were fascinated by their play. Now I have rescued them and caused them to escape from harm. Therefore, all you people, now I am joyful. Then the children, knowing their father is sitting at ease, all come to the father and speak to the father, saying, Please give to us the 3 kinds of precious carts you promised, saying, If you children come out, I will give you 3 carts, and you can choose whichever you like. Now is the very time. Be pleased to give them to us. The elder is very rich and has treasures full of gold, silver, lapis lazuli, moonstone, and agate. With all kinds of precious things, he has made great carts, magnificently adorned and splendidly decorated, surrounded with railed seats, hung with bells on every side, strung with golden cords, and with networks of pearls spread over them. Festoons of golden flowers hang down there and here. Many colours and varied decorations surround and encircle. Soft silks and silk floss make the cushions. The best quality of fine felt, worth thousands of kotis, snow white and pure, is spread above the cushions. There are great white bullocks, sleek, strong, and active, of finest shape, yoked to the precious carts. There are numerous retinues tending and guarding them. These excellent carts are equally given to all the children. Then the children, ecstatic with joy, riding these precious carts, roam in every direction, playing joyfully, just as they wish, without hindrance. I tell you, Sariputra, I also am like this, the most honoured of all the sages, the father of the world. All living beings are my sons, but are deeply attached to earthly pleasures and without wisdom. The triple world is not safe, just as the burning house, full of all kinds of sufferings, was greatly to be feared. Ever there are distresses of birth, old age, disease, and death. Such fires as these are burning ceaselessly. The Tathagata, free from the burning house of the triple world, tranquilly lives in seclusion, abiding in peace in the woodland. Now this triple world, all is my domain. The living beings in it are all my sons. But now this place abounds with distress, and I alone am able to save and protect them. Though I taught and admonished them, yet they did not believe, for they were imbued with desires to which they were greedily attached. Therefore, tactfully, I tell them of the 3 vehicles which cause all living beings to know the sufferings of the triple world, and reveal and expound the way of escaping from the world. If all these sons are resolved in their minds, they will perfectly have the 3 clear views and the 6 transcendent faculties, and will become Pratyekya Buddhas, or Bodhisattvas who never slide back. Sariputra, I, for the sake of all beings, by means of this parable, preach the one Buddha vehicle. If all of you are able to receive these words in faith, we shall all be able to accomplish the Buddha way. This vehicle is wonderful, pure and supreme. In all the worlds there is nothing more exalted. It is that which the Buddha rejoices in, and which all living creatures should praise, worship, and adore. Infinite thousands of kotis of powers, emancipations, meditations, and wisdom, and the Buddha's other laws, such is the vehicle provided to cause all my sons, night and day for many kalpas, ever to take their recreation in it, with bodhisattvas as well as shravakas, riding this precious vehicle directly to the wisdom throne. For these causes and reasons, though one searches in every direction, there is no other vehicle except the Buddha's device. I tell you, Sariputra, all you people are my sons. I then am father. You, for successive kalpas, burning in many sufferings, have I wholly rescued, that you may escape the triple world. Though I previously preached that you would attain extinction, you have only become free from birth and death, and have not attained real extinction. What have you now to do? What you have now to do is only to attain the Buddha wisdom. If there be any bodhisattvas amongst this assembly, be you able wholeheartedly to obey the real law of the Buddhas. Though Buddhas, world-honored ones, convert by tactful methods, yet living creatures transformed by them, all are bodhisattvas. If there are any of little wit who are deeply attached to desires and passions, the Buddha, for their sake, preaches the truth of suffering. All the living with joyful hearts attain the unprecedented. The truth of suffering preached by the Buddha is real without differentiation. If there are any living beings who do not know the source of suffering, deeply attached to the cause of suffering, and unable to forsake it even for a moment, the Buddha, for the sake of them, preaches the way by tactful methods, saying, the cause of all suffering is rooted in desire. If desire be extinguished, suffering has no foothold. To annihilate all suffering is called the third truth. For the sake of the truth of extinction, to observe and walk in the way, forsaking all bonds of suffering, this is called the attaining of emancipation. From what have these people attained emancipation? Merely to depart from the false is called emancipation. But they have not yet really attained entire emancipation. So the Buddha declares that these people have not yet really reached extinction. Because these people have not yet gained the supreme way, I am willing to declare that they have attained extinction. Because these people have not yet gained the supreme way, I am unwilling to declare that they have attained extinction. I am the king of the law, absolute in regards to the law, pacifying all creatures, and therefore appear in the world. Sariputra, this is my seal of the law, because of my desire to benefit all the world, is now expounded wherever you roam. Do not recklessly proclaim it. If there be any hearers who joyfully receive with profound obeisance, you may know these people are of Avivartikam. If there be any who receive this sutra law in faith, these people must have already seen Buddhas of past times, revered and worshipped them, and heard this law. If there be any people who are able to believe your preaching, they must have seen me, and also seen you and these bhikshus, as well as these bodhisattvas. This law flower sutra is preached for men of profound wisdom. Men of shallow knowledge, hearing it, go astray, not understanding. All the Shravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas cannot by their powers attain this sutra. Sariputra, even you, into this sutra can only enter by faith. How much more difficult for the other Shravakas. All the other Shravakas, because of believing the Buddha's words, obediently follow this sutra. But it is not that they themselves have knowledge. Again, Sariputra, to those who are haughty and lazy, and to those with self-centered views, do not preach this sutra. Common shallow people, deeply attached to the 5 desires, who on hearing cannot apprehend, do not preach it to them. If any people do not believe in and vilify this sutra, they may cut themselves off from all the Buddha seeds in the worlds. Or if again they solemnly frown and cherish doubts and perplexities, listen to my declaration concerning the recompense of such people's sin. Whether during the Buddha's lifetime or after his extinction, if there be any who slander such a sutra as this, who seeing those who read and recite, write or hold this sutra, scorn and despise, hate and envy them, and bear them a tenacious grudge, concerning the recompense of such people's sin, listen now again. After their lifetime's end, they will enter into the Avicii hell for a complete kalpa, being born again at each kalpa's end, and thus revolving in innumerable kalpas. When they come out of hell, they will be degraded to animals, such as dogs or jackals, with lean-cheeked forms, blue-black, with scabs and sores, knocked about by men. Moreover, by men hated and scorned, constantly suffering hunger and thirst, bones and flesh withered. During life, beaten with thorns, and after death with potsherds and stones, because of cutting themselves off from the Buddha seed, they receive such recompense for their sin. Perhaps they become camels or are born amongst asses, always carrying burdens on their backs, being beaten with sticks, thinking only of water and grass, knowing nothing else. Because of slandering this sutra, such is their punishment. Sometimes, becoming jackals, they enter a village, their bodies scabbed with sores, having not even an eye, by all the boys beaten and stoned, suffering bitter pains, at times even beaten to death. When they have thus died, again they each receive a serpent's body of a shape as long as 500 yojanas. Deaf and stupid, without feet, they wriggle about on their bellies, by many kinds of insects, stung and devoured. Day and night in misery, with never any rest. Because of slandering this sutra, such is their punishment. Should they become human beings, their powers of life are blunted, short and ugly, palsied and lame, blind, deaf and humpbacked. Whatever they may say, people do not believe. Their breath is vile, they are possessed by demons, they are needy and menial, ordered about by others, often ill and emaciated, having none on whom to rely. Though they are dependent on others, these take no notice of them. Even if they gain anything, they instantly forget and lose it. If they make use of means of healing and follow the usual methods of treatment, other ailments will only be added, or again they will cause their patients to die. If they themselves are ill, none will save and cure them. Though they take good medicine, their disease becomes increasingly severe. If other people cause rebellion and plunder and rob for such crimes as these, the retribution pervertedly falls on them. Such sinners as these never see the Buddha, the King of all the holy ones, who preaches the law, instructs and transforms. Such sinners as these are always born in distress. Mad, deaf and confused in mind, they never hear the law. During kalpas innumerable as the sands of the Ganges, whenever they are born, they are deaf and dumb, and with deficient natural powers. They constantly dwell in the hells as their pleasure gardens, or in other evil states as their dwellings. Among asses, hogs, and dogs are the places where they must go. Because of slandering this sutra, such is their punishment. If they become human beings, they are deaf, blind, and dumb, poor, needy, and feeble, as their own ornament. Dropsy and scurf, scabs, sores, and abscesses, all such ills as these, will be their apparel. Their bodies are always fetid abodes, filthy and unclean. They are deeply absorbed in themselves. They become angrier and angrier. Their carnal passions are utterly inflamed. They are no better than animals. Because of slandering this sutra, such is their punishment. I say to you, Sariputra, those who slander this sutra, if I told the tale of their evils, I could not exhaust them in a whole kalpa. And for this cause and reason, I especially say to you, amongst undiscerning people, do not preach this sutra. If there be any who are clever, of clear wisdom, learned and of strong memory, who seek after the Buddha way, to such people as these, then you may preach it. If any have ever seen hundreds of thousands of kotis of Buddhas, cultivated many roots of goodness, and been firm in their inmost minds, to such people as these, then you may preach it. If any have zealously progressed, constantly maintained kindly hearts, and never spared body and life, then you may preach it to them. If any have been reverent with unvarying mind, having left all the ignorant and dwelt alone in mountains and swamps, to such people as these, then you may preach it. Again, Sariputra, if you see any who give up bad friends and make friends of the good, to such people as these, then you may preach it. If you see Buddha's sons who keep the commands in purity, like pure bright jewels, who seek the great vehicle sutra, to such people as these, then you may preach it. If any be free from irascibility, of upright character and patient, always compassionate to all beings, and reverent to the Buddhas, to such people as these, then you may preach it. Further, if there be Buddha's sons, who in the general assembly with pure hearts, by various reasonings, parables, and expressions, expound law without hesitation, to such people as these, then you may preach it. If there be bhikshus who, for the sake of perfect knowledge, seek the law in every direction, folding their hands in profound obeisance, only pleased to receive and keep the great vehicle sutra, even without accepting a single verse of any other sutra, to such people as these, then you may preach it. Like a man who with all his mind seeks for the Buddha's relics, so those who seek the sutra, and having obtained it, receive it with profound obeisance, and who are not again bent on seeking other sutras, and also have never minded books of other philosophies, to such people as these, then you may preach it. I say to you, Sariputra, were I to speak in detail of all these kinds of seekers after the Buddha way, in a whole kalpa, I could not finish. Such people as these are able to believe and discern. You should to them preach the sutra of the flower of the wonderful law. Chapter 4, Faith Discernment. At that time, the wisdom-destined Subhuti, Mahakaccayana, Mahakashyapa, and Mahamorgalyana, hearing from the Buddha the unprecedented law and the prediction by the world-honored one of Sariputra's future destiny of perfect enlightenment, were struck with wonder and ecstatic with joy. Thereupon they rose from their seats, and arranging their garments, humbly bearing their right shoulders, placing their right knees on the ground, with one mind folding their hands, bending their bodies in reverence, and gazing upon his honored face, addressed the Buddha, saying, We, heads of the monks in years moreover worn out, consider that we have attained nirvana, and that there is nothing more we are able to undertake. So we do not press forward to seek after perfect enlightenment. The world-honored one for a long time has been preaching the law, and we, all the time seated in our places, have become weary in our bodies and neglectful, only thinking of the void, of the formless, and of non-function. But in regard to the Bodhisattva laws, their supernatural displays, the purifying of the Buddha lands, and the perfecting of all living beings, our hearts have not taken delight. Wherefore, because we have fancied that the world-honored one had caused us to escape the triple world and to obtain proof of nirvana, and besides, now we are so worn with age that in regard to perfect enlightenment, for which the Buddha instructs bodhisattvas, we have not conceived a single fond thought of joy. Now we, in the presence of the Buddha, hearing that Shravakas are predicted to attain perfect enlightenment, are extremely glad in our minds and have obtained that which we have never experienced before. Unexpectedly, we now of a sudden hear this rare law. Profoundly do we congratulate ourselves on having acquired so great and good a gain, an inestimable jewel, without the seeking. World-honored one, now let us have the pleasure of speaking in a parable to make plain this meaning. It is like a man who in his youth leaves his father and runs away. For long he dwells in some other country, for 10, 20, or 50 years. The older he grows, the more needy he becomes. Roaming about in all directions to seek clothing and food, he gradually wanders along till he unexpectedly approaches his native country. From the first, the father searched for his son, but in vain, and meanwhile settled in a certain city. His home became very rich, his goods and treasures incalculable, gold, silver, lapis lazuli, coral, amber, crystal, and other gems, so that his granaries and treasuries overflow. He has many youths and slaves, retainers and attendants, and numberless elephants, horses, carriages, animals to ride, cows and sheep. His revenues and investments spread to other countries, and his traders and customers are many in the extreme. At this time, the poor son, wandering through village after village and passing through countries and cities, at last reaches the city where his father has settled. The father has always been thinking of his son, and though he has been parted from him over 50 years, he has never spoken of the matter to anyone, only pondering it himself and cherishing regret in his heart as he reflects, old and worn, I own much wealth, gold, silver, and jewels, granaries and treasuries overflowing, but I have no son. Someday my end will come and my wealth will be scattered and lost, for there is no one to whom I can leave it. Thus does he earnestly, whenever he thinks of his son, repeat this reflection. If I could only get back my son and commit my wealth to him, how contented and happy should I be, with never any more anxiety. World-honoured one. Meanwhile, the poor son, hired for wages here and there, unexpectedly arrives at his father's house. Standing by the gate, he sees from afar his father seated on a lion couch, his feet on a jewelled footstool, revered and surrounded by Brahmins, Kshatriyas, and citizens, and with strings of pearls worth thousands of myriads adorning his body. Attendants and young slaves with white fly whisks wait upon him right and left. He is covered by a precious canopy from which hang streamers of flowers. Perfume is sprinkled on the earth. All kinds of famous flowers are scattered around, and precious things are placed in rows. Some he accepts, others he rejects. Such is his glory and the honour of his dignity. The poor son, seeing his father possessed of such great power, was seized with fear, regretting that he had come to this place, and secretly reflected thus: this must be a king or someone of royal rank. There is no place for me to obtain anything for the hire of my labour. I had better go to some poor hamlet, where there is a place to hire out my labour, and food and clothing are easier to get. If I tarry here long, I may suffer oppression and forced labour. Having reflected thus, he hastily runs away. Meanwhile, the rich elder on his lion seat has recognized his son at first sight, and with great joy in his mind has thus reflected: now I have the one to whom my treasuries of wealth are to be made over. Always have I been thinking of this, my son, with no means of seeing him. But suddenly he himself has come, and my longing is satisfied. Though worn with years, I still yearn for him. Instantly he dispatches his attendants to rush after him and fetch him back. Thereupon the messengers hasten forth to seize him. The poor son, surprised and scared, loudly cries his complaint: I have committed no offence against you. Why should I be arrested? The messengers all the more hasten to lay hold of him and compel him to go back. Thereupon the poor son thinks to himself that though he is innocent, yet he will be imprisoned, and that will certainly mean his death, so that he is all the more terrified, faints away, and falls on the ground. The father, seeing this from afar, gives the messengers his word: there is no need for this man. Do not fetch him by force. Sprinkle cold water on his face to restore him to consciousness, and do not speak to him any further. Wherefore, the father, knowing that his son's disposition is inferior, knowing that his own lordly position has caused distress to his son, yet profoundly assured that he is his son, tactfully says nothing to others that this is his son. A messenger says to the son: I now set you free. Go wherever you will. The poor son is delighted, thus obtaining the unexpected. He rises from the ground and goes to a poor hamlet in search of food and clothing. Then the elder, desiring to attract his son, sets up a device. Secretly he sends two men of doleful and undignified appearance, saying, you go and visit that place and gently say to the poor man, there is a place for you to work here. You'll be given double wages. If the poor man agrees, bring him back and give him work. If he asks what work you do wish him to do, then you may say to him, it is for removing a heap of dirt that we hire you, and we both also would work along with you. Then the two messengers went in search of the poor son, and having found him, placed before him the above proposal. Thereupon the poor son, having received his wages beforehand, joins with them in removing the dirt heap. His father, beholding the son, is struck with compassion for and wonder at him. Another day he sees at a distance through a window his son's figure, gaunt, lean and doleful, filthy and unclean from the piles of dirt and dust. Thereupon he takes off his strings of jewels, his soft attire and ornaments, and puts on again a coarse, torn and dirty garment, smears his body with dust, takes a dustpan in his right hand, and with an appearance of fear says to the labourers, "Get on with your work, don't be lazy." By such a device he gets near his son, to whom he soon afterwards says, "I am a man, you stay and work here, do not go again elsewhere. I will increase your wages. Whatever you need, bowls, utensils, rice, wheat, flour, salt, vinegar, and so on, have no hesitation. Besides, there is an old and worn-out servant whom you should be given if you need him. Be at ease in your mind. I am, as it were, your father. Do not be worried again. Wherefore, I am old and advanced in years, but you are young and vigorous. All the time you have been working, you have never been deceitful, lazy, angry, or grumbling. I have never seen you have such vices as these, like other labourers. From this time forth, you shall be as my own begotten son." Thereupon the elder gives him a name anew and calls him a son. Then the poor son, though he rejoices at this happening, still thinks of himself as a humble hireling. For this reason, for 20 years he continues to be employed for removing dirt. After this period, there is confidence between them, and he goes in and out at his ease, though his abode is still the original place. World-honoured one. Then the elder becomes ill, and knowing that he will shortly die, says to the poor son, "Now I possess abundant gold, silver, and precious things, and my granaries and treasuries are full to overflowing. The quantities of these things and the amounts which should be received and given, I want you to understand in detail, such is my mind. Do you agree to this my will? Wherefore? Because now I and you are of the same mind. Be increasingly mindful, so that there be no waste." Then the poor son accepts his instructions and commands, and becomes acquainted with all the goods, gold, silver, and precious things, as well as all the granaries and treasuries, but has no idea of expecting to receive as much as a meal, while his abode is still the original place, and his sense of inferiority too, he is still unable to abandon. After a short time has passed, again the father, knowing that his son's ideas have gradually been enlarged and his will well developed, and that he despises his previous state of mind, on seeing that his own end is near, commands his son to come, and at the same time gathers together his relatives and the king's ministers, kshatriyas, and citizens. When they are all assembled, he thereupon addresses them, saying, "Know, gentlemen, this is my son, begotten by me. It is over 50 years since from a certain city he left me and ran away to endure loneliness and misery. His former name was so-and-so, and my name is so-and-so. At that time in that city I sought him sorrowfully. Suddenly in this place I met and regained him. This is really my son, and I am really his father. Now all the wealth which I possess belongs entirely to my son, and all my previous disbursements and receipts are known by this son." World-honoured one, when the poor son heard these words of his father, great was his joy at such unexpected news, and thus he thought, "Without any mind for or effort on my part, these treasures now come of themselves to me." World-honoured one, the very rich elder is the Tathagata, and we are all as the Buddha's sons. The Tathagata has always declared that we are his sons. World-honoured one, because of the three sufferings in the midst of births and deaths, we have borne all kinds of torments, being deluded and ignorant, and enjoying our attachment to trifles. Today, the world-honoured one has caused us to ponder over and remove the dirt of all diverting discussions of inferior laws or things. In these we have been diligent to make progress and have got but a day's pay for our effort to reach nirvana. Having got this, we greatly rejoiced and were contented, saying to ourselves, "For our diligence and progress in the Buddha law, what we have received is ample. But the world-honoured one, knowing beforehand that our minds were attached to low desires and delighted in inferior things, let us go our own way and does not discriminate against us, saying, "You shall yet have control of the treasury of Tathagata knowledge." The world-honoured one, by his tactful power, tells of the Tathagata wisdom. But we, though following the Buddha and receiving but a day's wage of nirvana, have deemed it a great gain and never devoted ourselves to seeking after his great vehicle. We also have declared and expounded the Tathagata wisdom to Bodhisattvas, but in regard to this great vehicle, we have never had a longing for it. Wherefore, the Buddha, knowing that our minds delight in inferior things, by his tactful power, teaches according to our capacity, but still we do not perceive that we are really Buddha's sons. Now we have just realized that the world-honored one does not begrudge the Buddha wisdom. Therefore, from old we are really sons of the Buddha, but only have taken pleasure in minor matters. If we had had a mind to take pleasure in the great, the Buddha would have preached the great vehicle law to us. Now he in this sutra preaches only the one vehicle, and though formerly in the presence of Bodhisattvas he spoke disparagingly of Shravakas who were pleased with minor matters, yet the Buddha had in reality been instructing them in the great vehicle. Therefore we say that though we have no mind to hope or expect it, yet now the great treasure of the King of the Law has of itself come to us, and such things that the Buddha's sons should obtain, we have all obtained. Then Mahakashyapa, desiring to proclaim this meaning over again, spoke thus in verse. We on this day have heard the Buddha's voice teach and are ecstatic with joy at having obtained the unprecedented. The Buddha declares that we Shravakas will become Buddhas. His peerless collection of treasures we have received without seeking. It is like a youth, immature and ignorant, who leaves his father and runs away to other lands far distant, wandering about in many countries for over 50 years. His father, with anxious care, searches in all directions. Wearied with his search, he abides in a certain city, where he builds a house, enjoying the pleasures of life. Very rich is his house, with abundance of gold and silver, moonstone and agates, pearls and lapis lazuli, elephants, horses, oxen and sheep, palanquins, litters, carriages, husbandmen, young slaves, and a multitude of people. His revenues and investments spread even to other countries. His traders and customers are found everywhere. 1,000 myriad kotis of people surround and honor him. Constantly by the king he is held in affection. All the ministers and noble families honor him highly. For all these reasons his guests are many. Such are the abundance of his wealth and the greatness of his power. But his years are wearing away, and he grieves the more over his son. Morning and night he ponders, the time of my death is approaching. My foolish son has left me for over 50 years. These things in my storehouses, what shall I do with them? At that time the poor son seeks food and clothing from city to city, from country to country, sometimes getting something, sometimes nothing. Famished, weak and gaunt, covered with scabs and sores, gradually he passes along to the city where his father dwells. Hired for wages, he roams about, at last reaching his father's house. At that very hour, the elder within his gates has set up a great jeweled curtain and sits on a lion's seat, surrounded by his attendants, everybody taking care of him. Some are counting gold, silver, and precious things, others in coming and outgoing goods, noting and recording bonds. The poor son, seeking his father, so noble and splendid, thinks, this must be a king or one of royal rank. Alarmed and wondering, he says, why have I come here? Again he thinks to himself, if I tarry here long, I may suffer oppression. and be driven to forced labour. Having pondered thus, he runs off in haste in search of some poor place that he may go and hide his labour. At that time the elder on the lion's seat, seeing his son from afar, secretly recognises him and instantly orders servants to pursue and fetch him back. The poor son cries in alarm, faints away and falls to the ground, saying, "These men have caught me, I shall certainly be killed. Why for food and clothing did I come here?" The elder, knowing that his son, being foolish and inferior, will not believe in his word, nor believe that he is his father, with tactful method again dispatches other men, one-eyed, squat, common, and unimposing, saying, "You go and tell him, saying, you are hired along with us to remove dirt and rubbish, and you shall be given double wages." The poor son, hearing this, is glad and comes with them for the purpose of removing dirt and cleansing outhouses. The elder, through a lattice, continually seeks his son, and thinks of him as foolish and pleased with humble things. Then the elder, donning a tattered, dirty garment, takes a dirt hod, goes to where his son is, and by this device gets near him, bidding him be diligent, saying, "I have decided to increase your wages, besides oil for your feet and plenty of food and drink and thick warm mats." Then with sharp words he thus chides, "Get on with the work." Again he speaks gently, "You are as if you were my son." The elder, being wise, gradually causes him to go in and out, and after 20 years employs him in house affairs, showing him gold and silver, pearls and crystal, and the incoming and outgoings of things. All these he makes him know. Still he dwells without, lodging in a hovel, for himself thinking of penurious things, saying, "These things are not mine." The father, knowing his son's mind, has gradually developed and The father, knowing his son's mind has gradually developed and wishing to give him his wealth, gathers together his relatives, princes and ministers, kshatriyas and citizens. In this great assembly, he announces, "This is my son, who left me and went elsewhere 50 years ago. Since I saw my son arrive, 20 years have passed. Long ago in a certain city, I lost this son. In wandering round in search of him, at last I arrived here. All that I have, houses and people, I entirely give to him. He is free to use them as he will." The son thinks of his former property and inferior disposition. The son thinks of his former poverty and inferior disposition, yet anew from his father. Obtains such great treasures, together with houses and buildings, and all this wealth, and so rejoices greatly on receiving such unexpected fortune. So it is with the Buddha. Knowing that we are pleased with trifles, he did not before proclaim, "You will become Buddhas," but said that we, who are attaining faultlessness and perfect in Hinayana, are his Shravaka disciples. The Buddha commands us, "Preach the Most High Way," and that these who practice it will become Buddhas. We, receiving the Buddha's teaching for the sake of great Bodhisattvas by numerous reasonings, by various parables, and by so many expressions, preach the Supreme Way. The sons of the Buddha, hearing the law from us, day and night, ponder over, and with unflagging zeal practice it. Then the Buddhas will predict of them, "You in a future generation shall become Buddhas." The mystic law of all the Buddhas can only to Bodhisattvas be expounded in full reality. So not to us till now was this truth preached. Just as that poor son, who came to be near his father, though he knew all the goods, had no hope of possessing them, so we, though we proclaim the treasure of the Buddha law, yet had no will or wish for it, being also like him. We, with the extinction of inward fires, consider ourselves satisfied. Having thus settled this matter, nothing more remained to be done. Even if we had heard of the purification of Buddha lands and the conversion of the living beings, we would never have rejoiced. And wherefore? because we fancy that all things were altogether void, without birth, without extinction, nothing large, nothing small, without fault, without effort. Thinking thus, with no conception of joy, we for long neither coveted nor were attached to the Buddha wisdom, nor had we any will or wish for it. But we, in regards to the law, considered we had reached finality. We, for a long time, practicing the law of the void, obtained release from the triple world's distressing troubles, dwelling in the final bodily state of nirvana, in which form still remains. Being instructed by the Buddha, we thought we had, without a doubt, attained the way, and that we had therefore repaid the Buddha's grace. Though we, for the sake of all Buddha's sons, have preached the Bodhisattva law, that they should seek the Buddha way, yet we, in regard to this law, had never any wish or pleasure. Our leader saw and let us alone, because he looked into our minds. So at first he did not stir up our zeal by telling of the true gain. Just as the rich elder, knowing his son's inferior disposition, by his tactfulness subdues his mind, and afterwards gives him all his wealth, so is it with the Buddha in his display of rarities. Knowing those who delight in trifles, and by his tactfulness subduing their minds, he instructs them in the greater wisdom. Today we have obtained that which we have never had before. What we had not previously looked for, now we have unexpectedly obtained, just as that poor son obtained inestimable treasures. World-honored one, now we have got the way and got the fruit, and in the faultless law attained to clear vision. We, for long, having kept the Buddha's pure commands, today for the first time obtain their fruit and reward. In the law of the Law King, having long practiced holy deeds, now we have attained to the faultless, peerless great fruit. Now we are really hearers of the sound, who cause all beings to hear the sound of the Buddha way. Now we are really arhats, who in all the worlds of gods, men, maras, and Brahmins, universally by them are worthy of worship. The world-honored one, in his great grace, by things which are rare, has compassion for and instructs and benefits us. Through countless kotis of kalpas, who could repay him? Service by hands and feet, homage with the head, all kinds of offerings, are all unable to repay him. If one bore him on one's head or carried him on one's shoulders, through kalpas numerous as the sands of the Ganges, or revered him with one's whole mind, or with the best of food, or garments of countless value, and all kinds of bed things, of every sort of medicament, or with ox head sandalwood, and all kinds of jewels, erected stupas and monasteries, or carpeted the grounds with precious garments, with such things as these to pay homage through kalpas as the sands of the Ganges, yet would one be unable to repay. Buddhas rarely appear with their infinite and boundless, inconceivably great transcendent powers. They are faultless and effortless, the kings of the law, who are able for inferior minds patiently to bide their time in this matter, and for common folk attached to externals to preach as is befitting. Buddhas in the law attain to supreme power, knowing all living beings with their various desires and pleasures and their powers. So according to their capacities by innumerable parables, they preach the law to them. According as all living beings in past lives have planted good roots, the Buddhas, knowing the mature and the immature, and taking account of each, discriminating and understanding in the one vehicle as may be befitting, they preach the three. That's the end of chapter 4. So I'll have a 10-minute break. Chapter 5, the parable of the herbs. At that time, the world-honored one addressed Mahakashyapa and the other great disciples. Good, good, Kashyapa. You have well proclaimed the real merits of the Tathagata. Truly they are as you have said. The Tathagata, in addition, has infinite, boundless, innumerable merits, which if you spoke of for infinite kotis of kalpas, you could not fully express. No, Kashyapa. The Tathagata is the king of the law. Whatever he declares is wholly free from falsity. He expounds all the laws by wise tactfulness. The law preached by him all leads to the stage of perfect knowledge. The Tathagata sees and knows what is the good of all the laws, and also knows what all living beings in their inmost hearts are doing. He penetrates them without hindrance. Moreover, in regard to all laws, having the utmost understanding of them, he reveals to all living beings the wisdom of perfect knowledge. Kashyapa, suppose in the 3,000 great thousandfold world there are growing on the mountains, along the rivers and streams, in the valleys and on the land, plants, trees, thickets, forests, and medicinal herbs of various and numerous kinds, with names and colours all different. A dense cloud spreading over and everywhere, covering the whole 3,000 great thousandfold world, pours down its rain equally at the same time. Its moisture universally fertilizes the plants, trees, thickets, forests, and medicinal herbs, with their tiny roots, tiny stalks, tiny twigs, tiny leaves, their medium-sized roots, medium stalks, medium twigs, medium leaves, their big roots, big stalks, big twigs, and big leaves. Every tree, big or little, according to its superior, middle, or lower capacity, receives its share. From the rain of the one cloud, each according to the nature of its kind, requires its development, opening its blossoms and bearing its fruit. Though produced in one soil and moistened by the same rain, yet these plants and trees are all different. No, Kashyapa. The Tathagata is also like this. He appears in the world like the rising of that great cloud. Universally he extends his great call over the world of gods, men, and asuras. Just as that great cloud everywhere covers the 3,000 great thousandfold region. In the great assembly he sounds forth these words. I am the Tathagata, the worshipful, the all-wise, the perfectly enlightened in conduct, the well-departed, the understander of the world, the peerless leader, the controller, the teacher of gods and men, the Buddha, the world-honored one. Those who have not yet been saved I cause to be saved. Those who have not yet been set free to be set free. Those who have not yet been comforted to be comforted. Those who have not yet obtained nirvana to obtain nirvana. I know the present world and the world to come as they really are. I am the all-knowing, the all-seeing, the knower of the way, the opener of the way, the preacher of the way. Come to me, all you gods, men, and asuras, to hear the law. At that moment, numberless thousand myriad kotis of classes of living beings came to the Buddha to hear the law. Thereupon the Tathagata, observing the natural powers of all these beings, keen or dull, zealous or indifferent, according to their capacity, preached to them the law in varying and unstinted ways. causing them all to rejoice and joyfully obtain much profit. All these living beings, having heard this law, are comforted in the present life, and afterward will be born in happy states, where they will be made joyful by the truth and also hear the law. Having heard the law, they are freed from hindrances, and according to their capacity in all the laws, they gradually enter the way. Just as that great cloud, raining on all the plants, trees, thickets, forests, and medicinal herbs, and according to the nature of their seed, perfectly fertilizing them, so that each grows and develops, so the law, preached by the Tathagata, is of one form and flavor, that is to say, deliverance, abandonment, extinction, and finally the attainment of perfect knowledge. If there be living beings who hear the law of the Tathagatas and read, recite, and practice it as preached by him, their achievements will not enable them to understand their own nature. Wherefore, because there is only the Tathagata who knows the seed, the form, the embodiment, and the nature of all these living beings, what things they are reflecting over, what things they are thinking, what things practicing, how reflecting, how thinking, how practicing, by what laws reflecting, by what laws thinking, by what laws practicing, and by what laws attaining to what laws. There is only the Tathagata who in reality sees clearly and without hindrance the stages in which all living beings are, just as those plants, trees, thickets, forests, medicinal herbs, and others do not know their own natures, superior, middle, or inferior. The Tathagata knows this unitary essential law, that is to say, deliverance, abandonment, extinction, final nirvana of eternal tranquility, ending in return to the void. The Buddha, knowing this and observing the dispositions of all living beings, supports and protects them. For this reason, he does not immediately declare to them the complete and perfect wisdom. Kashyapa, all of you, a most rare thing it is that you should be able to know the law preached by the Tathagata as he sees fit, and be able to believe and able to receive it. Wherefore? Because the law preached by the Buddhas, the world-honored ones, as they see fit, is difficult to discern and difficult to know. At that time, the world-honored one, desiring to proclaim this teaching over again, spoke thus in verse. The Law King who destroys existence appears in this world. According to the natures of all living beings, he preaches the law discriminately. The Tathagata is greatly to be honored and profound in wisdom. For long has he kept secret this essential truth, not endeavoring hastily to declare it. The wise, if they hear it, are able to believe and discern. The ignorant doubt and turn away, losing it perpetually. Therefore, Kashyapa, according to their powers, I preach to them with varied reasonings to bring them to right views. Know, Kashyapa, it is like a great cloud rising above the world, covering all things everywhere. A beneficent cloud full of moisture, flashes of lightning shine and glint, the voice of thunder vibrates afar, bringing gladness and ease to all. The sun's rays are veiled, and the earth is cooled. The cloud lowers and spreads as if it might be caught and gathered. Its rain everywhere equally descends on all sides, streaming and pouring without stint, enriching all the land. On mountains, by rivers, in steep valleys, in hidden recesses, there grow the plants, trees, and herbs. Trees big or small, the shoots of all the ripening grain, sugar cane and grapevine, all these by the rain are fertilized and abundantly enriched. The dry ground is all soaked, and herbs and trees flourish together. From the one water which issued from that cloud, plants, trees, thickets, forests, according to their need, receive moisture. All the trees, superior, middle, inferior, all, each according to its size, grow and develop, roots, stalks, branches, and leaves, blossoms and fruits in their brilliant colours. By the pouring of the one rain, all become fresh and glossy. Just as their bodies, forms, and natures are divided into great and small, so the enriching rain, though one and the same, yet makes each flourish. In the same manner, the Buddha also appears in the world, like a great cloud, universally covering all things. And having appeared in the world, he, for the sake of all living beings, discriminates and proclaims the reality of all the laws. The great holy world-honored one, among the gods and men and all the other beings, proclaims this, saying, I am the Tathagata, the most honored among men. I appear in the world just like the great cloud, to pour enrichment on all parched living beings, to free them all from misery, and to attain the joy of peace, joy in the world, and the joy of nirvana. Gods, men, and all, with all your mind hearken to me. Come all of you here, and behold the peerless honored one. I am the world honored one, who cannot be equaled. To give peace to all creatures, I appear in the world, and for the hosts of the living, preach the law, pure as sweet dew, the one and only law of emancipation and nirvana. With one transcendent voice, I proclaim this meaning, constantly taking the great vehicle as my subject. I look upon all living beings everywhere with equal eyes, without distinction of persons, or mind of love or hate. I have no predilections, no limitations or partiality. Ever to all beings, I preach the law equally. As I preach to one person, so I preach to all. Constantly I proclaim the law, never occupied with aught else. Going or coming, sitting or standing, I never weary of pouring it abundantly upon the world, like the rain enriching universally. Honored and humble, high and low, law keepers and law breakers, those of perfect character and those of imperfect, orthodox and heterodox, quick-witted and dull-witted, with equal mind, I reign the reign of the law, unwearyingly. All living creatures, on hearing my law, according to their receptive powers, find their abode in their several places. Some dwell amongst gods or men, or holy wheel-rolling kings, or Shakra, Brahma, or other kings. These are like smaller herbs. Those who know the faultless law and are able to attain nirvana, who cultivate the six transcendent faculties and obtain the three clear views, who dwell alone in mountain forests, ever practicing meditation, and obtain pratyekya Buddhahood, these are the larger herbs. Those who seek the world-honored one, resolving, we will become Buddhas, and practice zeal and meditation, these are the superior herbs. And these Buddha sons who single-mindedly walk the Buddha way, ever practicing compassion, assured that they will become Buddhas, certainly and without doubt, these are named shrubs. The firmly settled in the transcendent faculties, who roll the unretreating wheel and save infinite hundreds, thousands of kotis of the living, such bodhisattvas as these are named trees. The Buddha's equal preaching is like one rain, but beings, according to their nature, receive it differently. Just as the plants and trees each take a varying supply. The Buddha, by this parable, tactfully reveals and with various expressions proclaims the one law. But of the Buddha wisdom, it is as a drop of the ocean. I rain down the rain of the law, filling the whole world, the one essential law, to be practiced according to ability, just as those thickets, forests, herbs, and trees, according to their size, luxuriantly develop. The law of all Buddhas, ever by its essential oneness, causes all the worlds universally to gain perfect wheel. Gradually, by its observance, all attain the way's fruition. Shravakas and Pratyekya Buddhas, who dwell in the mountain forests, are in the final bodily state, and hearing the law, reach fruition, are named herbs, each progressing in growth. As to the bodhisattvas who are firm in wisdom, penetrate the triple world, and seek the highest vehicle, these are named shrubs, which gain increasing growth. Again, those who practice meditation and gain transcendent powers, who hearing the doctrine of the void, greatly rejoice in their minds, and emitting innumerable rays, save all living beings. These are named trees, which gain increasing growth. Like this Kashyapa is the law preached by the Buddha. It is just like a great cloud, which with the same kind of rain enriches men and blossoms, so that each bears fruit. Know, Kashyapa, by numerous reasonings and various parables, I reveal the Buddha way. This is my tactful method. All Buddhas do the same. What I have now said to you all is the various truth. All Shravakas have not yet attained nirvana. The way in which you walk is the Bodhisattva way. By gradually practicing and learning, all of you will become Buddhists. Chapter 6, Prediction. At that time, the world-honored one, after pronouncing this verse, addressed all the great assembly, uttering words like these. This, my disciple Mahakashyapa, in the world to come, shall do homage to 300 myriad kotis of world-honored Buddhas, serving, revering, honoring, and extolling them, and widely proclaiming the infinite great law of the Buddhas. In his final bodily state, he will become a Buddha, whose name will be called Radiance Tathagata, worshipful, all-wise, perfectly enlightened in conduct, well-departed, understander of the world, peerless leader, controller, teacher of gods and men, Buddha, world-honored one, whose domain is named radiant virtue, and whose kalpa is named great magnificence. The lifetime of that Buddha will be 12 minor kalpas. His righteous law will abide in the world for 20 minor kalpas, and the counterfeit law will also abide for 20 minor kalpas. His domain will be beautiful, devoid of dirt, potsherds, thorns, and unclean odor. His land will be level and straight, with no uneven places, neither pitfalls nor mounds. Its ground of lapis lazuli, lines of jeweled trees, golden cords to bound the ways, strewn with precious flowers, and purity reigning everywhere. In that domain, the Bodhisattvas will be infinite 1,000 kotis, with Shravakas numberless. No Mara deeds will be there, and though there are Mara and Mara's people, they all will protect the Buddha law. At that time, the world-honored one, desiring to proclaim his teaching over again, spoke thus in verse. I say to you, bhikshus, that with my Buddha eyes, I see that this Kashyapa, in the world to come, after innumerable kalpas, will become a Buddha. And that in the world to come, he will serve and pay homage to 300 myriad kotis of world-honored Buddhas. For the sake of the Buddha wisdom, he will purely practice the Brahma life, serving the highest and most honored of men, putting into practice all the peerless wisdom, and in his final bodily state become a Buddha. His land will be pure, with lapis lazuli for ground, abundance of jewel trees lining the roadsides, golden cords to bound the ways, rejoicing the beholders, ever-pervading fragrance, rare flowers strewn everywhere, every kind of rarity adding to its splendor. Its land will be level, free from mounds and hollows. Many bodhisattvas of untold number and gentle mind will attain great transcendent powers and reverently keep the Buddha's great vehicle sutras. His multitude of Shravakas of faultless final form, sons of the Law King, will be beyond count. Even the eyes of the gods cannot know their number. That Buddha's lifetime will be 12 minor kalpas. His righteous law will abide in the world for 20 minor kalpas. The counterfeit law will abide for 20 minor kalpas. Such will be the history of the radiant world-honored one. Thereupon Maha Moudgalyana, Subhuti, Maha Katyana, and others all tremblingly folded their hands with one mind, and gazing up into the world-honored one's face, not for an instant lowering their eyes, with united voice spoke thus in verse. Great hero, world-honored one, Law King of the Sakyas, out of compassion for us, grant us the Buddha announcement. If thou dost know the depths of our minds and predict our future destinies, it will be like pouring sweet dew to change the heat to coolness, like one from a famine land suddenly finding a royal repast, yet cherishing doubt and fear, not daring at once to eat, but when instructed by the king, then daring to eat. Thus it is with us, while minding Hinayana error, we know not how to obtain the supreme wisdom of the Buddha. Though we hear the voice of the Buddha who says we shall become Buddhas, our hearts are still anxious and afraid, like him who dare not eat. But if we receive the Buddha's prediction, then shall we be happy and at ease. Great hero, world-honored one, thou dost ever desire to pacify the world. Be pleased to bestow our prediction, like bidding the famished to feast. Thereupon the world-honored one, knowing the thoughts and the minds of those senior disciples, addressed all the bhikshus. This Subhuti in the world to come shall do homage to 300 myriad kotis of mayutas of Buddhas, serving, revering, honoring, and extolling them, practicing the Brahma life and perfecting the Bodhisattva way. In his final bodily state, he will become a Buddha whose title will be Name Form Tathagata, worshipful, all-wise, perfectly enlightened in conduct, well-departed, understander of the world, peerless leader, controller, teacher of gods and men, Buddha, world-honored one, whose kalpa is named possessing jewels, and whose domain is named jewel-producing. His land will be level and straight, with crystals for ground, adorned with jewel trees, devoid of mounds and pits, gravel, thorns, and unclean ordure. The earth covered with precious flowers, and purity reigning everywhere. All the people in that land will dwell on jeweled terraces and in pearly palaces. Shravaka disciples will be innumerable and limitless. They can be made known neither by figures nor by metaphors. And the Bodhisattva hosts will be numberless, thousand myriad kotis of mayutas. The lifetime of that Buddha will be 12 minor kalpas. His righteous law will abide in the world for 20 minor kalpas, and the counterfeit law will also abide for 20 minor kalpas. That Buddha will always dwell in the Empyrean, preaching the law to living beings and delivering innumerable bodhisattvas and shravakas. At that time, the world-honored one, desiring to proclaim his teaching over again, spoke thus in verse: All you host of bhikshus, I have something to tell you. All with one mind, listen to what I say. My senior disciple, Subhuti, will become a Buddha, whose title will be Name Form. He will serve numberless myriad kotis of Buddhas, and following the practice of the Buddhas, will become perfect in the great way. In his final bodily state, he will obtain the 32 signs, and be erect and beautiful as a mountain of jewels. The domain of that Buddha will be peerless in pure splendor, so that all who behold it will love and delight in it. The Buddha in its midst will save innumerable beings. In his Buddha law, many will be the bodhisattvas, all of keen faculties, who roll the never-receding wheel. His domain is ever ornate with bodhisattvas. His Shravaka host is beyond expression and count, who all attain the 3 clear views, perfect the 6 transcendent faculties, abide in the 8 emancipations, and are greatly awe-inspiring. That Buddha preaches the law, revealing himself in infinite supernatural transformations beyond conception. Gods and people, as the sands of the Ganges in Namba, all with folded hands, hearken to that Buddha's words. That Buddha's lifetime will be 12 minor kalpas. His righteous law will abide in the world for 20 minor kalpas, and the counterfeit law will also abide for 20 minor kalpas. At that time, the world-honored one again addressed all the assembly of bhikshus, saying, Now I announce to you that this Mahakatyana, in the world to come, will worship and serve 8,000 kotis of Buddhas with many kinds of offerings, revering and honoring them. After those Buddhas are extinct, he for each of them will erect a stupa Ex-stupas 1,000 yojanas in height, of equal length and breadth, 500 yojanas, composed of the precious 7 gold, silver, lapis lazuli, moonstone, agate, pearl, and carnelian, and will serve those stupas with garlands of flowers, perfume, sandal powder, burning incense, silk canopies, flags, and banners. After this, he will again similarly serve 2 myriad kotis of Buddhas, and having served these Buddhas, he will complete his Bodhisattva way and become a Buddha whose title will be Ananda, golden light, Tathagata, worshipful, all-wise, perfectly enlightened in conduct, well-departed, understander of the world, peerless leader, controller, teacher of gods and men, Buddha, world-honored one. His land will be level and straight with crystal for ground, adorned with level trees, adorned with jeweled trees and golden cords to be bound the ways. His ground covered with wonderful flowers and purity reigning everywhere, so that beholders rejoice. The 4 evil conditions will not be there. Hells, hungry spirits, animals, and asuras, but gods and men will be many, and infinite myriad kotis of Shravakas and Bodhisattvas will adorn his domain. The lifetime of that Buddha will be 12 minor kalpas. His righteous law will abide in the world for 20 minor kalpas, and the counterfeit law will also abide for 20 minor kalpas. At that time, the world-honored one, desiring to proclaim his teaching over again, spoke thus in verse. All of you hosts of Bodhisattva, all of you hosts of bhikshus, listen to me with one mind. The words that I speak are true and infallible. This Katyayana will, with various kinds of excellent offerings, pay homage to Buddhas. After the Buddhas are extinct, he will erect stupas of the precious 7, and also with flowers and perfumes, pay homage to their relics. In his final bodily state, he will obtain the Buddha wisdom and accomplish perfect enlightenment. His land will be pure, and he will save innumerable myriad kotis of the living, being worshipped by all in every direction. His Buddha luster none can surpass, and his Buddha title will be Jambunada, golden light. Bodhisattvas and Shravakas, free from all existence, numberless, uncountable, will adorn his domain. Thereupon, the world-honored one again addressed the great assembly, saying, Now I announce to you that this Mahamudgalyana will, with various kinds of offerings, serve 8,000 Buddhas, revering and honoring them. After the extinction of these Buddhas, he for each of them will erect stupas 1,000 yojanas in height, of equal length and breadth, 500 yojanas, composed of the precious 7 gold, silver, lapis lazuli, moonstone, agate, pearl, and carnelian, and will serve them with garlands of flowers, perfume, sandal powder, burning incense, silk canopies, flags, and banners. After this, he will again similarly serve 200 myriad kotis of Buddhas, and then become a Buddha, whose title will be Tamalapatra, sandal fragrance Tathagata, worshipful, all-wise, perfectly enlightened in conduct, well-departed, understander of the world, peerless leader, controller, teacher of gods and men, Buddha, world-honored one. His kalpa will be named joyful, and his domain glad mind. Its land will be level and straight, with crystal for ground, adorned with jeweled trees, strewn with pearly flowers, and purity reigning everywhere, so that beholders rejoice. There will be gods, men, bodhisattvas, and Shravakas, countless in number. The lifetime of that Buddha will be 24 minor kalpas. His righteous law will abide in the world for 40 minor kalpas, and the counterfeit law will also abide for 40 minor kalpas. Thereupon the world-honored one, desiring to proclaim the teaching over again, spoke thus in verse. This my disciple Mahamudgalyana, after casting aside this body, will see 8,200 myriads of kotis of world-honored Buddhas, and for the sake of the Buddha way will serve and revere them. Among these Buddhas, ever practicing the Brahma life for innumerable kalpas, he will keep the Buddha law. After these Buddhas are extinct, he will erect stupas of the precious seven, displaying afar their golden spires, and with flowers, perfumes, and music, pay homage to the stupas of the Buddhas. Having gradually accomplished the Bodhisattva way in the domain glad mind, he will become a Buddha, styled Tamalapatra, sandal fragrance. The lifetime of that Buddha will be 24 kalpas. Constantly to gods and men, he will preach the Buddha way. Sravakas will be innumerable, as the sands of the Ganges, having the three clear views, the six transcendent faculties, and awe-inspiring powers. Bodhisattvas will be numberless, firm in their will and zealous in the Buddha wisdom, who never backslide. After this Buddha is extinct, his righteous law will abide for 40 minor kalpas, and the counterfeit law the same. You, my disciples of perfect powers, 500 in number, all will receive their prediction to become Buddhas in the world to come. Of my and your development in previous worlds, I will now make declaration. Do you all listen well? So that's the end of chapter 6. I'm going to have a 10-minute break. Chapter 7, the parable of the magic city. The Buddha addressed the bhikshus, saying, "Of yore in the past, infinite, boundless, and inconceivable Asankhya kalpas ago, there was then a Buddha named Universal Surpassing Wisdom Tathagata, worshipful, all-wise, perfectly enlightened in conduct, well-departed, understander of the world, peerless leader, controller, teachers of gods and men, Buddha, world-honored one, whose domain was named well completed, and whose kalpa was named great form. Bhikshus, since that Buddha became extinct, a very long time has passed. For instance, suppose the earth element in a 3,000 great thousand-fold world were by someone ground into ink, and he were to pass through 1,000 countries in an eastern direction, and then let fall one drop as large as a grain of dust, again passing through another 1,000 countries, again let fall one drop. Suppose he thus proceeds until he has finished the ink made of the earth element. What is your opinion? All these countries, is it possible for mathematicians or their disciples to find their end or confines so as to know their number? No, world-honored one. Bhikshus, suppose all those countries which that man has passed, where he has dropped a drop and where he has not ground to dust, and let one grain of the dust be a kalpa, the time since that Buddha became extinct till now still exceeds those numbers by innumerable, unlimited, 100,000 myriad kotis of asankhya kalpas. By the power of my Tathagata wisdom, I observe that length of time as if it were only today. At that time, the world-honored one, desiring to proclaim this teaching over again, spoke thus in verse. I remember in the past world, immeasurable infinite kalpas ago, a Buddha, a most honored man, named Universal Surpassing Wisdom. Suppose someone by his power ground a 3,000 great thousand-fold world with its entire earth element entirely into ink, and passing 1,000 countries, then lets fall one drop. Proceeding in like manner, he drops all this atomized ink. Suppose all such countries as these, those ink dropped and those undropped, again are entirely ground to dust, and a grain be as a kalpa. The number of these grains are exceeded by his kalpas. Since that Buddha became extinct, such are the measureless kalpas. I, the Tathagata, by unhindered wisdom, know the extinction of that Buddha and his Shravakas and Bodhisattvas as if it were now occurring. Lo, bhikshus, the Buddha wisdom is pure and minute, faultless and unhindered, penetrating through infinite kalpas. The Buddha then addressed all the bhikshus, saying, the lifetime of the Buddha Universal Surpassing Wisdom is 540 myriad kotis of nayatas of kalpas. At the beginning, when that Buddha, seated on his wisdom throne, had destroyed the army of Mara, though he was on the point of attaining perfect enlightenment, the Buddha laws were not yet revealed to him. So for a minor kalpa and then onward for 10 minor kalpas, he sat cross-legged with body and mind motionless, but the Buddha laws were not yet revealed to him. Then the gods of the 33 heavens spread for that Buddha a lion throne, a yojana high, under a Bodhi tree, so that the Buddha on this throne should attain perfect enlightenment. No sooner had he sat on that throne than the Brahma heavenly kings rained down celestial flowers over an area of 100 yojanas. A fragrant wind from time to time arose, sweeping away the withered flowers and raining fresh ones. Thus incessantly, during full 10 minor kalpas, they paid honor to the Buddha, and even till his extinction, they constantly rained those flowers, while the gods belonging to the 4 heavenly kings to honor the Buddha constantly beat celestial drums, and other gods perform celestial music during fully 10 minor kalpas and continue to do so until his extinction. Bhikshus, after the lapse of 10 minor kalpas, the Buddha, universal surpassing wisdom, attained the Buddha laws, and perfect enlightenment was revealed to him. Before that Buddha left home, he had 16 sons, the eldest of whom was named Wisdom's Store. Each of his sons had various kinds of valued amusements, but on hearing that their father had accomplished perfect enlightenment, they all gave up the things they valued and went to pay their regards to the Buddha, their weeping mothers escorting them. Their grandfather, sacred wheel-rolling king, with his 100 ministers and also 100,000 myriad kotis of his people, all surrounded and followed them to the terrace of enlightenment, all desiring to draw near to the Tathagata, universal surpassing wisdom, and to serve, revere, honor, and extol him. After their arrival, they did homage before his feet with their heads, and after making procession around him, with folded hands and in one mind, they gazed up to the world-honored one and praised him in verse, saying, "The world-honored one of great might, to save all living beings, after measureless kotis of years, thou hast now become a Buddha, and perfected all thy vows. Good indeed is our fortune, unsurpassed, for rarely do world-honored ones appear. At one sitting, 10 minor kalpas have passed, thy body and limbs still peaceful and motionless, and with mind ever tranquil, never distracted. Thou hast completed eternal nirvana, and thou dost calmly dwell in the faultless law. Now, seeing the world-honored one who has calmly accomplished the Buddha way, we have attained good fortune and congratulate ourselves with great joy. All the living are ever suffering, blind and without a leader, unaware of the way to end pain, knowing not to seek deliverance. Through the long night, evil ways have increased, diminishing the heavenly throng. The world has passed from darkness into darkness, never hearing a Buddha's name. But now the Buddha has attained the supreme, pacific, faultless law, and we, as well as gods and men, gain the greatest fortune. Therefore we all prostrate ourselves and offer our lives to the peerless honored one." Thereupon all these 16 royal sons, when they had extolled the Buddha in verse, entreated the world-honored one to roll the law wheel on, saying, "World-honored one, preach the law, and abundantly comfort, have compassion for, and benefit both gods and men." Repeating it in verse, they said, "Hero of the world, incomparable, adorned with 100 auspicious signs, who has attained to supreme wisdom, be pleased to preach to the world for deliverance to us, and to all classes of the living. Discriminate and reveal it so that we may obtain this wisdom. If we attain Buddhahood, all other living beings will also attain it. World-honored one, thou knowest what the living in their deepest minds are thinking, the ways in which they walk, their capacities for wisdom, their pleasures and past good works, the karma their former lives produced. World-honored one, thou knowest all these. Pray, roll along the peerless wheel." The Buddha then said to the bhikshus, "When the Buddha, universal surpassing wisdom, attained perfect enlightenment, the 500 myriad kotis of Buddha worlds in all directions were each shaken in different ways. Even the dark places between those realms, where the august light of the sun and moon could not shine, all became brilliant. All the living beings in their midst could see each other and unitedly exclaimed, 'From where have all these living beings suddenly come?' Moreover, the palaces of the gods in all those regions, even Brahma palaces, shook in 6 different ways, and a great light universally shone, filling all the worlds, surpassing the light of heaven. Then eastward, all the palaces of the Brahma heavens in 500 myriad kotis of domains were brilliantly illuminated with double their normal brightness, and each of those Brahma heavenly kings reflected thus. For what reason does this sign appear, that our palaces are now illuminated as never of yore? Then those Brahma heavenly kings all visited each other to discuss this affair. Meanwhile, amongst those assembled there was a great Brahma heavenly king named Saviour of all, who addressed the host of Brahmas in verse. In all our palaces never has there been such shining. What can be its cause? Let us together investigate it. Is it that a great virtuous God is born? Is it that a Buddha appears in the world? That this great shining everywhere illuminates the universe? Thereupon the Brahma heavenly kings in 500 myriad kotis of domains, with all their palace train, each taking a sack filled with celestial flowers, went together to visit the western quarter to investigate this sign. There they saw the Tathagata universal surpassing wisdom, on the wisdom terrace under the Bodhi tree, seated on the lion throne, surrounded and revered by gods, dragon kings, Gandharvas, Kinnaras, Maharajas, human and non-human beings, and others. And they saw his 16 royal sons entreating the Buddha to roll along the law wheel. Then all the Brahma heavenly kings bowed to the ground before the Buddha, made procession around him hundreds and thousands of times, and then strewed the celestial flowers upon him. The flowers they strewed rose like Mount Sumeru, and were offered also to the Buddha's Bodhi tree. That Bodhi tree was 10 yojanas in height. When they had offered the flowers, each of them presented his palace to the Buddha and spoke thus: Out of compassion for us and for our good, condescend to accept the palaces we offer. Thereupon all the Brahma heavenly kings before the Buddha, with one mind and voice, praised him in verse, saying, Rare is a world-honoured one, hard it is to meet him, perfect in infinite merit, able to save all, great teacher of gods and men, he has compassion for the world. All the living in the universe, everywhere receive his aid. The distance we have come is 500 myriad kotis of domains, leaving deep meditative joys for the sake of serving the Buddha. As rewards for our former lives, our palaces are magnificently adorned. Now we offer them to the world-honoured one and beg him in mercy to accept. Then when the Brahma heavenly kings had extolled the Buddha in verse, each spoke thus: Be pleased, world-honoured one, to roll the law wheel, deliver all the living, and open the nirvana way. Then the Brahma heavenly kings with one mind and voice spoke in verse, saying, Hero of the world, honoured of men, be pleased to proclaim the law. By the power of thy great compassion, save wretched living beings. Then the Tathagata, universal surpassing wisdom, silently gave assent. Again, bhikshus, the great Brahma kings in the southeastern quarter of 500 myriad kotis of domains, each seeing his own palace radiant with light as never before, were ecstatic with joy and amazed, and instantly all visited each other to discuss together this affair. Meanwhile, amongst those assembled there was a great Brahma heavenly king, whose name was Most Merciful, who addressed the host of Brahmas in verse. What is the cause of this affair, that such a sign should appear? In all our palaces never has there been such shining. Is it that a great virtuous God is born? Is it that a Buddha appears in the world? We have never yet seen such a sign. Let us with one mind investigate it. Let us pass through 1,000 myriad kotis of lands in search of the light and together explain it. It must be that a Buddha has appeared in the world to save suffering beings. Thereupon the 500 myriad kotis of Brahma, heavenly kings, with all their palace train, each taking a sack filled with celestial flowers, went together to visit the northwestern quarter to investigate the sign. There they saw the Tathagata, universal surpassing wisdom, on the wisdom terrace under the Bodhi tree, seated on the lion throne, surrounded and revered by gods, dragon kings, Gandharvas, Kinnaras, Maharajas, human and non-human beings, and others. And they saw the 16 royal sons entreating the Buddha to roll along the law wheel. Then all the Brahma heavenly kings bowed to the ground before the Buddha, made procession around him hundreds of thousands of times, and then strewed the celestial flowers upon him. The flowers they strewed rose like Mount Sumeru and were offered also to the Buddha's Bodhi tree. When they had offered the flowers, each of them presented his palace to the Buddha and spoke thus: "Out of compassion to us and for our good, condescend to accept the palaces we offer." Thereupon all the Brahma heavenly kings before the Buddha, with one mind and voice, praised him in verse, saying, "Holy Lord, King among gods, with voice sweet as the Kalvinkas, who has compassion for all living beings, we now respectfully salute thee. Rarely does a world-honored one appear, but once in long ages. 180 kalpas have passed away empty, with never a Buddha, the three evil regions becoming replete, while heavenly beings decreased. Now the Buddha has appeared in the world to become the eye of all living beings, the resort of all the world, saviour of all, father of all the living, who has compassion for and does good to all. Happy through all our former destinies, we now meet the world-honoured one." Then when the Brahma heavenly kings had extolled the Buddha in verse, each spoke thus: "Be pleased, world-honoured one, to have compassion for all beings, roll the law wheel and deliver the living." Then the Brahma heavenly kings with one mind and voice spoke in verse, saying, "Most holy, roll on the law wheel, reveal the nature of thy laws, deliver suffering beings, that they may obtain great joy. All the living, hearing this law, obtain the way as if born in heaven. Evil processes of karma decrease, while endurers of goodness increase." Then the Tathagata, universal surpassing wisdom, silently gave assent. Again, bhikshus, the great Brahma kings in the southern quarter of 500 myriad kotis of domains, each seeing his own palace radiant with light such as never was before, were ecstatic with joy and amazed. And instantly all visited each other to discuss together this affair, asking, "What is the cause of this radiant light in our palaces?" In that assembly there was a great Brahma, a heavenly king, whose name was Wonderful Law, who addressed the host of Brahmas in verse: "That all our palaces scintillate with brilliant rays cannot be without reason. Let us investigate this sign. Through hundreds of thousands of kalpas, never has such a sign been seen. Is it that a great virtuous God is born? Is it that a Buddha appears in the world?" Thereupon the 500 myriad kotis of Brahma, heavenly kings, with all their palace train, each taking a sack filled with celestial flowers, went together to visit the northern quarter to investigate this sign. There they saw the Tathagata, universal surpassing wisdom, on the wisdom terrace under the Bodhi tree, seated on the lion throne, surrounded and revered by gods, dragon kings, Gandharvas, Kinnaras, Maharajas, human and non-human beings, and others. And they saw his 16 royal sons entreating the Buddha to roll along the law wheel. Then all the Brahma heavenly kings bowed to the ground before the Buddha, made procession around him hundreds of thousands of times, and then strewed the celestial flowers upon him. The flowers they strewed rose like Mount Sumeru and were offered also to the Buddha's Bodhi tree. When they had offered the flowers, each of them presented his palace to the Buddha and spoke thus: "Out of compassion to us and for our good, condescend to accept the palaces we offer." Thereupon all the Brahma heavenly kings before the Buddha, with one mind and voice, praised him in verse, saying, "How hard it is to get sight of the world-honoured one, who destroys all earthly cares. After 130 kalpas, now at length we have obtained the sight. To hungry and thirsty creatures he pours forth the rain of the law. He whom we have never seen before, the possessor of infinite wisdom, rare as the Adumbra flower, today has been met by us. All our palaces are made beautiful by thy light, world-honoured one. In thy great mercy, we pray thou wilt condescend to accept them." Thereupon, when the Brahma heavenly kings had extolled the Buddha in verse, each spoke thus: Be pleased, world-honoured one, to roll the law wheel and cause all the worlds of gods, Maras, Brahmas, monks, and Brahmins to be comforted and delivered. Then all the Brahma heavenly kings with one mind and voice praised him in verse, saying, Be pleased, honoured of gods and men, to roll the supreme law wheel, to beat the drum of the great law, to blow the conch of the great law, universally to pour the rain of the great law, and save innumerable creatures. We all devote ourselves to thee. Proclaim the reverberating news. Then the Tathagata, universal surpassing wisdom, silently gave assent. The southwestern quarter down to the nadir also responded in like fashion. Then in the upper quarter, the great Brahma kings of 500 myriads cotis of domains, all beholding the palaces in which they rested become augustly radiant with light such as never was before, were ecstatic with joy and amazed. At once they visited each other to discuss together this affair, asking, What is the cause of this light in our palaces? In that assembly was a great Brahma heavenly king, whose name was Sikkim, who addressed the host of Brahmas in verse. What is now the cause that our palaces are radiant with such august light and made beautiful as never before? Such a wonderful sign as this of old we have never seen, heard. But such a wonderful sign as this of old we have never heard or seen. Is it that a great virtuous God is born? Is it that a Buddha appears in the world? Thereupon the 500 myriad cotis of Brahma heavenly kings, with all their palace train, each taking a sack filled with celestial flowers, went together to visit the nadir quarter to investigate this sign. There they saw the Tathagata, universal surpassing wisdom, on the wisdom terrace under the Bodhi tree, seated on the lion throne, surrounded and revered by gods, dragon kings, Gandharvas, Kinnaras, Maharajas, human and non-human beings and others. And they saw his 16 royal sons entreating the Buddha to roll along the law wheel. Then all the Brahma heavenly kings bowed to the ground before the Buddha, made procession around him hundreds and thousands of times, and then strewed the celestial flowers upon him. The flowers they strewed rose like Mount Sumeru, and were also offered to the Buddha's Bodhi tree. When they had offered the flowers, each of them presented his palace to the Buddha and spoke thus: Out of compassion to us and for our good, condescend to accept the palaces we offer. Thereupon all the Brahma heavenly kings before the Buddha, with one mind and voice, praised him in verse, saying, How good it is to see the Buddhas, holy honoured ones who save the world, who can compel the hells of the triple world to deliver up the living. The all-wise, honoured of gods and men, out of compassion for the crowds of young buds, can open the doors of the sweet dews for the extensive relief of all. Innumerable kalpas of yore have emptily passed without Buddhas. While world-honoured ones did not appear, darkness has everywhere reigned. Thriving were the three evil states, flourishing also the Asuras, while the heavenly host dwindled, and dying fell into evil estates. Not hearing the law from Buddhas, ever following proper ways, their bodies, strength and wisdom, these all dwindled away. Because of sinful karma, they lost their joy and joyful thoughts, fixed in heretical views, unconscious of the rules of goodness. Not receiving the correction of Buddhas, they ever fell into evil ways. The Buddha is the eye of the world, and after long ages appears. Through pity for the living, he is revealed in the world, surpassing in his perfect enlightenment. Great is our felicity, and all other beings rejoiced as never before. All our palaces made beautiful through this light, now we offer to the world-honoured one. Condescend in compassion to accept them. May this deed of merit extend to all creatures. that we with all the living may together accomplish the Buddha way. Thereupon, when the 500 myriad kotis of the Brahma heavenly kings had extolled the Buddha in verse, each said to him, "Be pleased, well-honored one, to roll the law wheel, abundantly comfort, abundantly deliver." Then all the heavenly kings spoke in verse, saying, "Well-honored one, roll the law wheel, beat the drum of the law, sweet as dew, save the suffering living, reveal the nirvana way. Be pleased to receive our entreaty, and with thy great mystic voice, out of compassion, spread abroad the law thou hast practiced for infinite kalpas." At that time, the Tathagata, universal surpassing wisdom, receiving the entreaty of the Brahma heavenly kings of the 10 regions and of his 16 royal sons, at once thrice rolled the law wheel of 12 divisions, which neither Shramas, Brahmins, gods, Maras, Brahmas, nor other beings of the world are able to roll. His discourse was, "This is suffering. This is the accumulation of suffering. This is the extinction of suffering. This is the way to extinction of suffering." And he extensively set forth the law of the 12 causes, namely, ignorance causes action, action causes consciousness, consciousness causes name and form cause the 6 entrances or sense organs, the 6 entrances cause contact, contact causes sensation, sensation causes desire, desire causes clinging, clinging causes existence, existence causes birth, birth causes old age and death, grief, lamentation, suffering, and distress. Ignorance annihilated, then action is annihilated. Action annihilated, then consciousness is annihilated. Consciousness annihilated, then name and form are annihilated. Name and form annihilated, then the 6 entrances are annihilated. The 6 entrances annihilated, then contact is annihilated. Contact annihilated, then sensation is annihilated. Sensation annihilated, then desire is annihilated. Desire annihilated, then clinging is annihilated. Clinging annihilated, then existence is annihilated. Existence annihilated, then birth is annihilated. Birth being annihilated, then are annihilated old age and death, grief, lamentation, suffering, and distress. When the Buddha preached this law amidst the gods, men, and the great host, 600 myriad kotis of mayutas of people, without being subject to all the temporary laws, had their minds freed from force, all obtaining the profound mystic meditations, the 3 clear views, and the 6 transcendent faculties, and accomplishing the 8 emancipations. Likewise, at a second, a third, and a fourth time of preaching the law, thousands of myriads of kotis of mayutas of living beings, numerous as the sands of the Ganges, without being subject to all the temporary laws, had their minds freed from all faults. From this time forth, the host of his Shravakas was immeasurable and boundless, beyond expression in numbers. Meanwhile, the 16 royal sons, all being youths, left their home and became Shramaniras of keen natural powers, wise and intelligent. They had already served hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of Buddhas, purely practiced Brahma conduct, and sought perfect enlightenment. Together they addressed the Buddha, saying, "World-honored one, all these innumerable thousand myriad kotis of great virtuous Shravakas have already become perfect. World-honored one, preach also to us the law of perfect enlightenment. And when we have heard it, we will all put the lesson into practice. World-honored one, we are longing for the Tathagata's knowledge, the thought of our inmost hearts that let us prove and know." Then amongst the throng whom the holy wheel-rolling king led, 8 myriad cotis of people, seeing that the 16 royal sons had gone forth from their home, also sought to leave their homes, whereupon the king permitted them. Then that Buddha, on the entreaty of the Sramaniras, when 2 myriad kalpis had passed, in the presence of the 4 groups, preached this great vehicle sutra named the Lotus Flower of the Wonderful Law, the law by which Bodhisattvas are instructed, and which the Buddhas watch over and keep in mind. When he had preached this sutra, the 16 Sramaniras, for the sake of perfect enlightenment, all received, kept, recited, and penetrated it. While this sutra was being preached, the 16 Bodhisattva Sramaniras all received it in faith, and amongst the host of Stravakas, there were also those who believed and discerned it. But the other living beings of thousands of myriad kotis of kinds all cherished. But the other living beings of thousands of myriad kotis of kinds all cherished doubts and perplexities. The Buddha preached this sutra for 8,000 kalpas without cessation. When he had finished preaching it, he then entered a quiet room and remained in meditation for 84,000 kalpas. Thereupon the 16 Bodhisattva Sramaniras, knowing that the Buddha had entered the room and was absorbed in meditation, each ascended a law throne, and also for 84,000 kalpas extensively preached and expounded to the 4 groups the Sutra of the Flower of the Wonderful Law. Each of them saved 600 myriad kotis of notas of living beings, as many as the sands of the Ganges, showing, teaching, benefiting and gladdening them, and leading them to develop a mind of perfect enlightenment. The Buddha, universal surpassing wisdom, after 84,000 kalpas had passed, arose from his meditation, went up to the law throne, and quietly sat down on it. Universally addressing the great assembly, he said, "Rare are such Bodhisattva Sramaniras as these 16, keen in their natural powers and clear in their wisdom, who have paid homage to infinite thousand myriad kotis of Buddhas, constantly practiced Brahma conduct under those Buddhas, received and kept the Buddha wisdom, and revealed it to living beings, leading them to enter into it. Do you all again and again draw nigh and worship them? Wherefore, because if Shravakas, Prachika Buddhas, and Bodhisattvas are able to believe the law of the sutra preached by these 16 Bodhisattvas, and receive and keep it without spoiling it, all those people will attain the Tathagata wisdom of perfect enlightenment." The Buddha addressed all the bhikshus, saying, "These 16 Bodhisattvas ever take delight in preaching this sutra of the Lotus Flower of the Wonderful Law. The 600 myriad kotis of knights and living beings, like the sands of the Ganges, whom each of these Bodhisattvas converted, born generation by generation, all following these Bodhisattvas, heard the law from them, and all believed and discerned it. For this cause they succeeded in meeting 4 myriad kotis of Buddhas, world-honored ones, and at the present time have not ceased to do so. Bhikshus, I tell you now that Buddha's disciples, the 16 Sramaniras, have all attained perfect enlightenment, and in all countries and every direction are at present time preaching the law, and have infinite 100,000 myriad kotis of Bodhisattvas and Shravakas as their followers. 2 of those Sramaniras became Buddhas in the eastern quarter, one named Akshobhya in the Kingdom of Joy, the other named Sumeru Peak. Of the 2 Buddhas in the southeastern quarter, one is named Lion Voice, the other Lion Ensign. Of the 2 Buddhas in the southern quarter, one is named Space Dweller, the other Eternal Extinction. Of the 2 Buddhas in the southwestern quarter, one is named Imperial Ensign, the other Brahma Ensign. Of the 2 Buddhas in the western quarter, one is named Amita, the other He who has passed through all the sufferings of the world. Of the 2 Buddhas in the northwestern quarter, one is named Tamalpatra, spiritually pervading sandal odor. the other Sumeru sign. Of the two Buddhas in the northern quarter, one is named Sovereign Cloud, the other named Sovereign Cloud King. The Buddha in the northeastern quarter is named Destroyer of all the world's fear. And the 16th is I myself, Shakyamuni Buddha, who have accomplished perfectly enlightenment in the Saha domain. Bhikshus, when we were Shramaneras, each of us taught and converted infinite 100,000 myriad kotis of living beings, numerous as the sands of the Ganges. And those who heard the law from me attained perfect enlightenment. Amongst these living beings, down to the present, there are some who still remain in the stage of Shravakas. I constantly instruct them in perfect enlightenment, so that all these people will, through this law, gradually enter the way of Buddhahood. Wherefore, because the Tathagata wisdom is hard to believe and hard to understand, all those living beings, innumerable as the sands of the Ganges, whom I converted at that time, are yourselves bhikshus, and will be my Shravaka disciples in future worlds after my extinction. After my extinction, there will also be disciples of mine who, not hearing this sutra, nor knowing nor apprehending the course which Bodhisattvas pursue, will by their own merits conceive the idea of extinction and enter what they think is nirvana. But other domains, wherever they may go, I shall still be Buddha, but under different names. These people, though they conceive the idea of extinction and enter what they call nirvana, yet in those lands will seek after the Buddha wisdom and succeed in hearing this sutra. Only by the Buddha vehicle will they attain real extinction. There is no other vehicle except the tactful teachings of the Tathagata. Bhikshus, if the Tathagata himself knows that the time of nirvana has arrived and the assembly is pure, firm in faith and discernment, penetrated with the law of the void, profound in meditation, then he will gather together all bodhisattvas and shravakas to preach this sutra to them. In the world there is no second vehicle to attain extinction. There is only the one Buddha vehicle for attaining extinction. No bhikshus, the tact of the Tathagata reaches deeply into the natures of all living beings and knows that they are bent on the pleasures of trifling things and deeply attached to the five desires. For the sake of these, he preaches nirvana. If they hear it, they will receive it in faith. Suppose there is a fearful region, 500 yojanas in extent, through which lies a perilous and difficult road, far from the abodes of men. Suppose there is a large company wishing to pass along that road to the place of jewels, and they have a guide, wise and astute, who knows well the perilous road, where it is open and where closed, and who leads the company that wish to cross this arduous region. Suppose the company he leads become tired on the way and say to the leader, "We are utterly exhausted and moreover afraid and cannot go any farther. The road before us stretches far. Let us turn back." The leader, a man of much tact, reflects, "These people are to be pitied. How can they give up such great treasure and want to turn back?" Reflecting thus, by a device, in the midst of the perilous road, he mystically makes a city over 300 yojanas in extent and says to the company, "Do not fear and do not turn back. Here is this great city in which you may rest and follow your own desires. If you enter this city, you will speedily be at rest. And if you then are able to go forward to the place of jewels, you proceed." Thereupon the exhausted company greatly rejoice in their minds and praise their unexampled fortune. Now indeed we escape this evil way. Let us speedily be at ease. Then the company proceed into the magic city, imagining they have arrived at their destination and are settled in comfort. When the leader perceives that the company are arrested and are no longer fatigued, he makes the magic city disappear and says to the company, "Come along, all of you. The place of jewels is at hand." I only created this past large city for you to rest in. Bhikshus, so is it with the Tathagata. At present, he is your great leader, acquainted with all the distresses, the evils, the perils, and the long-continued processes of mortality, from which you must be rid and removed. If living beings only hear of one Buddha vehicle, they will not desire to see the Buddha nor wish to approach him, but think thus: the Buddha way is long and far. Only after the long suffering of arduous labor can the end be reached. The Buddha, knowing that their minds are feeble and low, by his tact, when they are on the way to give them rest, preaches the 2 stages of nirvana. If those beings dwell in these 2 stages, then the Tathagata proceeds to tell them, you have not yet accomplished your task. The place where you are dwelling is near the Buddha wisdom. Take note and ponder that the nirvana which you have attained is not the real one. It is only that the Tathagata, through his tactfulness, in the one Buddha vehicle discriminates and speaks of 3. It is just as when that leader, in order to give rest to his company, magically makes the great city, and after they are rested informs them, saying, the place of jewels is at hand. This city is not real, but only by my magic production. At that time, the world-honored one, desiring to proclaim this teaching over again, spoke thus in verse. The Buddha, universal surpassing wisdom, for 10 kalpas sat on the wisdom throne. The Buddha law, still unrevealed, still unaccomplished the Buddha way. Heavenly gods and dragon kings, asuras, other beings, constantly rain celestial flowers to pay homage to that Buddha. The gods beat their celestial drums and made all kinds of music. Fragrant breezes swept away the faded flowers, while raining others of fresh beauty. When 10 minor kalpas had passed, then he accomplished the Buddha way. Gods and men in the world, all were ecstatic in mind. The 16 sons of that Buddha, all with their followers, thousands of myriads of kotis around them, all went to the Buddha. Bending low at the Buddha's feet, they begged him to roll the law wheel. Holy Lion, with reign of the law, fill us and all others. Hard it is to meet a world-honored one. He appears once in long ages, and then to awaken the living, he shakes all things. In the worlds of the eastern quarter, 500 myriad kotis of domains, Brahma palaces shone with delight, such as never before. All the Brahmas, seeing this sign, sought till they reached the Buddha. They honored him, strewing flowers, and offered him their palaces, entreating him to roll the law wheel and extolling him in verse. The Buddha, knowing the time had not yet come, received their entreaty but sat in silence. From 3 other quarters and 4 directions, the zenith and the nadir, they likewise came, strewing flowers, offering their palaces, and begging the Buddha to roll the law wheel. Hard it is to meet a world-honored one. Be pleased in thy great compassion, widely to open the gates of the sweet dew and roll the supreme law wheel. The world-honored one of infinite wisdom, receiving the entreaty of that throng, proclaimed for them the various laws of the 4 noble truths and the 12 causes. Ignorance unto age and death, all exist because of birth. All such distresses as these, all of you must know. While this law was being proclaimed, 600 myriad kotis of nayutas, of beings, ended all their distresses, all becoming our hats. The second time he preached the law, thousands of myriads as the sands of the Ganges, not following ordinary methods, also became our hats. From that time forth, the way attainers were incalculable in number. To count them for myriads of kotis of kalpas would not reach their end. Then the 16 royal sons who left home as Shramaneras unitedly entreated the Buddha, proclaim the law of the great vehicle. We and our companies of followers would all accomplish the Buddha way. We would be like the world-honored one, with wise and perfectly pure eyes. The Buddha, knowing his son's mind and the doings of their former lives, by countless reasonings and various parables, preached the 6 paramitas and the supernatural things, discriminated the real law of the way Bodhisattvas walk, and preached this law flower sutra in verses numerous as the sands of the Ganges. When the Buddha had preached the sutra, in a quiet room he entered meditation. With concentrated mind he sat in one place for 84,000 kalpas. All those Shamaniras, perceiving he would not yet emerge from meditation to infinite kotis of beings, expounded the Buddha's supreme wisdom, each sitting on a law throne, preaching this great vehicle sutra, and after the Buddha's rest, proclaimed and aided his teaching of the law. The number of living saved by each of those Shamaniras was 600 myriad kotis of beings, as many as the sands of the Ganges. After that, Buddha was extinct. Those hearers of the law in every one of the Buddha lands were reborn along with their teachers. These 16 Shamaniras, perfectly practicing the Buddha way, now dwell in the 10 directions, each having attained perfect enlightenment. Those who then heard the law all dwell with the Buddhas. Those who still remain Shravakas are gradually taught in the Buddha way. I was among the 16 and formally preached to you. Therefore, by my tactfulness, I lead you on to the Buddha wisdom. Because of this former connection, I now preach the Law Flower Sutra to cause you to enter the Buddha way. Be careful not to harbor fear. Suppose there be a perilous way, cut off and full of venomous beasts, without either water or grass, a region of terror to men, an innumerable multitude, thousands of myriads, wish to pass along this perilous way, a road indeed far-reaching, through 500 yojanas. Then appears a leader of strong sense and wise, clear-headed and of resolute mind, who in peril saved from all danger. But those people all become exhausted and speak to the leader, saying, "We now are weary and worn and want to turn back from here." The leader reflects thus: "These fellows are much to be pitied. How can they want to turn back and miss such great treasure?" At that instant he thinks of a device. "Let me exert supernatural power and make a great magic city, splendidly adorned with houses, surrounded with gardens and groves, streamlets and bathing pools, massive gates and lofty towers, full of both men and women." Having made this transformation, he pacifies them, saying, "Do not fear. Enter all of you into the city, and let each enjoy himself at will." When those people had entered the city, their hearts were full of joy, and thought only of rest and ease, and considered they had been saved. When the leader knew they were rested, he assembled and addressed them, saying, "Let all of you push forward. This was only an illusory city. Seeing you all worn out and wanting to turn back midway, I therefore, by a device, temporarily made this city. Do now diligently advance together to the place of jewels. I too, in like manner, am the leader of all beings. Seeing the seekers of the way midway become wearied and unable to cross the perilous ways of mortality and earthly cares, so I, by my tactful powers, for their relief, preached nirvana, saying, Your sufferings are ended. You have finished your work. When I knew you had reached nirvana and all become arhats, then I gathered you all together and preached to you the real law. Buddhas, by their tactful powers, separately preach the 3 vehicles, but there is only the one Buddha vehicle. It is for the resting place that 2 are preached. Now I preach to you the truth. What you have reached is not the real extinction. For the sake of obtaining the Buddha's perfect knowledge, exert yourselves with the utmost zeal. When you have proved the perfect knowledge, the 10 powers and so on of the Buddha laws, and perfected the 32 signs, then that is the real extinction. The Buddhas, the leaders, for the sake of giving rest, call it nirvana, but perceiving this rest should be ended, they lead them on into Buddha wisdom. That was the end of chapter 7. I'm going to have the half-hour break. Chapter 8. The 500 disciples received a prediction of their destiny. At that time, Purna, son of Maitreya, having heard the Buddha preach in such wise, tactful, and opportune fashion, and having heard the prediction of the great disciples' perfect enlightenment, having moreover heard the stories of their former destinies, and also having heard of the sovereign, transcendent powers of the Buddhas, having thus received such unexampled teaching, his heart was purified and in ecstasy. Immediately he rose from his seat, went before the Buddha, prostrated himself at his feet, then withdrew to one side, gazing upon his honoured countenance without for a moment turning away his eyes, and reflected thus: Wonderful is the world, honoured one. Rare are his doings, and according to the many kinds of earthly dispositions. By tactful wisdom, he preaches the law to and lifts all beings out of every condition to let them get rid of selfish attachment. No words of ours can declare the Buddha's merits. Only the Buddha, the world-honoured one, is able to know the natural inclinations of our inmost hearts. Thereupon the Buddha addressed the bhikshus, saying, Do you see this Purna, son of Maitreya? I have always styled him the very first among all the preachers of the law, and constantly praised his varied merits. He has been zealous in guarding and helping to proclaim my law. Among the four groups, he has been able to display and teach it with profit and delight to them. Perfectly interpreting the righteous law of the Buddha, he has greatly benefited his fellow followers of Brahma conduct. Aside from the Tathagata, no one is able to equal the law which Purna is able to guard and help to proclaim. He also, under 90 kotis of Buddhas in the past, guarded and helped to proclaim the righteous law of the Buddhas. Among those preachers of the law, he was also the foremost. And in regard to the law of the void preached by the Buddhas, he was clear-minded and penetrating. He attained the 4 degrees of unhindered wisdom. He has ever been able to preach the law with judgment and impurity, without doubt and perplexity. Perfect in transcendent Bodhisattva powers, he maintained Brahma conduct to the end of his life. All the people of those Buddha periods spoke of him as the true disciple. Thus Purna, by such tactfulness, has benefited innumerable hundreds and thousands of living beings and converted innumerable asamkhayas of people to achieve perfect enlightenment. For the sake of purifying his Buddha land, he has constantly done a Buddha's work and instructed the living. Bhikshus, Purna also was the foremost among the preachers of the law under the 7 Buddhas, and now is again the foremost among the preachers of the law under me. Among the preachers of the law under future Buddhas, in this virtuous kalpa, he will also be the foremost and will guard and help to proclaim the Buddha law. Also in the future, he will guard and help to proclaim the law of incalculable infinite Buddhas, instructing and benefiting innumerable living beings to cause them to achieve perfect enlightenment. For the sake of purifying his Buddha land, he will ever diligently and zealously instruct the living. Gradually fulfilling the Bodhisattva course, after infinite asamkhaya kalpas, in that land he will attain perfect enlightenment. And his title will be Radiance of the Law Tathagata. Worshipful, all-wise, perfectly enlightened in conduct, well-departed, understander of the world, peerless leader, controller, teacher of gods and men, Buddha, world-honored one. The Buddha will make his Buddha land of a 3,000 great thousandfold universe of worlds as many as the sands of the Ganges, with the precious 7 for its earth, its ground level as the palm of the hand, free from hills and valleys, runnels and ditches, and its midst filled with terraces of the precious 7. The palaces of its gods will be situated nearby in the sky, where men and gods will meet and behold each other. There will be no evil ways and no womankind, for all living beings will be born transformed and have no carnal passion. They will attain to the great transcendent powers. Their bodies will emit rays of light. They will fly anywhere at will. Their will and memory will be firm. They will be zealous and wise, all golden hued and adorned with the 32 signs. All the beings in his domain will always have 2 articles of food. One the food of joy in the law, the other the food of gladness in meditation. There will be a host of infinite ashamkayas and thousands of myriads of kotis of mayutas of bodhisattvas who have attained the great transcendent faculties and the 4 degrees of unhindered wisdom, and who have excellent ability in instructing all kinds of beings. His Shravakas cannot be told by counting and calculation, and all will attain perfection in the 6 transcendent faculties, the 3 clear views, and the 8 emancipations. The domain of that Buddha will be adorned and perfected with such boundless excellences as these. His kalpa will be named Jewel Radiance, and his domain named Excellent Purity. The lifetime of that Buddha will be infinite asamkhaya kalpas, and the law will remain for long. After the extinction of that Buddha, stupas of the precious 7 will be erected throughout all that domain. At that time, the world-honored one, desiring to proclaim this teaching over again, spoke thus in verse. Bhikshus, listen to me attentively. The way my Buddha's son has walked through well-studying tactfulness is beyond conception. Knowing how all enjoy mere trifles and are afraid of the greater wisdom, the Bodhisattvas therefore become Shravakas, or Pracheka Buddhas. By numberless tactful methods, they convert the various kinds of beings, saying, "We are but Shravakas, far removed from the Buddha way." They release innumerable beings, all completing their course. Even the lowly disposed and the neglectful gradually become Buddhas. Inwardly hiding their bodhisattva deeds, outwardly they appear as Shravakas. With few desires and disliking mortal life, they truly purify their Buddha land. They show themselves possessed of human passions and seem to hold heretical views. Thus do my disciples tactfully save all beings. If I fully explain the varied future transformations, beings who heard of them would be perplexed and puzzled. Now this Purna, under thousands of kotis of former Buddhas, has diligently maintained his course and proclaimed and protected the Buddha law. He has sought supreme wisdom and under the Buddhas has shown himself the superior disciple in learning and wisdom. In preaching he has been fearless, able to cause all beings to rejoice. He has ever been tireless in aiding Buddha tasks. Having achieved the great transcendent faculties, acquired the four unhindered powers of wisdom, and known the faculties of others, keen or dull, he has always preached the pure law. Expounding such principles as these, he has taught thousands of kotis of beings, leading them to rest in the great vehicle law, and himself purify his Buddha land. In future he shall also worship infinite numberless Buddhas, protect and aid in proclaiming the righteous law, and himself purify his Buddha land. Constantly with tactful methods, he shall fearlessly preach the law, and lead incalculable beings to attain perfect knowledge. And worshipping the Tathagatas, and guarding the treasury of the law, he shall afterward become a Buddha, whose title will be Law Radiance. His domain, named Excellent Purity, will be formed of the precious seven, and his kalpa be called Jewel Radiance. His bodhisattvas a great host, infinite kotis in number, all accomplished in great transcendent faculties, and perfect in dread powers, will fill that domain to the full. Numberless also will be his Sravakas, with the 3 clear views and 8 emancipations, who have attained the 4 unhindered wisdoms. Such will be his monks. All the living in that domain will be free from carnal passions, pure and born by transformation, adorned with all the signs. Joy in the law and pleasure in meditation shall be their food, with no thought of other. No womankind will be there, nor any evil ways. The Bhikshu Purna, complete in all his merits, shall gain this pure land, where the wise and sages abound. Such are the boundless things, of which I have now but briefly spoken. Then the 1200 arhats of self-reliant mind reflected thus: delighted are we to gain this unprecedented experience. If the world-honored one would predict for each of us our future destiny, as for the other great disciples, how glad we should be. The Buddha, knowing the thoughts in their minds, addressed Mahakashyapa, saying, "These 1200 arhats, let me now in their presence and in order predict for them perfect enlightenment. Amongst this assembly, my great disciple Kaudinya Bhikshu, after paying homage to 62,000 kotis of Buddhas, will become a Buddha whose title will be Universal Light Tathagata, worshipful, all-wise, perfectly enlightened in conduct, well-departed, understander of the world, peerless leader, controller, teacher of gods and men, Buddha, world-honored one." Of the rest of those arhats, 500 will reveal Kashyapa, Gaya Kashyapa, Nadi Kashyapa, Kalodayim, Udayim, Aniruddha, Revata, Kapinya, Vakula, Kunda, Svagata, and others. All will attain to perfect enlightenment, all with the same title, namely, Universal Light. At that time, the world-honored one, desiring to proclaim this teaching over again, spoke thus in verse. Kaundinya Bhikshu will see innumerable Buddhas, and after a Samkhya Kalpas have passed, accomplish perfect enlightenment. Ever emitting great light, perfect in the transcendent powers, his fame spread over the universe, revered by all beings, ever preaching the supreme way. His title will be Universal Light. Pure will be his domain. His bodhisattvas all will be brave, all mounted on wonderful buildings. They will travel through all lands with unsurpassed offerings to present them to the Buddhas. Having made these offerings, their hearts will greatly rejoice and soon return to their own domain. Such will be their supernatural powers. That Buddha's life will be 6 myriad kalpas. His righteous law will remain twice his lifetime. The counterfeit law double that. His law ended, gods and men will sorrow. 500 other bhikshus, one by one, shall become Buddhas with the same title, Universal Light. In turn, each shall predict, saying, after my extinction, so-and-so shall become Buddha. The world which he instructs shall be as mine of today. The splendid purity of their domain and its transcendent powers, its bodhisattvas and shravakas, its righteous law and its counterfeit, the length of its kalpa period, all will be as that above stated. Kashyapa, you now know of these 500 self-reliant ones. The other band of Shravakas will also be like that. To these who are not in this assembly, do you proclaim my words. Thereupon the 500 arhats present before the Buddha, having received this prediction, ecstatic with joy, instantly rose from their seats, went before the Buddha, made obeisance at his feet, repented their errors, and rebuked themselves, saying, World-honored one, we have constantly been thinking that we had attained final nirvana. Now we know that we were just like the foolish ones. Wherefore, because we ought to have obtained the Tathagata wisdom, and yet were content with the inferior knowledge. World-honored one, it is as if some man goes into an intimate friend's house, gets drunk, and falls asleep. Meanwhile, his friend, having to go forth on official duty, ties a priceless jewel within his garment as a present and departs. The man, being drunk and asleep, knows nothing of it. On arising, he travels onward till he reaches some other country, where for food and clothing he expends much labour and effort and undergoes exceedingly great hardship, and is content even if he can obtain but little. Later his friend happens to meet him and speaks thus, Tut, sir, how is it that you have come to this for the sake of food and clothing? Wishing you to be in comfort and able to satisfy all your 5 senses, I formerly, in such a year and month, and on such a day, tied a priceless jewel within your garment. Now, as of old, it is present there, and you in ignorance are slaving and worrying to keep yourself alive. How very stupid. Go you now and exchange that jewel for what you need, and do whatever you will, free from all poverty and shortage. The Buddha is also like this. When he was a bodhisattva, he taught us to conceive the idea of perfect wisdom, but we soon forgot, neither knowing nor perceiving. Having obtained the Arhat way, we said we had reached nirvana. In the hardship of gaining a living, we had contented ourselves with a mere trifle, but our aspirations after perfect wisdom still remain and were never lost. And now the world-honoured one arouses us and speaks thus. Bhikshus, that which you have obtained is not final nirvana. For long I have caused you to cultivate the roots of Buddha goodness, and for tactful reasons have displayed a form of nirvana. But you have considered it to be the real nirvana you had obtained. World-honoured one, now we know we are really bodhisattvas predicted to attain perfect enlightenment. For this cause we greatly rejoice in our unprecedented gain. Thereupon, Agnata, Kaundinya, and the others, desiring to announce this meaning over again, spoke thus in verse. We, hearing his voice, predicted for us unsurpassed comfort, rejoice in our unexpected lot, and salute the all-wise Buddha. Now before the world-honoured one, we repent our errors. Though countless Buddha treasures awaited, but a trifle of nirvana, we, like ignorant and foolish people, were ready to be content. It is like the case of a poor man who goes to the house of a friend. That friend, being very rich, sets much fine food before him. A priceless precious jewel, a priceless precious pearl he ties in his inner garment, secretly giving it and departing while he sleeps on unaware. The man, when he arises, travels on to another country in search of food and clothes to keep alive, suffering great hardships for his living, contented with ever so little, wishing for nothing better, never perceiving that in his inner garment there is a priceless jewel. The friend who gave him the jewel afterwards sees this poor man, and bitterly rebuking him, shows him where the jewel is found. The poor man, seeing this jewel, is filled with a great joy. Rich in possession of wealth, he can satisfy his five senses. Such were also we. For long has the world-honoured one always pitied and taught us to cultivate the highest aspiration, but because of our ignorance, we neither perceived nor knew it. Gaining but a little of nirvana, contented, we sought no more. Now the Buddha has awakened us, saying this is not real nirvana. Only on attaining the highest Buddha wisdom is there real nirvana. Now having heard from the Buddha the prediction and its glory, and the command we receive in turn, body and soul are full of joy. Chapter 9. Prediction of the destiny of our hats, training and trained. At that time, Ananda and Rahula reflected thus. We have thought to ourselves, if our future were only foretold, how happy we should be. Thereupon they rose from their seats, went before the Buddha, made obeisance at his feet, and together spoke to the Buddha, saying, World-honoured one, let us in this also have a place. We have only the Tathagata in whom to trust. We are known to and acknowledged by all the worlds, including gods, men, and asuras. Ananda is always thy attendant, protecting and keeping the treasury of the law, and Rahula is the Buddha's son. If the Buddha sees fit to predict for us perfect enlightenment, our desires will be fulfilled, and the hopes of many will be satisfied. Thereupon the 2,000 Shravaka disciples who are under training and no longer under training all rose from their seats, bared their right shoulders, went before the Buddha, with one mind folded their hands, and gazed upon the world-honoured one, wishing as Ananda and Rahula had wished, and stood there in line. Then the Buddha addressed Ananda, saying, In a future world, you will become a Buddha with the title of Sovereign Universal King of Wisdom, great as mountains and oceans, Tathagata. Worshipful, all-wise, perfectly enlightened in conduct, well-departed, understander of the world, peerless leader, controller, teacher of gods and men, Buddha, world-honoured one. He shall pay homage to 62 kotis of Buddhas, protect and keep the treasury of the law, and afterward attain perfect enlightenment, instructing 20,000 myriad kotis of Bodhisattvas like the sands of the Ganges, causing them to accomplish perfect enlightenment. His domain will be named never lowered victorious banner. Its land shall be pure, with lapis lazuli for earth. His kalpa will be named world-fulfilling wonderful sound. That Buddha's lifetime will be immeasurable thousand myriad kotis of asamkhya kalpas, so that even if a man counts and calculates it for thousands of myriads of kotis of immeasurable asamkhya kalpas, it will be impossible to know it. His righteous law will abide in his world twice his lifetime, and the counterfeit law again abide in his world double the time of the righteous law. Ananda, this Buddha, sovereign universal king of wisdom, greatest mountains and oceans, will be extolled and his merits praised by universal, unlimited thousand myriad kotis of Buddha Tathagatas like the sands of the Ganges. Then the world-honored one, desiring to proclaim his teaching over again, spoke thus in verse. I now declare among you monks that Ananda, keeper of the law, shall pay homage to Buddhas and afterwards accomplish perfect enlightenment. His title will be Wisdom Great as Mountains and Oceans, Sovereign Universal Buddha King. His domain will be pure, named Never Lowered Victorious Banner. He shall instruct Bodhisattvas as sands of the Ganges in number. That Buddha will have august powers, his name filling the universe. His lifetime will be beyond calculation. Because of his compassion for the living, his righteous law will be twice his lifetime, and the counterfeit double that. Many as the sands of the Ganges, countless living creatures in that Buddha's law shall cultivate the seed of the Buddha way. Thereupon the 8,000 Bodhisattvas in the assembly who had newly started on the road all reflected thus. We have not yet heard even senior Bodhisattvas receive such predictions as these. What can be the cause of these Shravakas obtaining such decisions as these? Then the world-honored one, knowing what the Bodhisattvas were thinking in their minds, addressed them, saying, Good sons, I and Ananda together, under the Buddha Firmament King, at the same time conceived the thought of perfect enlightenment. Ananda took constant pleasure in learning, while I was devoted to active progress. For this reason I have already attained perfect enlightenment, while Ananda has been taking care of my law, as he will take care of the law treasures of future Buddhas, and instruct and bring to perfection the host of Bodhisattvas. Such was his original vow, and so he received this prediction. Ananda, face to face with the Buddha, hearing his own prediction and the adornment of his domain, and that his vow had been fulfilled, was filled with joy at obtaining such unprecedented news. Instantly he remembered the law treasuries of unlimited thousand myriad kotis of Buddhas in the past, and understood them without difficulty, as if he were now hearing them, recalling also his original vow. Then Ananda spoke thus in verse. The rare and world-honored one recalls to my mind the law of innumerable Buddhas in the past, as if I were hearing it today. I now, having no more doubts, peacefully abide in the Buddha way. Tactfully will I serve in caring for the Buddha's law. Then the Buddha addressed Rahula. In the world to come, you will become a Buddha entitled Shredder on 7 jeweled lotuses Tathagata, worshipful, all-wise, perfectly enlightened in conduct, well-departed, understander of the world, peerless leader, controller, teacher of gods and men, Buddha, world-honored one. He shall pay homage to Buddha Tathagatas equal in number to the atoms of 10 worlds, always becoming the eldest son of those Buddhas, just as he is at present. The domain of this treasure on 7 jeweled lotuses, Buddha, will be splendidly adorned. The number of kalpas of his lifetime, the disciples converted by him, the righteous law and counterfeit law, will be just the same as those of the sovereign universal king of wisdom, great as mountains and oceans, and of this Buddha he will also become the eldest son. Afterward he will attain perfect enlightenment. Thereupon the world-honored one, desiring to proclaim this teaching over again, spoke thus in verse. When I was a prince royal, Rahula was my eldest son. Now that I have accomplished the Buddha way, he is the law heir receiving the law. In worlds to come, seeing infinite kotis of Buddhas, to all he will be the eldest son, and all his mind seek the Buddha way. Of the hidden course of Rahula, only I am able to know. At present, as my eldest son, he is revealed to all. Infinite thousand myriad kotis are his merits, beyond calculation. Peacefully abiding in the Buddha law, he seeks the supreme way. At that time, the world-honored one looked upon the 2,000 men under training and no longer under training, gentle in mind, tranquil and calm, who were observing the Buddha with all their mind. The Buddha addressed Ananda, saying, "Do you see these 2,000 men under training and no longer under training?" "Yes, I see them." "Ananda, these men shall pay homage to Buddha Tathagatas, innumerable as the atoms of 50 worlds, revere and honor them, and care for their treasuries of the law. And finally, in the same hour, in domains in every direction, each will become a Buddha. All will have the same title, namely Jewel Sign Tathagata, worshipful, all-wise, perfectly enlightened in conduct, well-departed, understander of the world, peerless leader, controller, teacher of gods and men, Buddha, world-honored one. Their lifetimes will be one kalpa, and the splendor of their domains, their Shravakas and Bodhisattvas, their righteous law and counterfeit law, all will be equal. Then the world-honored one, desiring to proclaim this teaching over again, spoke thus in verse. These 2,000 Shravakas, who are now in my presence, I give to them the prediction that in future they will become Buddhas. The Buddhas they worship will be numerous as the aforementioned atoms. After caring for their law treasuries, they will reach perfect enlightenment. In domains in all directions, each will have the same title. Simultaneously sitting on the wisdom terrace, they shall prove the supreme wisdom. The name of all will be Jewel Sign. Their domains and disciples, their righteous law and counterfeit law, will all be equal without difference, all by transcendent powers, so everywhere save the living. And their fame universally spreading, they shall progress into nirvana. Thereupon the 2,000 men under training and no longer under training, hearing the Buddha's prediction, became ecstatic with joy and spoke thus in verse. World-honored one, bright lamp of wisdom, we, hearing his voice of prediction, are filled with joyfulness, as if sprinkled with sweet, sweet dews. It's the end of chapter 9. We'll have a 10-minute break. Chapter 10. A teacher of the law. At that time, the world-honored one addressed the 80,000 great leaders through the Bodhisattva Medicine King, saying, Medicine King, do you see in this assembly innumerable gods, dragon kings, yakshas, Gandharvas, Asuras, Garudas, Kinnaras, Maharajas, human and non-human beings, as well as bhikshus, bhikshunis, male and female lay devotees, seekers after Stravakatship, seekers after Pracheka Buddhahood, seekers after Bodhisattvaship, and seekers after Buddhahood. All such beings as these, in the presence of the Buddha, if they hear a single verse or a single word of this wonderful law or flower sutra, and even by a single thought delight in it, I predict that they will attain perfect enlightenment. The Buddha again addressed Medicine King. Moreover, after the extinction of the Tathagata, if there be any people who hear even a single verse or a single word of the wonderful Law Flower Sutra, and by a single thought delight in it, I also predict for them perfect enlightenment. Again, let there be any who receive and keep, read and recite, expound and copy even a single verse of the wonderful Law Flower Sutra, and look upon this sutra with reverence as if it were the Buddha, and make offerings to it in various ways with flowers, perfume, garlands, sandal powder, perfumed unguents, incense for burning, silk canopies, banners, flags, garments, and music, as well as revere it with folded hands. No, Medicine King, these people have already paid homage to 10 myriad kotis of Buddhas, and under the Buddhas performed their great vows. Therefore, out of compassion for all living beings, they are born here among men. Medicine King, if there be any people who ask you what sort of living beings will become Buddhas in future worlds, you should show them that those are the people who will certainly become Buddhas in future worlds. Wherefore, if my good sons and good daughters receive and keep, read and recite, expound and copy even a single word of the Law Flower Sutra, and make offerings to it in various ways with flowers, perfumes, garlands, sandal powder, fragrant unguents, incense for burning, silk canopies, banners, flags, garments, and music, as well as revere it with folded hands, these people will be looked up to by all the worlds. And as you pay homage to Tathagatas, so should you pay homage to them. No, these people are great Bodhisattvas, who, having accomplished perfect enlightenment, and out of compassion for all living beings, are willingly born in this world, and widely proclaim and expound the wonderful Law Flower Sutra. How much more those who are perfectly able to receive, keep, and in every way pay homage to it. No, Medicine King, these people will of themselves abandon the recompense of their purified karma, and after my extinction, out of pity for all living beings, will be born in the evil world and widely proclaim this sutra. If these good sons and good daughters, after my extinction, should be able, even by stealth, to preach to one person even one word of the Law Flower Sutra, know these people are Tathagata apostles, sent by the Tathagata to perform Tathagata deeds. How much more so those who in great assemblies widely preach to others? Medicine King, even if there be some wicked person who out of an evil mind throughout a whole kalpa appears before the Buddha and unceasingly blasphemes the Buddha, his sin is still light. But if anyone, even with a single ill word, defames the lay devotees or monks who read and recite the Law Flower Sutra, his sin is extremely heavy. Medicine King, He who reads and recites the Lawflower Sutra, no, that man has adorned himself with the adornment of the Buddha, and so is carried by the Tathagata on his shoulder. Wherever he goes, he should be saluted with hands wholeheartedly folded, revered, worshipped, honored, and extolled, and offerings made to him of flowers, perfumes, garlands, sandal powder, perfumed unguents, incense for burning, silk canopies, banners, flags, garments, edibles and dainties, and music. He should be served with the most excellent offerings found amongst men. He should be sprinkled with celestial jewels, and offerings made of celestial jewels in heaps. Wherefore, because this man delighting to preach the law, they who hear it but for a moment thereupon attain perfect enlightenment. Then the world-honored one, desiring to proclaim his teaching over again, spoke thus in verse. Should one wish to abide in the Buddha way and accomplish intuitive wisdom, he must always earnestly honor the keepers of the flower of the law. Should one wish quickly to attain every kind of wisdom, he must receive and keep this sutra and honor those who keep it. Should one be able to receive and keep this wonderful Wallflower Sutra, know he is the Buddha's apostle, who has compassion for all living beings. He who is able to receive and keep the wonderful Wallflower Sutra, giving up his Pure Land, and from pity for the living being born here, know such a man as this, free to be born where he will, is able in this evil world widely to preach the supreme law. You should, with celestial flowers and perfumes, garments of heavenly jewels, and heaps of wonderful celestial jewels, pay homage to such a preacher of the law. In evil ages after my extinction, those who are able to keep this sutra must be saluted and revered with folded hands, as if paying homage to the world-honored one. With the best of dainties and abundant sweets and every kind of garment, this son of the Buddha should be worshipped in the hope of even a momentary hearing. In future ages, if anyone is able to receive and keep this sutra, I will send him to be amongst men, to perform the task of the Tathagata. If anyone in the course of a kalpa unceasingly cherishes a wicked heart, and with angry mien rails at the Buddha, he commits an infinitely heavy sin. But anyone who reads, receipts, and keeps the Sutra of the Lawflower, should one abuse him even a moment, his sin is still heavier. Anyone who seeks after the Buddha way, and for a complete kalpa with folded hands in my presence, extols me in numberless verses, because he thus extols the Buddha, will acquire infinite merit. But he who praises the bearers of the sutra, his happiness will be even greater. During 80 kotis of kalpas, with the most excellent color, sound, scent, flavor, and touch, if one worships the sutra bearers, if having thus worshipped, he learns it from them but for a moment, then let him joyfully congratulate himself, saying, I have now obtained a great benefit. Medicine King, now I say to you, of the sutras I have preached, among all these sutras, the Lawflower is the very foremost. Thereupon the Buddha again addressed the Medicine King, Bodhisattva Mahasattva, saying, Infinite thousand myriad kotis are the sutras I preach, whether already preached, now being preached, or to be preached in the future. And among them all, this Lawflower Sutra is the most difficult to believe and the most difficult to understand. Medicine King, this sutra is the mystic, essential treasury of all Buddhas, which must not be distributed among or recklessly delivered to men. It is watched over by Buddhas, world-honored ones, and from of yore it has never been revealed and preached. And this sutra, while the Tathagata is still here, has aroused much enmity and envy. How much more after his extinction? No, Medicine King. After the Tathagata is extinct, those who are able to copy, keep, read, recite, worship, and preach it to others will be invested by the Tathagata with his robe, and will be protected and remembered by Buddhas abiding in other regions. They shall have great powers of faith and the power of a resolute vow, and the powers of virtuous character. No, those people shall dwell with the Tathagata, and the Tathagata shall place his hand upon their heads. Medicine King, in every place where this sutra is preached or read or recited or copied, or its volumes are kept, one should erect a kaitya of the precious seven, making it very high, spacious, and splendid. But there is no need to deposit relics. Wherefore? Because in it there is the whole body of the Tathagata. This kaitya should be served, revered, honoured, and extolled with all kinds of flowers, perfumes, garlands, silk canopies, banners, flags, music, and hymns. If any is seeing that kaitya, salute and worship it, know that they are all near to perfect enlightenment, Medicine King. Many people there are, both laymen and monks, who walk in the Bodhisattva way, without, as it were, being able to see, hear, read, recite, copy, keep, and worship this Wallflower Sutra. Know that those people are not yet rightly walking in the Bodhisattva way, but if any of them hear this sutra, then they shall be able to walk aright in the Bodhisattva way. If any living beings who seek after the Buddha way either see or hear this Wallflower Sutra, and after hearing it believe and discern, receive and keep it, you may know that they are near perfect enlightenment. Medicine King is like a man extremely thirsty and in need of water, who searches for it by digging in a tableland. So long as he sees dry earth, he knows that the water is still far off. Continuing his labour unceasingly, he in time sees moist earth and then gradually reaches the mire. Then he makes up his mind, knowing that water is at hand. The Bodhisattvas are also like this. If they have not heard nor understood nor been able to observe this Wallflower Sutra, you may know that they are still far from perfect enlightenment. If they hear, understand, ponder and observe it, you may assuredly know that they are near perfect enlightenment. Wherefore, because the perfect enlightenment of every Bodhisattva all belongs to this sutra. This sutra brings out the fuller meaning of the tactful or partial method in order to reveal the truth. The treasury of this Wallflower Sutra is so deep and strong, so hidden and far away, that no human being has been able to reach it. Now the Buddha has revealed it for the instruction. Now the Buddha has revealed it for the instructing and perfecting Bodhisattvas. Medicine King, if any Bodhisattva on hearing this Wallflower Sutra is startled, doubts and fears, you may know that this is a Bodhisattva neophyte. If any Shravaka on hearing this sutra is startled, doubts and fears, you may know him for an arrogant person. Medicine King, if there be any good son or good daughter who after the extinction of the Tathagata desires to preach this Wallflower Sutra to the four groups, how should he preach it? That good son or good daughter entering into the abode of the Tathagata, wearing the robe of the Tathagata, and sitting on the throne of the Tathagata, should then widely proclaim this sutra to the four groups of hearers. The abode of the Tathagata is the great compassionate heart within all living beings. The robe of the Tathagata is the gentle and forbearing heart. The throne of the Tathagata is the voidness of all laws. Established in these, then with unflagging mind to Bodhisattvas and the four groups of hearers, he will preach this Wallflower Sutra. Medicine King, though dwelling in another realm, will send spirit messengers to gather together hearers of the law for that preacher, and also send spirit bhikshus, bhikshunis, and male and female lay devotees to hear his preaching of the law. All these spirit people, hearing the law, shall unresistingly receive it in faith and obey it. If the preacher of the Lord takes up his abode in a secluded place, then I will abundantly send gods, dragons, spirits, Gandharvas, Asuras, and others to hear him preach. Though I am in a different domain, I will from time to time cause the preacher of the law to see me. If he forgets any detail of this sutra, I will return and tell him, that he may be in perfect possession of it. At that time, the world-honored one, desiring to proclaim this teaching over again, spoke thus in verse. In order to be rid of sloth, hearken to this sutra. Rare is the chance of hearing it, and rare are those who receive it in faith. It is like a thirsty man needing water who digs in a tableland, still seeing dry and arid earth. He knows water is yet far off. Moist earth and mire gradually appearing, he is assured that water is near. No, medicine king, such is the case with those who hear not the Lawflower Sutra. They are far from the Buddha wisdom. Should they hear this profound sutra, which determines the law for disciples and is the king of all sutras, and hearing truly ponder it, know that those people are near the Buddha wisdom. Should anyone preach this sutra, let him enter the Tathagata abode, wear the Tathagata robe, and sit on the Tathagata throne. Undaunted amidst the multitude, let him openly expound and preach it. With great compassion for his abode, gentleness and forbearance for his robe, and the voidness of all laws for his throne. Abiding in these, let him preach the law. If, when he preaches this sutra, some should with evil mouth abuse or lay on swords, sticks, shards, or stones, think of the Buddha. Let him be patient. In thousands of myriads of kotis of lands, I appear with pure imperishable bodies, and infinite kotis of kalpas preach the law for all the living. If anyone after my extinction is able to proclaim this sutra, I will send him the 4 spirit groups of bhikshus and bhikshunis, pure-minded men and women, to worship him as teacher of the law, while I will draw living beings and assemble them to hear this law. Should men seek to assail it with ill words, with swords, sticks, shards, or stones, I will send spirit people to act as his protectors. Should any preacher of this law, dwelling alone in a secluded place, in solitude where is no voice of man, read and recite this sutra, then I will appear to him with a pure and luminous body. Should he forget sentences or words, I will tell him to clear his apprehension. Whenever such a man, perfect in his merits, either preaches to the 4 groups, or in seclusion reads and recites the sutra, he will always see me. When such a man is in seclusion, I will send gods and dragon kings, yakshas, demons, spirits, and others to be hearers of this law. That man will delight to preach the law and expound it without hindrance. Because Buddha's guard and mind him, he can cause multitudes to rejoice. Whoever is close to such a teacher of the law will speedily attain the Bodhisattva way. And he who becomes a pupil of that teacher will behold Buddhas numerous as the sands of the Ganges. Chapter 11. Beholding the precious stupa. At that time, in front of the Buddha, a stupa of 7 precious things, 500 yojanas in height, and 250 yojanas in length and breadth, sprang up from the earth and abode in the sky. It was decorated with all kinds of precious things, splendidly adorned with 5,000 parapets, thousands of myriads of recesses, and countless banners and flags, hung with jeweled garlands, with myriads of kotis of gem bells suspended on it. On every side exhaling the fragrance of Tamalapatra sandalwood, filling the whole world. All its streamers and canopies were composed of the precious 7 gold, silver, lapis lazuli, moonstone, agate, pearl, and carnelian, reaching up to the palaces of the 4 heavenly kings. The 33 gods raining celestial mandara flowers paid homage to the precious stupa. Other gods, dragons, yakshas, gandharvas, asuras, garudas, kinnaras, maharagas, human and non-human beings. All these 1,000 myriad kotis of beings paid homage to the stupa with all kinds of flowers, perfumes, garlands, streamers, canopies, and music, revered, honored, and extolled it. Then from the midst of the precious stupa there came a loud voice, praising and saying, "Excellent, excellent, world-honored Shakyamuni, thou art able to preach to the great assembly the wonderful Law Flower Sutra of universal and great wisdom, by which Bodhisattvas are instructed, and which the Buddhas guard and mind. So is it, world-honored Shakyamuni, all that thou sayest is true." Then the 4 groups, beholding the great precious stupa abiding in the sky, and hearing the sound which proceeded from the stupa, were all filled with delight in the law, and with wonder at these unheard of happenings. They rose up from their seats, and reverently folding their hands, withdrew to one side. Meanwhile, a Bodhisattva Mahasattva, named Great Eloquence, perceiving uncertainty in the minds of all the worlds of gods, men, asuras, and others, spoke to the Buddha, saying, "World-honored one, for what reason has this stupa sprung up out of the earth, and from its midst this voice proceeded?" Then the Buddha told the Bodhisattva Great Eloquence, "In this stupa there is the whole body of the Tathagata. Of yore in the past, innumerable 1,000 myriad kotis of Asamkhya worlds away in the east, there was a domain called Jewel Clear. In that domain there was a Buddha entitled Abundant Treasures. When that Buddha was treading the Bodhisattva way, he made a great vow, saying, 'After I become a Buddha and am extinct, if in any country in the universe there be a place where the Law Flower Sutra is preached, my stupa shall arise and appear there, in order that I may hearken to that sutra, bear testimony to it, and extol it, saying, Excellent.' When that Buddha had finished his course, he, his extinction approaching, in the midst of gods, men, and a great host, instructed his bhikshus, 'Those who, after my extinction, desire to worship my whole body should erect a great stupa. Wherever in the worlds of the universe the Law Flower Sutra is preached, that Buddha, by the supernatural power of his vow, causes his stupa, containing his whole body, there to spring forth, and praises the sutra, saying, Excellent, excellent. Great eloquence. It is because just now the Tathagata Abundant Treasures heard the Law Flower Sutra preached, that his stupa sprang up from the earth, and he extolled the sutra, saying, Excellent, excellent. Thereupon the Bodhisattva Great Eloquence, because of the divine power of the Tathagata, World-honored one, we earnestly desire to see this Buddha's body. The Buddha addressed the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Great Eloquence thus, This Buddha Abundant Treasures has a profound and grave vow. When my stupa appears in the presence of any of the Buddhas, for the sake of hearing the Law Flower Sutra, if he desires to show my body to the 4 groups, let the Buddhas who have emanated from that Buddha and who are preaching the law in the worlds in all directions return all together and assemble in one place, and then shall my body appear. So great eloquence, I must now assemble the Buddhas who have emanated from me and who are preaching the law in the worlds in all directions. Great eloquence replied to the Buddha, World-honored one, we would also see the Buddhas emanated from the World-honored one and worship and pay homage to them. Then the Buddha sent forth a ray from the circle of white hair between his eyebrows, whereupon eastward there became visible all the Buddhas in 500 myriad kotis of nayatas of domains, numerous as the sands of the Ganges. All those domains had crystal for earth and jeweled trees and precious cloth for adornment, were filled with countless 1,000 myriad kotis of bodhisattvas had jeweled canopies stretched above them and were covered with networks of jewels. All the Buddhas in those domains were preaching the laws with ravishing voices, and innumerable 1,000 myriad kotis of bodhisattvas were also seen, filling those domains and preaching to the multitude. So too was it in the southern, western, and northern quarters, in the four intermediate directions, in the zenith and the nadir, wherever shone the ray signal from the circle of white hair. Then the Buddhas in all directions each addressed the host of his bodhisattva, saying, "Good sons, we must now go to Shakyamuni Buddha in the Saha world, and pay homage to the precious stupa of the Tathagata abundant treasures." Thereupon the Saha world instantly became pure, with lapis lazuli for earth, adorned with jewel trees, cords made of gold marking the boundaries of its 8 divisions, having no hamlets, villages, towns, cities, great seas, great rivers, mountains, streams, forests, and thickets, smoking with most precious incense, its ground strewn with mandara flowers, spread with precious nets and curtains, and hung with all kinds of precious bells. There only remained the assembled congregation, all other gods and men having been removed to other lands. Then those Buddhas, each bringing a bodhisattva as his attendant, arrived at the Saha world, and each went to the foot of a jewel tree. Each of the jewel trees was 500 yojanas high, adorned in turn with boughs, leaves, blossoms, and fruit. Under all those jewel trees there were lion thrones, 5 yojanas high, also decorated with magnificent jewels. Then each of those Buddhas sat cross-legged on those thrones. Thus all around him the 3,000 great thousandfold world was filled with Buddhas, though as yet, from but one point of the compass, the bodies which had emanated from Shakyamuni Buddha had not finished arriving. Then Shakyamuni Buddha, desiring to make room for the Buddhas who had emanated from himself, in each of the 8 directions of space, transformed 200 myriad kotis of mayutas of domains, all of them pure, without hells, hungry spirits, animals, and asuras, and moreover, removed their gods and men to other lands. The domains thus transformed also had lapis lazuli for earth, and were ornate with jewel trees 500 yojanas high, adorned in turn with boughs, leaves, blossoms, and fruit. Under every tree was a jeweled lion throne, 5 yojanas high, decorated with all kinds of gems, and there were no great seas or great rivers, nor any Mount Muchalinda, Mount Mahamuchalinda, Mount Iron Circle, Mount Great Iron Circle, Mount Sumeru, and so on. All these kings of mountains which always form one Buddha land. Their jeweled ground was even and smooth. Everywhere the jewel-decked awnings were spread, and streamers and canopies hung, while most precious incense was burning, and precious celestial flowers everywhere covered the ground. Shakyamuni, in order that the Buddhas who were coming might be seated in each of the 8 directions, transformed 200 myriad kotis of mayutas of domains, making them all pure, without hells, hungry spirits, animals, and asuras, and removing their gods and men to other lands. The domains thus transformed also had lapis lazuli for earth, and were ornate with jewel trees 500 yojanas high, adorned in turn with boughs, leaves, blossoms, and fruit. Under every tree was a jeweled lion throne 5 yojanas high, decorated with great jewels. And there were no great seas or great rivers, or any Mount Muchalinda, Mount Mahamuchalinda, Mount Iron Circle, Mount Great Iron Circle, Mount Sumeru, and so on. These kings of mountains which always form one Buddha land. Their jeweled ground was even and smooth. Everywhere jewel-decked awnings were spread, and streamers and canopies hung, while most precious incense was burning, and precious celestial flowers everywhere covered the ground. At that moment, the Bodies which had emanated eastward from Shakyamuni, namely the Buddhas who were each preaching the law in 100,000 myriad kotis of Mayutas of eastern domains, numerous as the sands of the Ganges, arrived and assembled. In like manner, in turn, the Buddhas from all the 10 directions all arrived and assembled and took their seats in the 8 directions. Thereupon each direction was filled with Buddha Tathagatas from its 400 myriad kotis of Mayutas of domains. Then all the Buddhas, each under a jewel tree, seated on a lion throne, sent their attendants to make inquiries of Sakyamuni Buddha, each sending a double handful of jewel flowers, and saying to them, "Good sons, do you go and visit Mount Rudrakuta, the abode of Shakyamuni Buddha, and according to our words say, art thou free from disease and distress? Art thou at ease in thy physical powers? And are all the groups of thy bodhisattvas and stravakas at peace? Strew the Buddha in homage with these jewel flowers and say thus, such and such a Buddha joins in wishing that this precious stupa be opened." All the Buddhas sent their messengers in like manner. Then Shakyamuni Buddha, beholding the Buddhas who had emanated from him assembled together, each seated on his lion throne, and hearing that those Buddhas unitedly desired the precious stupa to be opened, straightway he rose up from his throne and abode in the sky. All the 4 groups stood up, folded their hands, and with all their mind gazed at the Buddha. Thereupon Shakyamuni Buddha, with the fingers of his right hand, opened the door of the stupa of the precious 7, when there went forth a great sound, like the withdrawing of the bolt of an opening of a great city gate. Thereupon all the congregation saw the Tathagata abundant treasures, sitting on the lion throne in the precious stupa, with his undissipated body whole, and as if he were in meditation. And they heard him saying, "Excellent, excellent, Shakyamuni Buddha, speedily preach this Law Flower Sutra. I have come hither in order to hear this sutra." Then the 4 groups, seeing the Buddha who had passed away and been extinct for immeasurable 1,000 myriad kotis of kalpas, speak such words as these, praised this unprecedented marvel, and strewed on the Buddha abundant treasures, and on Shakyamuni Buddha heaps of celestial jewel flowers. Thereupon the Buddha abundant treasures within the precious stupa shared half his throne with Shakyamuni Buddha, speaking thus, "Shakyamuni Buddha, take this seat." Whereon Shakyamuni Buddha entered the stupa, and sitting down on that half throne, folded his legs. Then the great assembly, seeing the 2 Tathagatas sitting cross-legged on the lion throne in the stupa of the precious 7, each reflected thus, "The Buddhas are sitting aloft and far away. Would that the Tathagatas by their transcendent powers might cause us together to take up our abode in the sky." Immediately Shakyamuni Buddha, by his transcendent powers, received all the great assembly up into the sky, and with a great voice universally addressed the 4 groups, saying, "Who are able to publish abroad the wonderful Law Flower Sutra in this Saha world? Now indeed is the time. The Tathagata not long hence must enter nirvana. The Buddha desires to bequeath this wonderful Law Flower Sutra so that it may ever exist." At that time, the world-honored one, desiring to proclaim this meaning over again, spoke thus in verse, "The holy world-honored Lord, albeit for long extinct and in his precious stupa, yet comes to hear the law. How then should anyone not be zealous for the law's sake? This Buddha has been extinct for countless kalpas, but in place after place he hears the law because of its rareness. That Buddha made a vow, after my extinction I will go anywhere, forever, to hear this law. And innumerable Buddhas emanated from my body as the sands of the Ganges have come to hear the law, and to behold the extinct Tathagata abundant treasures. Each leaving his wonderful land and his host of disciples, gods, men and dragons and all their offerings, has come here to this place, so that the law may long abide. In order to seek these Buddhas by my transcendent powers, I have removed innumerable beings and cleared my domain. The Buddhas one by one have arrived under the jewel trees, as lotus flowers adorn a clear and cool pool. Under those jewel trees on the lion thrones the Buddhas are seated, brilliant and resplendent, as in the darkness of night great torches gleam. From them proceeds a mystic fragrance, spreading afar over all lands. All beings, perfumed thereby, are beside themselves with joy. It is just as when a great wind blows over the fragrant bushes. By this expedient I cause the law long to abide. To this great assembly I say, after my extinction, whoever is able to guard and keep, read and recite this sutra, let him before the Buddha himself declare his vow. The Buddha abundant treasures, albeit extinct for long, by reason of his great vow, will sound forth the lion's roar. Let the Tathagata abundant treasures, and also me myself, and my assembly of emanated Buddhas, know this resolve. Of all my Buddha's sons, let him who is able to protect the law sound forth a great vow, to make it long abide. He who is able to protect the law of this sutra will be deemed to have worshipped me and abundant treasures. This abundant treasures who abides in the precious stupa and ever wanders everywhere for the sake of this sutra. He will moreover have worshipped all my emanated Buddhas here, who adorn and make resplendent all the worlds. If he preaches this sutra, then he is deemed to have seen me and the Tathagata abundant treasures, also my emanated Buddhas. All my good sons, let each carefully ponder that. This is a difficult task, needing the taking of a great vow. All the other sutras, numerous as the sands of the Ganges, though one expounded them, it still could not be counted hard. If one took up Sumeru and hurled it into another region of numberless Buddha lands, neither would that be hard. If one were with his toes to move a great thousandfold world and hurl it afar to another land, that also would not be hard. If one standing on the summit of all beings were to expound to all beings the countless other sutras, that also would not be hard. But if one, after the Buddha's extinction, in the midst of an evil world, is able to preach this sutra, this indeed is hard. Though there be a man who grasps the sky in his hand and wanders about with it, that is still not hard. But after my extinction, whether himself to copy and keep, or cause another to copy it, that indeed is hard. If one took the great earth, put it on his toenail, and ascended to the Brahma heaven, that would still not be hard. But after the Buddha's extinction, in the midst of an evil world, to read aloud this sutra for but a moment, that indeed will be hard. Though one in the final conflagration carried a load of dry hay and entered it unseared, that would still not be hard. But after my extinction, if anyone keeps this sutra and proclaims it but to one man, that indeed will be hard. If one could keep the 84,000 sections of the law and the 12 divisions of sutras, expound them to others, and cause those who heard to gain the 6 transcendent powers, though he has such power as this, that would still not be hard. But after my extinction, if anyone hears and receives this sutra and inquires into its meaning, that indeed will be hard. If one could preach the law and cause thousands, myriads, kotis, countless, innumerable beings, as many as the sands of the Ganges, to become our hats, and perfect the 6 transcendent powers, even to confer such a benefit as this, would still not be hard. But after my extinction, if anyone is able to keep such a sutra as this, that would indeed be hard. I, on account of the Buddha way in innumerable lands from the beginning until now, have widely preached many sutras, but amongst them all, this sutra is the chief, and if anyone is able to keep it, then he keeps the Buddha's body. All my good sons, let him who after my extinction is able to receive and keep, read and recite this sutra, now in the presence of the Buddha, announce his own vow. This sutra, so difficult to keep, if anyone keeps it a short time, I shall be pleased, and so will all the Buddhas. Such a one as this will be praised by all the Buddhas. Such a one is brave, such a one is zealous, such a one is named law-keeper and duta observer. Speedily shall he attain the supreme Buddha way. He who in coming generations can read and keep this sutra is truly a Buddha's son, dwelling in the stage of pure goodness. After the Buddha's extinction, he who can expound its meaning will be the eye of the world for gods and men. He who in the final age of fear can preach it even for a moment by all gods and men will be worshipped. That's the end of chapter 11. I'm taking a 10-minute break. Chapter 12, Devadatta. At that time the Buddha addressed the Bodhisattvas, the celestial kings, and the four groups, saying, through innumerable kalpas of the past, I have tirelessly sought the Lawflower Sutra. During many kalpas, I was long a king and vowed to seek the supreme Bodhi, my mind never faltering. Desiring to fulfill the six paramitas, I earnestly bestowed alms with an unsparing mind. Elephants, horses, the rare seven, countries, cities, wives, children, male and female slaves, servants and followers, head, eyes, marrow, brain, the flesh of my body, hands and feet, unsparing of body and life. At that time, people's lifetime was beyond measure. For the sake of the law, I gave up the throne of my domain, deputed my government to the crown prince, and with beating drum and open proclamation, sought everywhere for the truth, promising, whoever is able to tell me of a great vehicle, I will all my life provide for him and be his footman. At that time, a certain hermit came to me, the king, and said, I have a great vehicle named Wonderful Lawflower Sutra. If you will not disobey me, I will explain it to you. I, the king, hearing what the hermit said, became ecstatic with joy and instantly followed him, providing for his needs, gathering fruit, drawing water, collecting fuel, laying his food, even turning my body into his seat and bed, yet never feeling fatigue of body or mind. While I thus served, a millennium passed, and for the sake of the law, I zealously waited on him that he should lack nothing. Then the world-honored one, desiring to proclaim this meaning over again, spoke thus in verse. I remember in past kalpas, when to seek the great law, though I was king in the world, yet coveted not earthly pleasures. With toll of bell I proclaimed to the four quarters, whoever possesses the great law, if he will expound it to me, to him I will become a servant. Then there was the sage Asita, who came and said to the great king, I possess the wonderful law, rarely heard in the world. If you are able to practice it, I will preach it to you." Then the king, hearing the sage's word, conceived great joy in his heart, and thereupon followed him, providing for his needs, gathering fuel, fruit, and goods, and in season reverently offering them, keeping the wonderful law in my heart, body and mind unwearied. Universally for all living beings, I diligently sought the great law, nor indeed for my own sake, not for the delight of the five desires. So I, king of a great domain, by zealous seeking, obtained this law, and at last became a Buddha. Now, therefore, I preach it to you. The Buddha said to all the bhikshus, "The former king was myself, and the sage at that juncture was the present Devadatta himself. Through the good friendship of Devadatta, I was enabled to become perfect in the 6 paramitars, in kindness, compassion, joy, and indifference. In the 32 signs, the 80 kinds of excellence, the deep golden-hued skin, the 10 powers, the 4 kinds of fearlessness, the 4 social laws, the 18 special unique characteristics, the transcendent powers of the way, the attainment of perfect enlightenment, and the widespread saving of the living. All this is due to the good friendship of Devadatta. I declare to all you 4 groups, Devadatta, after his departure and innumerable kalpas have passed, will become a Buddha, whose title will be King of the Gods Tathagata, worshipful, all-wise, perfectly enlightened in conduct, well-departed, understander of the world, peerless leader, controller, teacher of gods and men, Buddha, world-honored one, and whose world will be named Divine Way. At that time, the Buddha, King of Gods, shall dwell in the world for 20 intermediate kalpas. He shall widely preach the wonderful law for all the living, and living beings numerous as the sands of the Ganges will attain arhatship. Innumerable beings will devote themselves to pratyeka Buddhahood, and living beings numerous as the sands of the Ganges, devoting themselves to the supreme way, will attain to the assurance of no rebirth and reach the stage of never falling back into mortal life. Then after the parinirvana of the Buddha, King of Gods, the righteous law will dwell in this world during 20 intermediate kalpas. For his complete body relic, a stupa of the precious 7 shall be erected, 60 yojanas in height and 40 yojanas in length and width. All the gods and people with various flowers, sandal powder, incense for burning, perfumed unguents, garments, garlands, banners, flags, jeweled canopies, music and song, shall respectfully salute and pay homage to the wonderful stupa of the precious 7. Innumerable living beings will attain arhatship. Incalculable living creatures will awaken to pratyeka Buddhahood, and inconceivable numbers of the living will be aroused to Bodhi and reach the stage of never falling back into mortality. The Buddha said to the bhikshus, "If there be in a future world any good son or daughter to hear this Devadatta chapter of the wonderful Law Flower Sutra with pure heart and believing reverence, and is free from doubt, such a one shall not fall into the hells or become a hungry spirit or animal, but shall be born into the presence of the Buddhas of the universe. Wherever he be born, he will always hear the sutra. And if he be born amongst men or gods, he will enjoy marvelous delight. As to the Buddha into whose presence he is born, his birth shall be by emanation from the lotus flower. Thereupon a Bodhisattva attendant from a region beneath of the world-honored one, abundant treasures, named wisdom, accumulation, said to the Buddha, abundant treasures, let us return to our own land. But Sakyamuni Buddha said to wisdom, accumulation, good son, wait a while. Here is the Bodhisattva Manjushri. First meet and discuss with him the wonderful law, and then return to your own land. Thereupon Manjushri, sitting on a 1,000-petal lotus flower as large as a carriage wheel, with the Bodhisattvas who accompanied him, also sitting on jewel lotus flowers, unaided sprang up from the great ocean, out of the palace of the Sagara dragon king. Taking up his place in the sky, he advanced to the divine vulture peak, alighted from his lotus flower, went before the Buddha, and reverently made obeisance at the feet of the two world-honored ones. When he had expressed his reverence, he went over to wisdom accumulation, and after they had asked after each other's welfare, they withdrew and sat to one side. The Bodhisattva wisdom accumulation asked Manjushri, "Virtuous sir, since you went to the dragon palace, how many beings have you converted?" Manjushri answered, "Their numbers are immeasurable. They cannot be calculated, nor expressed in words, nor fathomed by the mind. Just wait a moment. One must bring the proof." Before he had finished speaking, numberless bodhisattvas, sitting on jeweled lotus flowers, sprang up from the sea, advanced to the divine vulture peak, and took their place in the sky. All these bodhisattvas had been converted and saved by Manjushri, had become perfect in bodhisattva deeds, and together discussed and expounded the 6 paramitars. Those in the sky who had formerly been Shravakas told of their former Shravaka deeds, but now they all maintained the spiritual principle of the great vehicle. Then said Manjushri to wisdom accumulation, "Such has been the result of my course and instruction in the ocean." Then the Bodhisattva wisdom accumulation extolled him thus in verse, "Most wise, virtuous, brave, and strong one, thou hast converted innumerable beings, and now this great assembly and I have all seen. Expounding the principle of reality and revealing the one vehicle law, extensively hast thou led all living beings to attain the speed, Bodhi." Manjushri replied, "That which I in the midst of the ocean always proclaimed was no other than the wonderful Law Flower Sutra." Wisdom accumulation asked Manjushri, "This sutra is very profound and subtle, the pearl of all the sutras, a rare thing in the world. Is there any being who diligently and zealously practicing this sutra can attain speedily Buddhahood?" Manjushri replied, "There is the daughter of the dragon King Sagara, just 8 years old, wise and of keen faculties, well acquainted with the karma arising from the roots of action of all creatures, who has obtained dharani, has been able to receive and keep all the most profound and mystic treasuries revealed by Buddhas, and has deeply entered into meditations and penetrated into all laws. In a moment of time she resolved upon Bodhi and attained non-relapse into mortality. She has unembarrassed powers of argument and a compassionate mind for all the living, as if they were her children. Her merits are complete, and the thoughts of her mind and explanations of her mouth are both subtle and great. Kind and compassionate, virtuous and modest, gentle and beautiful in her disposition, she has been able to attain Bodhi." The Bodhisattva wisdom accumulation said, "I have seen how Shakyamuni Tathagata, during innumerable kalpas, in doing arduous and painful deeds, accumulating merit and heaping up virtue, sought the way of Bodhi ceaselessly and without rest. I have observed that in the 3,000 great thousandfold world there is not even a spot as small as a mustard seed where he has not laid down his body and life as a bodhisattva for the sake of the living, and only after that did he attain Bodhi. It is incredible that this girl in but a moment should become perfectly enlightened." Before he had ceased talking, the daughter of the Dragon King suddenly appeared before them, and after making reverent obeisance to the Buddha, withdrew to one side, extolling him in verse. "Profound of insight into sin and blessedness, he illuminates the universe. His spiritual body, ethereal and pure, has the 32 perfect signs. With the 80 kinds of excellence, is his spiritual body adorned. He to whom gods and men look up, dragons and spirits pay reverence, and all species of living beings do worship and honor. That having heard the truth, I attain Bodhi, only the Buddha may bear witness. I will reveal the teaching of the great vehicle, which delivers creatures from suffering. Thereupon Sariputra said to the daughter of the dragon, you state that in no length of time you attain the supreme way. This thing is hard to believe. Wherefore, because the body of a woman is filthy and not a vessel of the Lord, how can she attain supreme Bodhi? The Buddha way is so vast that only after passing through innumerable kalpas, enduring hardship, accumulating good works, and perfectly practicing the perfections can it be accomplished. Moreover, a woman by her body still has 5 hindrances. She cannot become first king of the Brahma heaven, second Shakra, third Amara king, fourth a holy wheel-rolling king, and fifth the Buddha. How then could a woman's body so speedily become a Buddha? Now the dragon's daughter possessed a precious pearl worth a 3,000 great thousandfold world, which she held up and presented to the Buddha, and which the Buddha immediately accepted. The dragon's daughter then said to the Bodhisattva, wisdom accumulation, and the honored Sariputra, I have offered my pearl, and the world on one has accepted it. Was this action speedy? They answered, most speedy. The daughter said, by your supernatural powers, behold me become a Buddha, even more rapidly than that. At that moment, the entire congregation saw the dragon's daughter suddenly transformed into a male, perfect in Bodhisattva deeds, who instantly went to the world spotless in the southern quarter, where she sat on a precious lotus flower, attaining perfect enlightenment, with the 32 signs and 80 kinds of excellence, and universally proclaiming the wonderful law to all living creatures in the universe. Then the Saha world of Bodhisattvas, Shravakas, the 8 groups of gods and dragons, and human and non-human beings, all from afar, beholding the dragon's daughter become a Buddha, and universally preach the law to gods, men, and others, amongst that congregation, all rejoiced greatly, and made reverent salutation from afar. The countless multitude, on hearing her preach the law, were aroused to apprehension, and attained, never sliding back into mortality. The countless multitude also received their prediction of the perfect way. The world spotless made the 6-fold movement. 3,000 living beings in the Saha world took up their abode in the sage, never returning to mortality, while 3,000 living beings set their minds on Bodhi and obtained their prediction of attaining it. The Bodhisattva wisdom accumulation and Sariputra and all the congregation silently believed. Chapter 13. Exhortation to hold firm. At that time, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Medicine King and the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Great Eloquence, with their retinue of 20,000 Bodhisattvas, all in the presence of the Buddha, made this vow, saying, be pleased, world-honored one, to be without anxiety. After the extinction of the Buddha, we will keep, read, recite, and preach this sutra. In the evil age to come, living beings will decrease in good qualities, while they will increase in utter arrogance and in covetousness of gain and honours, and will develop their evil qualities and be far removed from emancipation. Though it may be difficult to teach and convert them, we, arousing our utmost patience, will read and recite this sutra. Keep, preach, and copy it. Pay every kind of homage to it, and spare not our body and life. Thereupon the 500 arhats in the assembly, whose future had been predicted, addressed the Buddha, saying, "World-honored one, we also vow to publish abroad this sutra in other lands." Again the 8,000 arhats, training and trained, whose future had been predicted, rising up from their seats and folding their hands towards the Buddha, made this vow, saying, "World-honored one, we also will publish abroad this sutra in other lands. Wherefore? Because in this Saha world men are bound in wickedness, cherish the utmost arrogance, and are of shallow virtue, defiled with hatreds, crooked with suspicions, and insincere in mind." Then the sister of the Buddha's mother, the Bhikshuni Mahaprajapati, with 6,000 Bhikshunis, training and trained, rose up from their seats, with one mind folded their hands, and gazed up to the honoured face without removing their eyes for a moment. Then the world-honoured one addressed the Gautami, "Why with sad countenance do you gaze at the Tathagata? Are you not thinking to say that I have not mentioned your name and predicted for you perfect enlightenment?" Gautami, I have already inclusively announced that the future of all Shravakas is predicted. Now you, who desire to know your future destiny, shall in the world to come become a great teacher of the law and the laws of the 68,000 kotis of Buddhas. And these 6,000 Bhikshunis, training and trained, will all become teachers of the law. Thus you will gradually become perfect in the Bodhisattva way and will become a Buddha entitled Loveliness Tathagata, worshipful, all-wise, perfectly enlightened in conduct, well-departed, understander of the world, peerless leader, controller, teacher of gods and men, Buddha, world-honored one. Gautami, this Buddha loveliness and the 6,000 Bodhisattvas will in turn be predicted to attain perfect enlightenment. Thereupon the mother of Rahula, the Bhikshuni Yashodhara, reflected thus: "The world-honored one in his predictions has left my name alone unmentioned." Then the Buddha said to Yashodhara, "You and the laws of the 100,000 myriads of kotis of Buddhas in the world to come, by your doing of Bodhisattva deeds, shall become a great teacher of the law, gradually become perfect in the Buddha way, and in the domain good become a Buddha entitled the perfect myriad way Tathagata, worshipful, all-wise, perfectly enlightened in conduct, well-departed, understander of the world, peerless leader, controller, teacher of gods and men, Buddha, world-honored one. The lifetime of that Buddha will be innumerable Ashamkhya kalpas." Then the Bhikshuni Mahaprajapati and the Bhikshuni Yashodhara, together with all their retinue, all rejoiced greatly, having obtained such an unprecedented felicity. And immediately before the Buddha spoke thus in verse: "World-honored leader, comforter of gods and men, we, hearing thy prediction, have perfect peace in our hearts." After uttering this verse, the Bhikshunis spoke to the Buddha, saying, "World-honored one, we also are able to publish abroad this sutra in lands in other regions." Thereupon the world-honored one looked upon the 80 myriads of kotis of mayutas of Bodhisattva Mahasattvas. All these Bodhisattvas were of the stage of Vayuvartika, who rolled the never retreating law wheel and had attained to the Dharanis. Immediately they rose from their seats, went before the Buddha, with one mind folded their hands and reflected thus: "If the world-honored one commands us to keep and expound this sutra, we will proclaim abroad this law as the Buddha has taught it." Again they reflected thus: "The Buddha now is silent. We are not commanded. What shall we do?" Then these Bodhisattvas, respectfully obeying the Buddha's will and themselves desiring to fulfill their original vow, before the Buddha raised the lion's roar and uttered a vow, saying, "World-honored one, after the extinction of the Tathagata, We will compass and travel through the world in all directions in order to lead all the living to copy the sutra, receive and keep, read and recite it, expound its meaning, practice it as their law, and rightly keep it in mind, all by the Buddha's might. Be pleased, world-honored one, though in another quarter, to behold and guard us from afar. Then the Bodhisattvas all together unanimously raised their voices, speaking thus in verse. Be pleased to be without anxiety. After the Buddha's extinction in the last dreadful evil age, we will proclaim abroad this sutra. Though in their ignorance many will curse and abuse us, and beat us with swords and staves, we will endure it all. Bhikshus in that evil age will be heretical, suspicious, warped, claiming to have attained when they have not, and with minds full of arrogance. Others in the Aranya will wear patched garments in seclusion, pretending that they walk the true path and scorning other people. Greedily attached to gain, they will preach the law to laymen and be revered by the world as arhats of the 6 transcendent powers. These men, cherishing evil minds, ever thinking of earthly things, assuming the name of Aranyas, will love to calumniate us, saying such things of us as all these bhikshus, from love of gain, preach heretical doctrine. They have themselves composed this sutra to delude the people of the world. For the sake of acquiring fame, they make a speciality of this sutra. Always in the assemblies, in order to ruin us, to kings and ministers, to Brahmins and citizens, and to the other groups of bhikshus, they will slanderously speak evil of us, saying, these are men of false views who proclaim heretical doctrines. But we, from reverence for the Buddha, will endure all these evils, by these contemptuously addressed as all ye Buddhas. Even such scorn and arrogance we will patiently endure. In the evil age of the corrupt Kalpa, abounding in fear and dread, devils will take possession of them to curse, abuse, and insult us. But we, revering and believing in the Buddha, will wear the armor of perseverance. For the sake of preaching this sutra, we will endure all these hard things. We will not love body and life, but only care for the supreme way. We will, throughout all ages to come, guard what the Buddha bequeaths. World-honored one, thou knowest that in the corrupt age, vicious bhikshus, knowing not the laws so tactfully preached as opportunity served by the Buddha, will abuse and frown upon us. Repeatedly shall we be driven out and exiled far from the monasteries. Such evils will be our ills for remembering the Buddha's command. But we will endure all these things. Wherever in villages and cities there be those who seek after the law, we will all go there and preach the law bequeathed by the Buddha. We are the world-honored ones, the apostles, and amidst the multitude having nothing to fear, will rightly preach the law. Be pleased, O Buddha, to abide in peace. In the presence of the world-honored one, and the Buddhas come from all directions, we thus make our vow, and the Buddha knows our hearts. It's the end of chapter 13. I'm going to have a 10-minute break. Chapter 14. A happy life. At that time, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Manjushri, the Law King's son, spoke to the Buddha, saying, "World-honored one, rare indeed are such bodhisattvas as these. Reverently, according with the Buddha, they have made great vows that in the evil age to come they will protect, keep, read, recite, and preach this Law-Flower Sutra. World-honored one, how are these Bodhisattva Mahasattvas to be able to preach this sutra in the evil age to come?" The Buddha addressed Manjushri, "If any Bodhisattva Mahasattva desires to preach this sutra in the evil age to come, he should be steadfast in the four methods. First, steadfast in the Bodhisattva's spheres of action and intimacy, so that he may be able to preach this sutra to living beings." Manjushri, why is it called a Bodhisattva Mahasattva's sphere of action? If a Bodhisattva Mahasattva abides in a state of patience, is gentle and agreeable, is neither hasty nor overbearing, and his mind is imperturbed. If, moreover, he has no laws by which to act, but sees all things in their reality, or proceeds along the undivided way, this is termed a Bodhisattva Mahasattva's sphere of action. Why is the other termed a Bodhisattva Mahasattva's sphere of intimacy? A Bodhisattva Mahasattva is not intimate with kings, princes, ministers and rulers, nor intimate with heretics, the brahmacharyas, nirgranthas and so on, nor with composers of worldly and outside literature or poetry, nor with lokiatas and anti-lokiatas, nor does he resort to brutal sports, boxing and wrestling, nor to the various juggling performances of nartakas and others, nor does he consort with candlers, keepers of pigs, sheep, fowl and dogs, hunters, fishermen, and those engaged in these evil pursuits. Whenever such people as these sometimes come to him, he preaches the law to them, expecting nothing in return. Further, he does not consort with bhikshus, bhikshunis, and male and female lay devotees who seek after Shravakaship, nor does he address them, neither in a room nor in the place of a promenade, nor in the hall does he dwell or stay with them. If at times they come to him, he takes the opportunity of preaching the law, expecting nothing in return. Manjushri, again a Bodhisattva Mahasattva should not preach the law to women, displaying an appearance capable of arousing passionate thoughts, nor have pleasure in seeing them. If he enters the homes of others, he does not converse with any girl, virgin, widow, and so forth, nor again does he become on friendly terms with any hermaphrodite. He does not enter the homes of others alone. If for some reason he must enter there alone, then with the single mind he thinks of the Buddha. If he preaches the law to women, he does not display his teeth and smiles, nor let his breast be seen. Or even for the sake of the law does he ever become intimate, how much less for other reasons. He takes no pleasure in keeping young pupils, Shramaneras and children, nor has he pleasure in being with them as teacher, but ever preferring meditation and seclusion, he cultivates and controls his mind. Manjushri, this is termed the first grade or sphere of intimacy of Bodhisattva. Further, a Bodhisattva Mahasattva contemplates all existences as void, appearances as they really are, neither upside down, nor moving, nor receding, nor turning, just like space, of the nature of nothingness, cut off from the course of all words and expressions, unborn, not coming forth, not arising, nameless, formless, really without existence, unimpeded, infinite, boundless, unrestrained, only existing by causation and produced through perversion of thought. Therefore I say constantly to delight in the contemplation of things or laws such as these is termed a Bodhisattva Mahasattva's second sphere of intimacy. Thereupon the world-honoured one, desiring to proclaim this teaching over again, spoke thus in verse. If there be any Bodhisattva who in the future evil age, with fearless mind, desires to preach this sutra, he must occupy his proper sphere of action and his proper sphere of intimacy, constantly avoiding kings and princes, ministers and rulers, brutal and dangerous performers, candilas, heretics, brahmacharyans, nor does he consort with men of arrogance who are fond of studying the Tripitaka of Hinayana, with commandment-breaking bhikshus, our hats only in name, or with bhikshunis fond of jocularity, or with female disciples who through sensuousness seek present nirvana. He consorts with none of them. But if such people as these, in goodness of mind, come to the Bodhisattva to hear the Buddha way, then the Bodhisattva with fearless mind, cherishing no expectation, should preach the law to them. Widows and virgins and all sorts of eunuchs he never approaches for close friendship, nor does he consort with butchers and meat mincers, hunters and fishermen, who slaughter for gain. Those who vend meat for a living and procurators, with such people as these he should not consort. With brutal wrestlings, amusements and plays, whores and so forth, he should have no intimacy whatever. He should not, alone in a screened-off place, preach the law to a woman. If he has to preach the law to her, he will avoid jocularity. When he enters a hamlet in quest of food, let him take along another bhikshu. If there be no other bhikshu, let him with single mind think of the Buddha. These then are what are called the spheres of action and of intimacy. Maintaining these two spheres, he can teach with peace and joy. And again, if he does not observe laws, higher, middle, or lower, active or passive, laws real or unreal, also if he does not discriminate, this is a man or this is a woman, if he discovers no laws, nor recognizes nor sees them, this then is called the Bodhisattva sphere of action. All laws or things are void and non-existent, without permanence, neither beginning nor ending. This is named the sphere to which wise men resort. The perverse discriminate all laws as either existing or non-existing, real or unreal, produced or unproduced. Let the Bodhisattva abide in seclusion, cultivate and control his mind, and be firmly fixed and immovable as Mount Sumeru, contemplating all laws as though they were not, as if they were space, without solidity, neither produced nor coming forth, motionless and unreceding, ever remaining a unity. This is named the proper sphere of intimacy. If any bhikshu after my extinction enters the sphere of action and sphere of intimacy, when he preaches this sutra, he will have no timidity or weakness. When the Bodhisattva at times enters a quiet room and in perfect meditation contemplates things in their true meaning, and rising up from his meditation to kings of nations, princes, ministers and people, Brahmins and others, reveals, expounds, and preaches this sutra, his mind shall be at ease and free from timidity and weakness. Manjushri, this is called the Bodhisattva's steadfastness in the first method. He is then able, in future generations, to preach the Law Flower Sutra. Again, Manjushri. After the extinction of the Tathagata, in the period of the decline of the law, he who desires to preach this sutra should abide in the pleasant ministry of speech. Wherever he already proclaims or reads the sutra, he takes no pleasure in telling of the errors of others of the sutras, neither does he despise other preachers, nor speaks of the good and evil, the merits and demerits of other people, nor singles out Stravagas by name and publishes their errors and sins, nor by name praises their excellences, nor does he beget an invidious mind. By keeping well such a cheerful heart as this, those who hear will offer no opposition to him. To those who ask difficult questions, he does not answer with the law of a small vehicle, but only with the great vehicle, and explains it to them that they may obtain perfect knowledge. Thereupon the world-honoured one, desiring to proclaim this teaching over again, spoke thus in verse. The Bodhisattva ever delights and is at ease in preaching the law. In a clean and pure spot, setting up his pulpit, he anoints himself with oil, having bathed away uncleanliness, puts on a new clean robe, all clean within and without. Calmly seated on the law throne, he teaches as he is questioned. If there be any bhikshus and bhikshunis, male lay disciples and female lay disciples, kings and princes, their retainers and people, he preaches the mystic principle to them with a gentle countenance. If there be any difficult question, he answers according to its meaning. By reasonings and parables, he expounds and discriminates it. By this tactful method, he stirs them all to earnestness, to steady advance and entry on the Buddha way. He rids himself of a lazy mind and slackness of thought. He is free from all worries and with kindly heart proclaims. Day and night he ever propounds the teaching of the Supreme Way. By various reasonings and innumerable parables, revealing it to the living, and causing them all to rejoice. Garments and provisions for sleep, drink, food, and medicines, for all these things he has no anticipation. Only with single mind he thinks of the cause of his preaching the law, resolving on accomplishing the Buddha way and causing all others likewise so to do. This then is his great profit and joy and service. After my extinction, if there be any bhikshu who is able to proclaim this wonderful law flower sutra, his mind will be free from envy, from distresses and obstacles, and from grief and sorrow, as well as from the abuse of men. Further, he will be free from fear, from laying on of swords and staves, nor will he be driven away, because he is steadfast in forbearance. The wise man in such ways as these rightly cultivates his mind, being able to dwell at ease, as I have said above. The merit of that man, though thousands of myriads of kotis of kalpas were reckoned in illustration, is incapable of full expression. Again, Manjushri, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, who in the corrupt ages to come, when the law is about to perish, receives and keeps, reads and recites this sutra, does not cherish an envious and deceitful mind, nor does he slight and abuse other learners of the Buddha way, and seek out their excesses and shortcomings. If there be bhikshus, bhikshunis, male and female disciples, who seek after Sravakaship, or seek after Pacheka Buddhahood, or seek after the Bodhisattva way, it does not distress them, causing them doubts and regrets, saying to them, you are far removed from the way and will never be able to attain to perfect knowledge. Wherefore, because you are unstable people and remiss in the way. Moreover, he should not indulge in discussions about the laws or engage in disputations, but in regard to all the living, he should think of them with great compassion. In regard to the Tathagatas, he should think of them as benevolent fathers. In regard to the Bodhisattvas, he should think of them as his great teachers. In regard to the universal great Bodhisattvas, he should ever, from his deepest heart, revere and worship them. In regard to all living beings, he should preach the law equally, so as to accord with the law, neither more nor less. Even for those who deeply love the law, he will not preach more than it. Manjushri, when this Bodhisattva Mahasattva, in the last age when the law is about to perish, has accomplished this third pleasant ministry of thought, and preaches this sutra, nothing will be able to disturb him. He will find good fellow students who will read and recite this sutra with him. He will also find a great multitude come and hear him, who after hearing are able to observe it, after observing are able to recite it, after reciting are able to preach it, after preaching are able to copy or cause others to copy it, and who will pay homage to the sutra, revering, honoring, and extolling it. Then the world-honored one, desiring to proclaim this teaching over again, spoke thus in verse. If one would preach this sutra, let him renounce an envious, angry, proud, deceitful, or false mind, and ever do upright deeds. He should disparage none, and never for a diversion discuss the laws, nor cause others doubt or regret, saying you will never become Buddhas. This Buddha's son in preaching the law will ever be gentle, patient, and compassionate to all, with never a thought of slackness. To the great Bodhisattvas everywhere who walk the way in pity for all, he should beget a reverent mind, thinking, these are my great teachers. To all world-honored Buddhas, he should feel as to peerless fathers, and suppressing his haughty spirit, should preach the law without hindrance. Such is the third method. Let the wise man guard it. Such a single-hearted, pleasant ministry will be revered by countless hosts. Again, Manjushri, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva in the last ages to come, when the law is about to perish, who keeps this law flower sutra, should beget a spirit of great charity to laymen and monks, and beget a spirit of great compassion for those not yet Bodhisattvas. And he should reflect thus, such people as these have suffered great loss. The Lord preached as opportunity served by the tactful method of the Tathagata. They have neither heard nor known nor apprehended, nor inquired for, nor believed in, nor understood. Though those people have not inquired for, nor believed in, nor understood this sutra, when I have attained perfect enlightenment, wherever I am, by my transcendental powers and powers of wisdom, I will lead them to abide in this law. Manjushri, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, who after the extension of the Tathagata has accomplished this fourth method, when he preaches this law, will be free from errors. He will ever be worshipped, revered, honoured, and extolled by bhikshus, bhikshunis, male and female lay devotees, by kings and princes, by their ministers and people, by Brahmins and citizens, and by others. All the gods in the sky also, in order to hear the law, will always follow and attend to him. If he be in a village or city or secluded forest, and someone comes desiring to put difficult questions to him, the gods day and night, for the sake of the law, will constantly guard and protect him, so that he shall be able to cause all his hearers to rejoice. Wherefore, because this sutra is that which all past, future, and present Buddhas watch over by their divine powers. Manjushri, in countless countries, even the name of this law flower sutra cannot be heard. How much less can it be seen, received, and kept, read and recited? Manjushri is like a powerful holy will-rolling king who desires by force to conquer other domains. When minor kings do not obey his command, the will-rolling king calls up his various armies and goes to punish them. The king, seeing his soldiers who distinguished themselves in the war, is greatly pleased, and according to their merit bestows rewards, either giving fields, houses, villages, or cities, or giving garments or personal ornaments, or giving all kinds of treasures, gold, silver, lapis lazuli, moonstones, agates, coral, amber, elephants, horses, carriages, litters, male and female slaves, and people. Only the crown jewel on his head he gives to none. Wherefore? Because only on the head of a king may this sole jewel be worn, and if he gave it, all the king's retinue would be astounded. Manjushri, the Tathagata is also like this. By his powers of meditation and wisdom, he has taken possession of of the domain of the Lord, and rules as king over the triple world. But the Mara kings are unwilling to submit. The Tathagata's wise and holy generals fight with them. With those who distinguish themselves, he too is pleased, and in the midst of his four hosts preaches the sutras to them, causing them to rejoice, and bestows on them the meditations, the emancipations, the faultless roots and powers, and all the wealth of the Lord. In addition, he gives them the city of nirvana, saying that they have attained extinction, and attracts their minds so that they all rejoice. Yet it is not preached to them, this law flower sutra. Manjushri, just as the wheel-rolling king, seeing his soldiers who distinguish themselves, is so extremely pleased that now at last he gives them the incredible jewel so long worn on his head, which may not wantonly be given to anyone. So also it is with the Tathagata. As the great law king of the triple world, teaching and converting all the living by law, when he sees this wise and holy army fighting with the Mara of the five mental processes, the Mara of earthly cares, and the Mara of death, and doing so with great exploits and merits, exterminating the three poisons, escaping from the triple world, and breaking through the nets of the Maras, then the Tathagata also is greatly pleased, and now at last preaches this law flower sutra, which has never before been preached, and which is able to cause all the living to reach perfect knowledge, though all the world greatly resents and has difficulty in believing it. Manjushri, this law flower sutra, is the foremost teaching of the Tathagatas and the most profound of all its discourses. I give it to you last of all, just as that powerful king at last gives the brilliant jewel he has guarded for long. Manjushri, this law flower sutra, is the mysterious treasury of the Buddha Tathagatas, which is supreme above all sutras. For long has it been guarded and not prematurely declared. Today, for the first time, I proclaim it to you all. At that time, the world-honored one, desiring to proclaim this teaching over again, spoke thus in verse. Ever acting patiently, pitying all beings, such a one can proclaim the sutra the Buddha extols. In the last ages to come, they who keep this sutra, whether laymen or monks, or not yet Bodhisattvas, must have hearts of compassion. For those who do not hear nor believe this sutra suffer great loss. I, attaining the Buddha way by tactful methods, preach this sutra to them, that they may abide in it. It is like a powerful wheel-rolling king, who to his war-distinguished soldiers presents many rewards: elephants, horses, carriages, litters, personal ornaments, as well as fields and houses, villages and cities, or bestows garments, various kinds of jewels, slaves and wealth, bestowing all with joy. But only for one heroic and of rare exploits does the king take from his head the crown jewel to give him. Thus it is also with the Tathagata. He is the king of the law, possessed of great powers of patience and the treasury of wisdom. He with great benevolence transforms the world with his law, seeing all human beings suffering from pains and distresses, seeking for deliverance, fighting against the Maras. He to all these living beings has preached various laws, and in great tactfulness has preached these numerous sutras. Finally, knowing the creatures have attained their developed powers, at last he to them preaches this law flower, as the king took from his head the jewel and gave it. This sutra is preeminent among all the sutras. I have always guarded and not prematurely revealed it. Now indeed it is the time to preach it to you all. After my extinction, whoever seeks the Buddha way and desires imperturbably to proclaim this sutra should relate himself to the four rules such as these. He who reads this sutra will be ever free from worry and free from pain and disease. His countenance will be fresh and white. He will not be born poor, humble, or ugly. All creatures will delight to see him as a longed-for saint. Heavenly cherubim will be his servants. Swords and staves will not be laid on him. Poison cannot harm him. If anyone curses him, that man's mouth will be closed. Fearlessly he will roam like a lion king. The radiance of his wisdom will shine like the sun. If he should dream, he will see only the wonderful, seeing the Tathagatas seated on lion thrones, preaching the law to hosts of surrounding bhikshus, seeing also dragon spirits, asuras and others, in number as the sands of the Ganges, who worship him with folded hands, and he sees himself preaching the law to them. He will also see the Buddhas with the sign of the golden body, emitting boundless light, illuminating all beings, and with Brahma voice expounding the laws, while the Buddha to the four groups is preaching the supreme law. He will find himself in the midst, extolling the Buddha with folded hands. He will hear the law with joy, pay homage to him, attain the Dharanis, and prove the truth of never retreating. The Buddha, knowing his mind has entered deep into the Buddha way, will then predict that he will accomplish supreme perfect enlightenment, saying, "You, my good son, shall in the age to come obtain infinite wisdom, the great way of the Buddha, the domain splendidly pure, of extent incomparable, and with its four hosts with folded hands hearing the law. He will also find himself in mountain groves, exercising himself in the good law, proving reality, and deep in meditation, seeing the universal Buddhas. Golden coloured are those Buddhas, adorned with 100 blessed signs. He who hears and preaches to others ever has good dreams like these. Again he will dream he is a king, who forsakes his palace and kinsfolk, and exquisite pleasures of the senses to go to the wisdom throne. At the foot of a Bodhi tree, he sits on the lion throne. After seeking the way for 7 days, he attains the wisdom of Buddhas. Having attained the supreme way, he arises, and rolling the law wheel to the four hosts, preaches the law for thousands of myriads of kotis of kalpas. After preaching the faultless, wonderful law and saving innumerable creatures, he should then enter nirvana, as a lamp is extinct when its smoke ends. If anyone in the evil ages to come preaches this preeminent law, he will obtain the great blessing of such rewards as the above. That's the end of chapter 14. I'm going to have a half-hour break. Chapter 15, springing up out of the earth. At that time, the Bodhisattva, Mahasattvas, who had come from other lands, numerous as the sands of the 8 Ganges, arose in the great assembly, and with folded hands saluted and spoke to the Buddha, saying, World-honoured one, if the Buddha will allow us, after his extinction, diligently and zealously to protect and keep, recite and copy and worship this sutra in this Saha world, we would preach it abroad in this land. Thereupon the Buddha addressed all the hosts of those Bodhisattva Mahasattvas. Enough, my good sons. There is no need for you to protect and keep this sutra. Wherefore? Because in my Saha world there are in fact Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, numerous as the sands of 60,000 Ganges. Each one of these Bodhisattvas has a retinue numerous as the sands of 60,000 Ganges. These persons are able, after my extinction, to protect and keep, read and recite, and preach abroad this sutra. When the Buddha had thus spoken, all the earth of the 3,000 great thousandfold land of the Saha world trembled and quaked, and from its midst there issued together innumerable 1,000 myriad kotis of Bodhisattva Mahasattvas. All these Bodhisattvas, with their golden-hued bodies, 32 signs, and boundless radiance, had all before been dwelling in infinite space below this Saha world. All these Bodhisattvas, hearing the voice of Shakyamuni Buddha preaching, sprang forth from below. Each one of these Bodhisattvas was the commander of a great host, leading a retinue as the sands of 60,000 Ganges. Moreover, others led retinues numerous as the sands of 50,000, 40,000, 30,000, 20,000, 10,000 Ganges. Moreover, down to the sands of 1 Ganges, the sands of half a Ganges, a quarter of it, down to a fraction of 1,000 myriad kotis of Mayutas. Moreover, 1,000 myriad kotis of Mayutas of followers. Moreover, myriads of kotis of followers. Moreover, 1,000 myriad, 100 myriad, or even a myriad. Moreover, 1,000, 100, or even 10. Moreover, those who lead 5, 4, 3, 2, or 1 disciples. Moreover, one who is alone, happy in the practice of isolation. Such bodhisattvas as these are immeasurable, illimitable, beyond the powers of comprehension by calculation or comparison. When these bodhisattvas had emerged from the earth, each went up to the wonderful stupa of the precious 7 in the sky, where were the Tathagata abundant treasures and Shakyamuni Buddha. On their arrival they made obeisance, with faces to the ground, to both the world-honoured ones, and going to the Buddhas seated on the lion thrones under the jewel trees, they also saluted them, 3 times making procession round them on their right, with folded hands revering them, and extolling them with all kinds of bodhisattva hymns. Then they stood to one side with delight gazing upon both the world-honoured ones. From the time that these Bodhisattva Mahasattvas first issued from the earth and extolled the Buddhas with all kinds of Bodhisattva hymns, in the interval they had passed 50 minor kalpas. During all this time, Shakyamuni Buddha sat in silence, and silent also were the 4 groups. But the 50 kalpas, through the divine power of the Buddha, seemed to the great multitude as half a day. At that time, the 4 groups, also by the divine power of the Buddha, saw the bodhisattvas from everywhere fill the space of innumerable 100,000 myriad kotis of domains. Among the host of these bodhisattvas, there were the 4 leading teachers. The first was named Eminent Conduct, the second named Boundless Conduct, the third named Pure Conduct, and the 4th named Steadfast Conduct. These 4 bodhisattvas are of their hosts, the chief heads and leaders. In front of their great hosts, each of them with folded hands, looked towards Shakyamuni Buddha and inquired of him, saying, "World-honoured one, hast thou few ailments and few troubles, and art thou at ease? Are those whom thou must save readily receiving thy teaching? Do they cause the world-honoured one not to become weary?" Thereupon the four great Bodhisattvas spoke thus in verse: "Is the world-honoured one at ease, with few ailments and few troubles? In instructing all the living beings, is he free from weariness? And are all the living readily accepting his teaching? Do they cause the world-honoured one not to get tired?" Then the world-honoured one, in the great assembly of the Bodhisattvas, spoke thus: so it is, my good sons. The Tathagata is at ease, with few ailments and few troubles. These beings are easy to transform, and I am free from weariness. Wherefore, because all these beings for generations have constantly received my instruction, and worshipped and honoured the former Buddhas, cultivating roots of goodness, all these beings, from first seeing me and hearing my preaching, received it in faith and entered the Tathagata wisdom, except those who had previously practiced and learned the small vehicle. But even such people as these I have now caused to hear this sutra and enter the Buddha wisdom. Thereupon these great Bodhisattvas spoke thus in verse: Good, great hero, world-honoured one. All these living creatures are easily transformed by thee, are able to inquire into the profound wisdom of Buddhas, and hearing to believe and discern. We congratulate thee. Then the world-honoured one extolled these supreme chiefs, the great Bodhisattvas, saying, Good, my good sons, you may rightly be minded to congratulate the Tathagata. Then Maitreya Bodhisattva and a host of other Bodhisattvas, numerous as the sands of 8,000 Ganges, all reflected thus: From old we have never seen nor heard of such a host of great Bodhisattva Mahasattvas issuing from the earth, standing in the presence of the world-honoured ones, with folded hands worshipping and inquiring of the Tathagata. Then Maitreya Bodhisattva Mahasattva, being aware of the thoughts and minds of all the Bodhisattvas, numerous as the sands of 8,000 Ganges, and desiring also to resolve his own doubt, folded his hands toward the Buddha and asked him thus in verse: These innumerable thousand myriad kotis, this great host of Bodhisattvas, are such as we have never seen before. Be pleased to explain, honoured of men, from what places they have come, for what reason they have assembled, huge of body, of transcendent power, of wisdom inconceivable, firm of will and memory, with great powers of long suffering, whom all the living rejoice to see. Whence have they come? Each of these Bodhisattvas leads on a retinue whose numbers are beyond compute, like the sands of the Ganges. There are also the great Bodhisattvas leading followers numerous as 60,000 Ganges sands. Such mighty hosts with one mind seek the Buddha way. These great leaders in number as 60,000 Ganges sands all come and worship the Buddha and guard and keep this sutra. Some, still more numerous, lead followers numerous as 50,000 Ganges sands, as 40,000 or 30,000, as 20,000, down to 10,000, as 1,000 or 100, and so forth, down to the sands of one Ganges, as half, 1/3, 1/4, as one part of a myriad kotis of a Ganges sands. Those who lead 1,000 myriad Nyayitas, or a myriad koti of disciples, or even half a koti of disciples, these leaders are still more numerous than the above. The leaders of 1,000,000 or 10,000, 1,000 or 100, or 50 or 10, or 3, 2, or 1. Single ones with no following, who enjoys solitariness, and all come together to the Buddha, in numbers even greater than the leaders above. Such are these great hosts, that if a man kept tally, through kalpas numerous as Ganges sands, he still could not fully know them. These great, majestic, and zealous Bodhisattva hosts, who has preached the law to them, instructed and perfected them? From whom did they get their start? What Buddha law have they extolled? Whose sutra received, kept, and practiced? What Buddha way have they followed? Such bodhisattvas as these, with transcendent powers and great wisdom, in all quarters of the riven earth, all spring forth from its mist, world-honored one. From of yore we have never seen such things. Be pleased to tell us the name of the domain from which they come. Roaming constantly in many domains, I have never seen such a host, and amid all this host, I know not a single one who suddenly springs from the earth. Be pleased to tell us its cause. This great congregation now present, innumerable 100,000 kotis of these bodhisattvas and others, all desire to know this matter. Of all these bodhisattva hosts, what is the course of their history? World-honored one of measureless virtue, be pleased to resolve our doubts. Meanwhile, the Buddhas who had emanated from Shakyamuni Buddha and had come from innumerable thousand myriad kotis of domains in other quarters, sat cross-legged on the lion thrones under the jewel trees in every direction. The attendants of these Buddhas each beheld the great host of bodhisattvas, who in every direction of the 3,000 great thousandfold world issued from the earth and dwelt in space. And each spoke to his own Buddha, saying, World-honored one, this great, countless, illimitable, and Sankhya host of bodhisattvas, whence have they come? Thereupon each of those Buddhas told his own attendants, Good sons, wait a while. There is a Bodhisattva Mahasattva whose name is Maitreya, and has been predestined by Shakyamuni Buddha as the next Buddha. He has already asked about this matter. The Buddha is now going to reply to him, and from his reply you will hear for yourselves. Thereupon Shakyamuni Buddha addressed Maitreya Bodhisattva. Good, Ajita. You have well asked the Buddha concerning so great a matter. Do you all with one mind don the armour of zeal and exhibit a firm will? For the Tathagata now intends to reveal and proclaim the wisdom of Buddhas, the sovereign and supernatural power of Buddhas, the lion eagerness of Buddhas, and the awe-inspiring, forceful power of Buddhas. Then the world-honored one, desiring to proclaim this teaching over again, spoke thus in verse. Be zealous and of one mind. I am about to expound this matter. Have no doubts or disquietude. Inconceivable is the Buddha wisdom. Do you now exert your faith? Be steady in the virtue of endurance. For the law never heard before. Now, for the law never heard before. Now, you are all about to hear. I now first put your minds at ease. Cherish neither doubt nor fear. The Buddha has no words but the true. His wisdom is beyond measure. The supreme law attained by him is profound and beyond discrimination. Such law let me now expound, and do you all with one mind listen. Then the world-honored one, having spoken these verses, addressed Maitreya Bodhisattva. Now I in this great assembly declare to you all, Ajita, all these great Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, in innumerable and numberless asankhas, who have issued from the earth and whom we have never seen before, I in this Saha world, after attaining perfect enlightenment, instructed and led them. All these Bodhisattvas controlled their minds and caused them to set their thoughts on the way. All these Bodhisattvas dwell in the space beneath the Saha world, where they read, recite, penetrate, ponder, and discriminate the sutras, and correctly keep them in memory. Ajita, these good sons have not found pleasure in talking among the crowd, but have found their pleasure in quiet places. In diligence and zeal, they have not relaxed, nor clung to abodes among men and gods, but have ever taken their pleasure in profound wisdom, without let or hindrance, have ever rejoiced in the law of Buddhas, and with one mind have zealously sought supreme wisdom. Then the world-honoured one, desiring to proclaim his teaching over again, spoke thus in verse: Agita, know thou, all these great bodhisattvas, from numberless kalpas, have studied the Buddha wisdom. All of them are my converts, whom I have caused to desire the great way. These are my sons who dwell in this Buddha world, ever practicing the dutta deeds, joyfully devoted to quiet places, shunning the clamour of crowds, with no pleasure in much talk. Such sons as these are learning the law of my way, always zealous and night, always zealous day and night, for the sake of seeking the Buddha way. They dwell in space, beneath the Saha world, firm in their power of will and memory, ever diligently seeking after wisdom. They preach all kinds of wonderful laws, having no fear in their minds. I, near the city of Gaya, sitting beneath the Bodhi tree, accomplished perfect enlightenment. Unrolling the supreme law wheel, I have taught and converted them, and caused them first to aspire to the way. Now all abide in the never relapsing state, and all will become Buddhas. What I now speak is the truth. Believe me with single minds. I, from a long distant past, have instructed all this host. Then the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Maitreya and the numberless Bodhisattvas and others were seized with doubt and perplexity, wondering at this rare thing, and reflected thus: how has the world-honoured one in so short a time instructed such innumerable, countless asamyakas of great bodhisattvas and caused them to abide in perfect enlightenment? Then addressing the Buddha, they said, World-honoured one, the Tathagata, when he was a prince, left the Shakya palace, and not far from the city of Gaya, took his seat on the wisdom terrace and attained to perfect enlightenment. From that time, but 40 years have passed. World-honoured one, in so short a time, how hast thou done such great Buddha deeds, and by Buddha power and Buddha merit taught such an innumerable host of great bodhisattvas to attain perfect enlightenment? World-honoured one, this host of great bodhisattvas, even if a man counted them through thousands of myriad kotis of kalpas, he cannot come to an end or reach their limit. All these from the far past, under innumerable and countless Buddhas, have planted their roots of goodness and accomplished the Bodhisattva way, constantly living the noble life. World-honoured one, such a matter as this, the world will find it hard to believe. It is just as if there are a man of fine complexion and black hair, 25 years old, who pointed to centenarians and said, These are my sons. And as if those centenarians also pointed to the youth and said, This is our father who begot and reared us. This matter is hard of belief. And also is it with the Buddha, whose attainment of the way is really not long since. Yet this great host of bodhisattvas, for numberless thousands of myriads of kotis of kalpas, for the sake of the Buddha way, have devoted themselves with zeal. They have entered deep into, come out of, and dwelt in infinite 100,000 myriad kotis of contemplations, have attained the great transcendent faculties, and for long have practiced Brahma conduct, have been well able step by step to learn all kinds of good laws. They are skillful in question and answer, are treasured amongst men, and of extreme rareness in all worlds. Today the world-honoured one has just said that when he attained the Buddha way, he from the beginning caused them to aspire to enlightenment, instructed and led, and caused them to proceed towards perfect enlightenment. It is not long since the world-honoured one became the Buddha, yet he has been able to do this great meritorious deed. Though we still believe that what the Buddha opportunely preached and the words the Buddha uttered have never been false, and also the Buddha's knowledge is all perceived by us, yet if newly converted bodhisattvas hear this statement after the Buddha's extinction, they may not receive it in faith. And this will give rise to causes of wrong action, to the destruction of the Lord. So, world-honoured one, be pleased to explain it, removing our doubts, and so that all thy good sons in future generations, on hearing this matter, shall also not beget doubt. Thereupon Maitreya Bodhisattva, desiring to announce this meaning over again, spoke thus in verse. The Buddha of old from Shakya race left his home and near Gaya took his seat under the Bodhi tree. From then it has not been long. These sons of the Buddha, immeasurable in their number, have long pursued the Buddha way, and are firm in transcendent power, wisdom, power. They have ably learned the Bodhisattva way, and are as untainted with worldly things as the lotus flower on the water. Issuing from the earth, all have a reverent mind, as they stand before the world-honoured one. This matter is hard to conceive. How can it be believed? It is but recently the Buddha has attained the way, and the things he has accomplished are bound. Be pleased to remove all doubts, explain and tell us the real meaning. It's as if a young man, strong man, just 25 years old, indicated centenarian sons with white hair and wrinkled faces, saying, "These are begotten by me." The sons also saying, "This is our father." The father young and the sons old. The whole world will not believe it. So is it with the world-honoured one. Very recently he has attained the way. Yet all these bodhisattvas are firm in will, dauntless and strong, and from innumerable kalpas have followed the bodhisattva way. Skilled in answering hard questions, their minds are free from fear, decided in their patient mind, dignified and majestic. They are extolled by universal Buddhas. Well able to reason and preach, they rejoice not in the crowd, but ever love to dwell in meditation. For the sake of seeking the Buddha way, they dwell in the space below. We, hearing it from the Buddha, have no doubts on this matter. But we beg that the Buddha, for future hearers, will explain that they may understand. If any should doubt and disbelieve this sutra, he would fall into the evil path. Be pleased to expound for them now how these innumerable bodhisattvas in so short a time have been instructed and converted, and abide in the never retreating stage. Chapter 16, Revelation of the Eternal Life of the Tathagata. At that time the Buddha said to the Bodhisattvas and all the great assembly, "Believe and discern, all you good sons, the veracious word of the Tathagata." Again he said to the great assembly, "Believe and discern the veracious word of the Tathagata." And again he said to all the great assembly, "Believe and discern the veracious word of the Tathagata." Then the great host of Bodhisattvas, Maitreya at their head, folded their hands and said to the Buddha, "World-honoured one, be pleased to expound the matter, and we will believingly receive the Buddha's words." Thus they spoke 3 times, repeating the words, "Be pleased to expound the matter, and we will believingly receive the Buddha's words." Then the world-honoured one, perceiving that the Bodhisattvas thrice without ceasing repeated their request, addressed them, saying, "Listen then all of you attentively to the secret, mysterious, and supernaturally pervading power of the Tathagata. All the worlds of gods, men, and asuras consider. Now has Shakyamuni Buddha come forth from the palace of the Shakya clan, and seated at the training place of enlightenment, not far from the city of Gaya, has attained perfect enlightenment. But my good sons, since I veritably became Buddha, there have passed infinite, boundless, hundreds of thousands of myriad of kotis, of mayutas, of kalpas. For instance, suppose there were 500,000 myriad kotis of mayutas of asankaya 3,000 great thousandfold worlds. Let someone grind them to atoms, pass eastward through 500,000 myriad kotis of mayutas of the Samkhya countries, then dropped one of those atoms. Suppose he thus proceeded eastward till he had finished those atoms. What do you think, my good sons? Is it possible to imagine and calculate all those worlds so as to know their number? Maitreya, Bodhisattva, and the others all said to the Buddha, World-honored one, those worlds are infinite, boundless, beyond the knowledge of reckoning and beyond the reach of thought. Not all the Shravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas, with their faultless wisdom, would be able to imagine and know the bounds of those numbers. And to us also, who are dwelling in the stage of Vairagya, these matters are beyond apprehension. World-honored one, all such worlds as these are measureless and boundless. Thereupon the Buddha addressed all those Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, good sons. Now I must clearly announce and declare to you. Suppose you take as atomized all those worlds where an atom has been deposited or where it has not been deposited, and count an atom as a kalpa. The time since I became Buddha still surpasses these by hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis, of mayutas, of asankhya kalpas. From that time forward I have constantly been preaching and teaching in this Saha world, and also leading and benefiting all living beings in other places in hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis, of mayutas, of asankhya domains. Good sons, during this time I have ever spoken of myself as the Buddha burning light and other Buddhas, and also have told of their entering into nirvana. Thus have I tactfully described them all. Good sons, whenever living beings come to me, I behold with the Buddha's eyes all the faculties, keen or dull, of their faith and so on. And I explain to them in stage after stage, according to their capacity and degree of salvation, my different names and the length of my lives, and moreover plainly state that I must enter nirvana. I also in various tactful ways preach the wonderful law which is able to cause all the living to beget a joyful heart. Good sons, beholding the propensities of all the living toward lower things, so that they have little virtue and much vileness, to these men the Tathagata declares, in my youth I left home. Excuse me. In my youth I left home and attained perfect enlightenment. But since I verily became Buddha, thus have I ever been, and thus have I made declaration. Only by my tactful methods to teach and transform all living beings, so that they may enter the way of the Buddha. Good sons, all the sutras which the Tathagata preaches are for the deliverance of the living, whether speaking of himself or speaking of others, whether indicating himself or indicating others, and whether indicating his own affairs or the affairs of others. Whatever he says is all real and not empty air. Wherefore, because the Tathagata knows and sees the character of the triple world as it really is. To him there is neither birth nor death, or going away or coming forth, neither living nor dead, neither reality nor unreality, neither thus nor otherwise. And like the way the triple world beholds the triple world, the Tathagata clearly sees such things as these without mistake. Because all the living have various natures, various desires, various activities, various ideas and reasonings, so desiring to cause them to produce the roots of goodness, the Tathagata by so many reasonings, parables and discourses has preached his various truths. The Buddha deeds which he does have never failed for a moment. Thus it is, since I became Buddha in the very far distant past, that my lifetime is of infinite Ashankaya kalpas, forever existing and immortal. Good sons, the lifetime which I attained by pursuing the Bodhisattva way is not even yet accomplished, but will still be twice the previous number of kalpas. By now, in this unreal nirvana, I announce that I must enter the real nirvana. In this tactful way, the Tathagata teaches all living beings. Wherefore, if the Buddha abides long in the world, men of little virtue who do not cultivate the roots of goodness and are spiritually poor and mean, greedily attached to the 5 desires, and are caught in the net of wrong reflection and false views, if they see the Tathagata constantly present and not extinct, they will then become puffed up and lazy and unable to conceive the idea that it is hard to meet the Buddha or a mind of reverence for him. Therefore, the Tathagata tactfully teaches, no bhikshus, the appearance of Buddhas in the world is a rare occurrence. Wherefore, in the course of countless hundreds of thousands of myriad kotis of kalpas, some men of little virtue may happen to see a Buddha, or none may see him. For this reason I say, bhikshus, a Tathagata may rarely be seen. All these living beings, hearing such a statement, must certainly realize the thought of the difficulty of meeting a Buddha and cherish a longing and a thirst for him. Then will they cultivate the roots of goodness. Therefore, the Tathagata, though he does not in reality become extinct, yet announces his extinction. Again, good sons, the method of all Buddhist Tathagatas is always like this, in order to save all the living, and it is altogether real and not false. Suppose, for instance, a good physician, who is wise and perspicacious, conversant with medical art, and skillful in healing all sorts of diseases. He has many sons, say 20, 10, even up to 100. Because of some matter, he goes abroad to a distant country. After his departure, his sons drink his other poisonous medicines, which send them into a delirium, and they lie rolling on the ground. At this moment, their father comes back to his home. Of the sons who drank the poison, some have lost their senses, others are still sensible, but on seeing their father approaching in the distance, they are all greatly delighted, and kneeling salute him, asking, "How good it is that you are returned in safety. We in our foolishness have mistakenly dosed ourselves with poison. We beg that you will heal us and give us back our lives." The father, seeing his sons in such distress, in accordance with his prescriptions, seeks for good herbs, altogether perfect in colour, scent, and fine flavour, and then pounds, sifts, and mixes them, and gives them to his sons, speaking thus: "This excellent medicine, with colour, scent, and fine flavour altogether perfect, you may now take, and it will at once rid you of your distress, so that you will have no more suffering." Those amongst the sons who are sensible, seeing this excellent medicine with colour and scent both good, take it immediately and are totally delivered from their illness. The others who have lost their senses, seeing their father come, though they are also delighted, salute him and ask to heal their illness, yet when he offers them the medicine, they are unwilling to take it. Wherefore, because the poison had entered deeply, they have lost their senses. And even in regard to this medicine of excellent colour and scent, they acknowledge that it is not good. The father reflects thus: "Alas for these sons, afflicted by this poison and their minds all unbalanced. Though they are glad to see me and implore to be healed, yet they are unwilling to take such excellent medicine as this. Now I must arrange an expedient plan so that they will take this medicine." Then he says to them, "You should know that I am now worn out with old age, and the time of my death has now arrived. This excellent medicine I now leave here. You may take it and have no fear of not being better." After thus admonishing them, he departs again for another country, and sends a messenger back to inform them, "Your father is dead." And now when those sons hear that their father is dead, their minds are greatly distressed. And thus they reflect, if our Father were alive, he would have pity on us, and we should be saved and preserved. But now he has left us and died in a distant country. Now we feel we are orphans and have no one to rely on. Continuous grief brings them to their senses, and they recognize the colour, scent, and excellent flavour of the medicine, and thereupon take it, their poisoning being entirely relieved. The father, hearing that the sons are all recovered, seeks an opportunity and returns so that they all see him. All my good sons, what is your opinion? Are there any who could say that this good physician had committed the sin of falsehood? No, Lord One. The Buddha then said, I also am like this. Since I became Buddha, infinite boundless 100,000 myriad kotis of mayutas of Asamkhya kalpas ago, for the sake of all living beings, by my tactful power, I have declared that I must enter nirvana. Yet there is none who can lawfully accuse me of the error of falsehood. At that time, the world-honored one, desiring to proclaim his teaching over again, spoke thus in verse. Since I attained Buddhahood, the kalpas through which I have passed are infinite thousands of myriads of kotis and asamkhya years. Ceaselessly preached I the law and taught countless kotis of creatures to enter the way of the Buddha. Since then are unmeasured kalpas. In order to save all creatures by tactful methods, I reveal nirvana. Yet truly I am not yet extinct, but forever here preaching the law. I forever remain in this world, using all my spiritual powers, so that all perverted creatures, though I am near, yet fail to see me. All looking on me as extinct, everywhere worship my relics. All cherishing longing desires, and beget thirsting hearts of hope. When all creatures have believed and obeyed, in character upright, in mind gentle, wholeheartedly wishing to see the Buddha, not caring for their own lives, then I, with all the Sangha, appear together on the divine vulture peak. And then I tell all creatures that I exist forever in this world, by the power of tactful methods, revealing myself extinct and not extinct. If in other regions there are beings reverent and with faith aspiring, again I am in their midst to preach the supreme law. You, not hearing of this, only say I am extinct. I behold all living creatures sunk in the sea of suffering. Hence I do not reveal myself, but set them all aspiring, till when their hearts are longing, I appear to preach the law. In such supernaturally pervading power, throughout Asamkhya kalpas, I am always on the divine vulture peak, and in every other dwelling place. When all the living see at the kalpa's end the conflagration when it is burning, tranquil is this realm of mine, ever filled with heavenly beings, parks and many palaces, with every kind of gem adorned, precious trees full of blossoms and fruits, where all creatures take their pleasure. All the gods strike the heavenly drums and evermore make music, showering mandara flowers on the Buddha and his great assembly. My pure land will never be destroyed, yet all view it as being burnt up, and grief and horror and distress fill them all like this. All those sinful creatures, by reason of their evil karma, throughout Asamkhya kalpas, hear not the name of the precious three, but all who perform virtuous deeds and are gentle and of upright nature, these all see that I exist, and am here expounding the law. At times for all this throng, I preach the Buddha's life is eternal. To those who at length see the Buddha, I preach that the Buddha is rarely met. My intelligence power is such, my wisdom light shines infinitely. My life is of countless kalpas, from long cultivated karma obtained. You who have intelligence, do not in regard to this beget doubt, but bring it forever to an end. For the Buddha's words are true, not false, like the physician who with clever device, in order to cure his demented sons, though indeed alive, announces his own death, yet cannot be charged with falsehood. I too, being father of this world, who heals all misery and affliction, for the sake of the perverted people, though truly alive, say I am extinct. Lest, because always seeing me, they should beget arrogant minds, be dissolute and set in their 5 desires, and fall into evil paths. I, ever knowing all beings, those who walk or walk not in the way, according to the right principles of salvation, expound their every law, ever making this my thought: how shall I cause all the living to enter the way supreme, and speedily accomplish their Buddhahood? It's the end of chapter 16. And I'm just taking a 10-minute break. Chapter 17. Discrimination of Merits. At that time, when the great congregation heard the Buddha proclaim that such were the number of kalpas and the length of his lifetime, innumerable, countless living beings obtained great benefit. Then the world-honored one said to the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Maitreya, Ajita, while I proclaim the duration of the Tathagata's life, 68,000 kotis and notas of living beings, numerous as the sands of the Ganges, have attained to the assurance of their non-rebirth. Again, 1,000 times more Bodhisattva Mahasattvas have attained the Dharani power of hearing and keeping the law. Again, Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, numerous as the atoms of the world, have attained the faculty of eloquent and unembarrassed discussion. Again, Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, numerous as the atoms of a world, have attained to hundreds and thousands of myriad kotis of the Dharani of infinite revolutions. Again, Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, numerous as the atoms of the 3,000 great thousandfold world, have been enabled to roll forward, never-ending, never-retreating law wheel. Again, Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, numerous as the atoms of the middle 2,000-fold domain, have been enabled to roll forward the pure law wheel. Again, Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, numerous as the atoms of a small 1,000-fold domain, after 8 rebirths, will attain perfect enlightenment. Again, Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, numerous as the atoms of four continent worlds, after 4 births, will attain perfect enlightenment. Again, Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, numerous as the atoms of 3 continent worlds, after 3 births, will attain perfect enlightenment. Again, Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, numerous as the atoms of 2 continent worlds, after 2 births, will attain perfect enlightenment. Again, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, numerous as the atoms of 1 continent world, after 1 birth, will attain to perfect enlightenment. Again, living beings as numerous as the atoms of 8 worlds have all aspired to perfect enlightenment. When the Buddha had told of those Bodhisattva Mahasattvas obtaining such great benefits of the law, from the sky there rained down Mandara and Mahamandara flowers, scattering over the innumerable hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of Buddhas on lion thrones below the jeweled trees, scattering also over Shakyamuni Buddha and the long extinct abundant treasures Tathagata seated on the lion throne in the stupa of the precious 7, and also scattering over all the great Bodhisattvas and the host of the 4 groups, and also rained incense of fine sandalwood, aloes, and so forth. In the sky the heavenly drums resounded of themselves with exquisite deep resonance. There rained down also thousands of kinds of celestial garments, and in every direction there hung down necklaces, pearl necklaces, mani necklaces, and felicitous pearl necklaces. Censers of many jewels, burning priceless incense, moved everywhere of their own accord to pay homage to the great congregation. Over each Buddha, Bodhisattvas held canopies, one after another, right up to the Brahma heaven. All these Bodhisattvas with exquisite voices sang countless praise hymns extolling the Buddhas. Thereupon Maitreya Bodhisattva rose from his seat and humbly bared his right shoulder, folded his hands towards the Buddha, and spoke thus in verse. The Buddha has preached the rare law, never heard by us before. Great is the power of the world-honored one, and his lifetime beyond estimation. Numberless Buddha sons, hearing the world-honored one in detail, tell of those who obtain the law benefit, have been filled with joy. Some are steadfast in the never-retreating stage. Some have attained to the Dharanis, some to unembarrassed eloquence, or to the controlling myriads of kotis of evolutions. There are bodhisattvas numerous as the atoms of a great thousand-fold of the great thousandfold world, each of them able to roll the unretreating law wheel. And Bodhisattvas numerous as the atoms of a million thousandfold world, each of them able to roll the unsullied law wheel. And Bodhisattvas numerous as the atoms of a small thousandfold world, each of whom, after 8 rebirths, will accomplish the Buddha way. Again, there are Bodhisattvas numerous as the atoms of 4, 3, 2 worlds of 4 continents like this, who will become Buddhas after those numbers of rebirths. The Bodhisattvas numerous as the atoms of 1 4-continent world, who after one more birth will accomplish perfect knowledge. Such living beings as these, hearing the duration of the Buddha's life, will obtain infinite, perfect, and pure reward. Also there are living numerous as the atoms of 8 worlds who, hearing the Buddha's announcement of his lifetime, have all aspired to the supreme truth. The world-honored one, by preaching the infinite and inconceivable law, has benefited many. Boundlessly as space, divine mandala flowers rain down, and Maha mandalas, chakras and brahmas numerous as sands of the Ganges, from countless Buddha lands have come, raining sandal and aloes, which fall blended and commingled. Like birds flying below the sky, they reverently bestrew the Buddhas. The celestial drums in space roll forth of themselves their wondrous sounds. 1,000 myriad kinds of divine robes whirl around in their descent. Exquisite bejeweled censers, burning priceless incense, move all around of their own accord, in homage to the world-honored ones. Hosts of great Bodhisattvas hold canopies of the precious 7, of wondrous height and of myriads of kotis and varieties, one above another up to the Brahma heaven. Before each one of the Buddhas, jeweled streamers hang fluttering. Also with thousands of myriads of stanzas, they celebrate the Tathagatas in song. Such a variety of things as these we have never known before. Hearing the Buddha's lifetime is infinite, all beings are gladdened. The Buddha's fame throughout the universe widely refreshes the roots of goodness of all living beings, aiding their desire for supreme truth. Thereupon the Buddha addressed Maitreya Bodhisattva Mahasatva, Ajita. Those living beings who have heard that the lifetime of the Buddha is of such long duration and have been able to receive but one thought of faith and discernment, the merits they will obtain are beyond limit and measure. Suppose there be any good son or good daughter who, for the sake of perfect enlightenment, during 800,000 kotis of mayutas of kalpas, practices the 5 paramitas, dana paramita, shila paramita, shanti paramita, virya paramita, and dhyana paramita, pranya paramita being accepted. These merits, compared with the above mentioned merits, are not equal to even the 100th part, the 1000th part, or 1 part of 100,000 myriad kotis of it. Indeed, neither numbers nor comparisons can make it known. If any good son or good daughter possesses such merit as this, there is no such thing as failing to obtain perfect enlightenment. Thereupon the world-honored one, desiring to proclaim this teaching over again, spoke thus in verse. Though a man seeking the Buddha wisdom during 80 myriad kotis of mayutas of kalpas were to perform the 5 paramitas, and during those kalpas give alms of offering to the Buddhas, Prachika Buddhas and disciples, as well as to Bodhisattvas, rare and precious food and drink, superior clothing and bed furniture, monasteries built of sandalwood and adorned with gardens and groves, such alms as these, wonderful in variety, were he to maintain them through all those kalpas, as meritorious gifts to the Buddha way. Moreover, though he were to keep the commandments purely without flaw or fault, and seek the supreme way which all Buddhas praise, or were he patiently to endure insult, stand firm in the stage of gentleness, and though evils came upon him, keep his mind undisturbed. Were he by other believers filled with utmost arrogance, to be scorned and distressed, yet able to bear even this, or were he to be diligent and zealous, ever strong in will and memory, enduring measureless kotis of kalpas, all his mind continued unremitting, enduring numberless kalpas, dwell in secluded places, whether resident or vagrant, avoiding sleep and ever concentrating his mind. Were he by this means to be able to beget meditations, and for 80 myriad kotis of kalpas, calmly remain in them with unperturbed mind. Were he maintaining the single-minded happiness, willing to seek the supreme way, saying, I will attain all knowledge, and go on to the utmost point of meditation. Were such a man for hundreds of thousands, myriads of kotis of kalpas, to perform such deeds of merits as those above expounded. Yet any good son or daughter, who hearing me declare my eternal life, believes it with but a single thought, this one's reward surpasses his. If anyone be entirely free from all doubts and misgivings, and in his deepest heart believes it but a moment, such shall be his reward. If there be Bodhisattvas who have followed good ways for innumerable kalpas, and hear of my announcement of my eternal life, they will be able to receive it in faith. Such men as these will bow their heads in receiving this sutra, and say, may we in the future have long life to save all the living. And just as the present world-honoured one, who king of the Shakyas, on his wisdom terrace raises the lion's roar, preaching the law without fear, so may we in future ages, honoured and revered by all, when sitting on the wisdom terrace, in like manner, tell of the duration of life. If there be any profound spirit, pure and upright, learned and able to uphold the truth, who understand the meaning of the Buddha's word, such men as these will have no doubts about this teaching. Again, Ajita, if anyone hears of the duration of the Buddha's lifetime and apprehends its meaning, the merit obtained by this man will be beyond limit, and he will advance the supreme wisdom of Tathagatas. How much more will this be the case with the one who is devoted to hearing this sutra, or causes others to hear it, or himself keeps it, or causes others to keep it, or himself copies it, or causes others to copy it, or with flowers, insects, garlands, banners, flags, silk canopies, and lamps of fragrant oil and ghee, pays homage to the sutra. This man's merit will be infinite and boundless, and able to bring forth perfect knowledge. Ajita, if any good son or good daughter, hearing of my declaration of the duration of my lifetime, believes and discerns it in his utmost heart, such a one will see the Buddha always on Mount Rudrakuta, surrounded by a host of great Bodhisattvas and Shravakas, and preaching the law. And he will see this star world whose land is lapis lazuli, plain and level, its 8 roads marked off with Jambanada gold, lined with jeweled trees. It has towers, halls, and galleries all made of jewels, in which dwell together its Bodhisattva hosts. If anyone is able so to behold, you may know that this is the sign of profound faith and discernment. And again, if anyone after the extinction of the Tathagata hears this sutra and is not defamed but rejoices over it, he may know that he has had the sign of deep faith and discernment. How much more the one who reads and recites, receives and keeps it. This man carries the Tathagata on his head. Ajita, such a good son or good daughter, need no more erect stupas, temples, or monasteries from me, nor make offerings of the 4 requisites to the monks. Wherefore, is this good son or good daughter, who receives and keeps, reads and recites this sutra, has already erected stupas, built monasteries, and made offerings to the monks, that is to say, has erected, for the Buddha's relics, stupas of the precious 7, high and broad, and tapering up to the Brahma heaven, hung with flags and canopies and precious bells, and with flowers, perfumes, garlands, sandal powder, unguents, incense, drums, instruments, pipes, flutes, harps, all kinds of dances and plays, singing and lauding with wondrous notes. He has already made these offerings for innumerable thousands of myriads of kotis of kalpas. Ajita, if anyone after my extinction hears this sutra, and is able either to receive and keep, or himself copy or cause others to copy it, he has already erected monasteries and built red sandalwood temples of 32 shrines, tall as 8 tala trees, lofty, spacious, splendid, in which abide hundreds, thousands of bhikshus, adorned also with gardens, groves, and bathing pools, promenades and meditation cells, clothing, victuals, bedding, medicaments, and all aids to pleasure, provided to the full therein. Such monasteries and such numbers of temples, hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis, countless in their number, he has here in my presence offered to me and to my bhikshus. Therefore I say, if anyone after the extinction of the Tathagata receives and keeps, reads and recites it, preaches it to others, either himself copies it or causes others to copy it, and pays homage to the sutra, he need no longer erect stupas and temples or build monasteries and make offerings to the monks. How much less he who is able to keep this sutra and add thereto almsgiving, morality, forbearance, zeal, concentration, and wisdom. His merit will be most excellent, infinite, and boundless, even as space, which east, west, south, and north, the 4 intermediate directions, the zenith and nadir, is infinite and boundless, so the merit of this man will be infinite and boundless, and he will speedily reach perfect knowledge. If anyone reads and recites, receives and keeps this sutra, preaches it to other people or himself copies it, or causes others to copy it, moreover, is able to erect kachas and build monasteries, and to serve and extol the Shravaka monks, and also, with hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of ways of extolling, extols the merits of the Bodhisattvas. Also, if he to other people, with various reasonings according to its meaning, expounds this law-flower sutra. Again, if he is able to keep the commandments in purity, amicably to dwell with the gentle, to endure insult without anger, to be firm in will and thought, ever to value meditation, to attain profound concentration, zealously and boldly to support the good, to be clever and wise in ably answering difficult questionings. Ajita, again, if after my extinction there be good sons and good daughters who receive and keep, read and recite this sutra, who possess such excellent merits as these, you should know that those people have proceeded towards the wisdom terrace and are near perfect enlightenment, sitting under the tree of enlightenment. Ajita, wherever those good sons or good daughters sit or stand or walk, in that place you should erect a katya. All gods and men should pay homage to it as a stupa of the rays of the Buddha. Thereupon the world-honored one, desiring to proclaim this teaching over again, spoke thus in verse. If anyone after my extinction is able respectfully to keep this sutra, this man's happiness will be infinite, as is above explained. Such a one will have made perfectly all kinds of offerings, and erected stupas for relics, adorned with the precious 7, with banner towers, high and broad, tapering up to the Brahma heaven, with thousands of myriads of kotis of gem bells, stirred by the wind to mystic music. For innumerable kalpas he will have paid homage to these stupas with flowers, incense, and garlands, with celestial garments and playing of music, with perfumed oil and ghee lamps burning and illuminating all around. In the evil ages of the law's decay, he who can keep this sutra will have, as above shown, perfectly made all kinds of offerings. If anyone can keep this sutra, it will be as if the Buddha were present, and he, with ox head sandalwood, built monasteries to serve him, consisting of 32 halls, 8 taller trees in height, with superior food and fine garments, beds and all complete, with abodes for hundreds and thousands, with gardens, groves, and bathing pools, with walks and meditation cells, all beautifully adorned. If anyone has the mind of faith and discernment, receives, keeps, reads, recites, and copies, or moreover causes others to copy, and pays homage to the sutra, strewing flowers, incense, and sandal powder, and uses perfumed oil of sumana and kampaka and timataka for constant burning, he who pays such homage to it will obtain infinite merit. Just as space is boundless, so will it be with his merits. How much more with one who keeps this sutra, gives alms and keeps the commandments, is long-suffering and delights in meditation, not irascible nor speaking ill, reverent to kaityas and sanctuaries, humble towards the bhikshus, far removed from haughtiness, ever pondering on wisdom, not angry when asked about difficulties, but compliantly explaining them. If he is able to do these deeds, his merits cannot be estimated. If one meets such a law teacher who has accomplished such virtues, let him strew divine flowers upon him, cover him with divine clothing, and salute him by bowing to his feet, with a mind as if thinking of the Buddha. Moreover, let him reflect thus: soon he will be going to the Bodhi tree to achieve perfection and effortlessness, widely benefiting gods and men. Wherever he dwells and stays, walks, sits, or lies, or preaches but a stanza of this sutra, in that place erect a stupa, adorn it and make it beautiful, and in all ways pay homage to it. When a Buddha's son dwells in such a place, it means that the Buddha himself uses it and ever abides in it, walking or sitting or lying down. Excuse me. Chapter 18. The merits of joyful acceptance. At that time, Maitreya Bodhisattva Mahasattva spoke to the Buddha, saying, "World-honored one, if there be a good son or good daughter who, hearing this Law Flower Sutra, accepts it with joy, how much happiness will he obtain? And he spoke it again in verse. After the extinction of the world, Honoured One, if anyone hearing this sutra is able to accept it with joy, how much happiness will he obtain? Then the Buddha addressed Maitreya Bodhisattva, Ajita, if after the extinction of the Tathagata any bhikshu, bhikshuni, upashaka, upasika, or otherwise person, whether old or young, on hearing this sutra has accepted it with joy, and coming out of the assembly goes elsewhere to dwell either in a monastery or solitary place, or in a city, street, hamlet, or village, to expound what he has heard, according to his ability, to his father, mother, kindred, good friends, and acquaintances, and all these people having heard it, accept it with joy and again go on to transmit the teaching. These others, having heard it, also accepting it with joy and transmitting the teaching, and so on in turn to the 50th person. Ajita, I will now tell you about the merit of that 50th good son or good daughter who joyfully receives the truth. Do you hearken well? It is as the number of all the living creatures in the 6 states of existence, in 400 myriad kotis of asankhas of worlds, born in the 4 ways, egg-born, womb-born, humidity-born, or born by metamorphosis, whether they are formed or formless, whether conscious or unconscious, or neither conscious nor unconscious, footless, 2-footed, 4-footed, or many-footed. It is as the sum of all these living creatures. Suppose someone seeking their happiness provides them with every article of pleasure they may desire, giving each creature the whole of the Jambudvipa gold, silver, lapis lazuli, moonstone, agate, coral, amber, and all sorts of wonderful jewels, with elephants, horses, carriages, and palaces and towers built of the precious 7, and so forth. This great master of gifts thus bestows gifts for full 80 years, and then reflects thus: I have bestowed on all these beings articles of pleasure according to their desires, but now they have all grown old and worn, over 80 years of age, with hair grey and faces wrinkled, and death is not far off. I ought to instruct and guide them in the Buddha law. Thereupon, gathering together those beings, he proclaims to them the law's instruction, and by his revealing, teaching, benefiting, and rejoicing, they all in a moment become Shrotra Apanyas, Sakradagams, and Nagrams, and Arhats, free from all imperfections, having all acquired mastery of profound meditation and completed the 8 emancipations. What is your opinion? May the merits obtained by this great master of gifts be considered many or not? Maitreya said to the Buddha, Well, Honoured One, the merits of this man are very many, infinite and boundless. Even though this master of giving had only made gifts of all those articles of pleasure to those creatures, his merits would be infinite. How much more when he causes them to attain arhatship? Then said the Buddha to Maitreya, I will now speak clearly to you. The merits attained by this man in bestowing those means of happiness to all beings in the 6 states of existence, or 400 myriad kotis of asankhas of worlds, and causing them to attain arhatship, do not compare with the merits of that 50th person, who hearing a single verse of the Law Flower Sutra receives it with joy. They are not up to 100th or 1000th or 1 fraction of 100,000 myriad kotis. The power of figures or comparisons cannot express it. Ajita, if the merits of such a 50th person who in turn hears the Law Flower Sutra and accepts it with joy are indeed so infinite, boundless, and numberless, how much more is the happiness of him who among the first hearers in the assembly receives it joyfully. Surpassing happiness still more infinite, boundless, and beyond number or compare. Again, Ajita, if anyone for the sake of this sutra goes to a monastery and either sitting or standing hears and receives it even for a moment, by reason of that merit, in his next bodily rebirth, he will acquire the most excellent kind of elephants, horses, and carriages, jeweled palanquins and litters, and ride in celestial cars. If again there be anyone who sits down in the place where this law is preached, and when others come, persuades them to sit down and hear it, or shares his seat with others, that person's merit on his bodily rebirth will give him a Shakra's seat, or a Brahma's, or the seat of a sacred wheel-rolling king. Ajita. Moreover, if, moreover, anyone says to another, there is a sutra named the flower of the law, let us go together and listen to it. And if he was persuaded, and if he who is persuaded hears it but for a moment, that person's merit after his bodily rebirth will cause him to be born in the same place with Bodhisattvas who have attained dharani. He will be of keen faculties and wise. For hundreds of thousands of myriads of ages he will never be dumb, will have unpleasant breath, will ever be free from ailments of the tongue or ailments of the mouth. His teeth will never be dirty and black, nor yellow, nor in gaps, nor fall out, nor irregular, nor crooked. His lips will not be pendulous or twisted and shrunk, not coarse and rough, nor have sores and pustules, not be cracked and broken or awry and out of shape, neither thick nor big, neither sallow nor black, having nothing loathsome. His nose will not be flat or crooked and distorted, the colour of his face will not be black, nor will it be narrow and long, nor ever be hollow and crooked, having nothing whatever unpleasing. His lips, tongue, and teeth all will be beautiful. His nose long, high, and straight. His face round and full. His eyebrows high and long. His forehead broad, even, and upright. His sign of manhood will be perfect. In whatever age he is born, he will see the Buddha, hear the law, and receive the teaching in faith. Ajita, just notice this. If the merit obtained from persuading one person to go and hear the law is such as this, how much more is that of one who with his whole mind hears and reads it in the assembly, interprets it to the people, and practices what it preaches. Thereupon the world-honored one, desiring to proclaim his teaching over again, spoke thus in verse. If anyone in an assembly hears this sutra, though only one stanza, and joyfully proclaims it to others, and thus its teaching rolls on till it reaches the 50th hearer, the happiness obtained by this last I will now explain. Suppose a great benefactor who provides for a countless throng during full 80 years according to all their desires, then sees them decayed and old, grey-haired and faces wrinkled, teeth sparse and forms withered, and thinks their death approaches. Now, says he, I must teach them to obtain the fruits of the right way. Then by tactful methods he teaches them the true law of nirvana. All worlds are unstable, like water bubbles or will-o'-the-wisp. Do you all hasten to beget the spirit turning in disgust from them? All of them, on hearing this truth, attain arhatship, perfect in the 6 transcendent faculties, 3 clear views and 8 emancipations. The last, the 50th person, who hears one voice and rejoices, this man's felicity surpasses that benefactor's, beyond the power of comparison. If a hearer whose turn is so remote has such boundless felicity, how much greater is who in the congregation first hears it with joyfulness. Let a man exhort but one person and bring him to listen to the law flower, saying, this sutra is profound and wonderful, hard to meet in thousands of myriads of kalpas. Persuaded he goes to listen and hears it but for a moment. The reward of such a persuader let me now define. Age by age, his mouth will never suffer, his teeth not be gapped, yellow or black. or his lips thick, awry, or cracked. With no loathsome appearance, his tongue neither dried up, black, nor shrunk, his nose high, long, and straight, his forehead broad, level, and upright, a joy for men to behold. No fetid breath from his mouth, or the scent of the upcolor flower ever exhaling from his lips. Or suppose one on purpose visits a monastery to hear the Wallflower Sutra, and hearing it but a moment rejoices, let me now tell of his happiness. He will hereafter be born among gods and men, have fine elephants, horses, and carriages, jewelled palanquins and litters, and ride in celestial aerial cars. If in the place of preaching he begs men to sit and hear the sutra, because of this felicity he will attain the seat of Chakra, of Brahma, or wheel-rolling king. How much more with him who single-minded hears and expounds its meaning and practices according to its teaching. His happiness is beyond limit. That's the end of chapter 18. So I'm just taking a 10-minute break. Chapter 19. The merits of the preacher. Then the Buddha addressed the Bodhisattva, ever zealous. If any good son or good daughter receives and keeps this Lawflower Sutra, or reads or recites or expounds or copies it, that person will obtain 800 merits of the eye, 1200 merits of the ear, 800 merits of the nose, 1200 merits of the tongue, 800 merits of the body, and 1200 merits of the mind. With these merits he will dignify his 6 organs, making them all serene. That good son or daughter, with the natural pure eyes received at birth from his parents, will see whatever exists within and without the 3,000 great thousandfold world. Mountains, forests, rivers, and seas, down to the Avicii hell and up to the summit of existence. We also see all the living beings in it, as well as see and know in detail all their karma causes and rebirth states of retribution. Thereupon the world-honored one, desiring to proclaim this teaching over again, spoke thus in verse. If one in the great assembly with fearless mind preaches this Lawflower Sutra, hearkens to its merits, that man will obtain 800 surpassing merits of vision. Because of these endowments, his eyes will be entirely serene. If the eyes received from his parents, he will see all the 3,000-fold world, within and without, Mount Meru, Sumeru and its iron circle, and the other mountains and forests, great oceans, rivers and waters, down to the Avicii hell, up to the summit of existence. The living beings in its midst, all will be seen by him, though not yet having attained divine vision. His eyes of flesh have powers like these. And again, ever zealous, if any good son or good daughter receives and keeps this sutra, or reads or recites or expounds or copies it, he will obtain 1,200 merits by ear. He will obtain 1,200 merits of the ear. With this serene ear, he will hear in the 3,000 great thousandfold world, downward to the Avicii hell, upward to the summit of existence, within and without, all various words and sounds, the sounds of elephants, of horses, of cows, of carriages, of wailing, of lamentation, of conches, of drums, of gongs, of bells, of laughter, of speech, of men, of women, of boys, of girls, of the lawful and of the unlawful, of suffering, of pleasure, of common people, of holy men, of comfort, of discomfort, of gods, of dragons, of yakshas, of gandharvas, of asuras, of garudas, of kinnaras, of maharajas, of fire, of water, of wind, of the hells, of the animals, of hungry spirits, of bhikshus, of bhikshunis, of shravakas, of pratchakapuras, of bodhisattvas, and of buddhas. Essentially speaking, whatever sounds there may be within and without the 3,000 great thousandfold world, though he has still not obtained the heavenly ear, yet by the natural pure ears received at birth from his parents, all these will he hear and know. Thus he discriminates all these various sounds without harm to his organ of hearing. Thereupon the world-honored one, desiring to proclaim this teaching over again, spoke thus in verse. His ears received from parents are serene and untainted. By these ordinary ears, he hears the sounds of the 3,000-fold world, the sounds of elephants, horses, carts, and oxen, the sounds of gongs, bells, conches, and drums, sounds of lutes and harps, the sounds of pipes and flutes, the sounds of pure and lovely song. He can listen without being under their control. He hears the sounds of countless kinds of men, and can understand all he hears. He hears also the sounds of gods and mystic voices of singing. He hears sounds of men and women, and sounds of youths and maidens. In mountains, streams, and gorges, the sounds of kalavinkas, jivakavakas, and other birds. All these sounds he hears. The bitter pains of the hosts in hell and the sounds of their sufferings, the hungry spirits driven by hunger, and the sounds of their importunity. The Asuras and other inhabiting the ocean shores, when they converse together, bellow forth their cries. Such a preacher as this, calmly dwelling amidst this, hears from afar all these sounds, without harm to his organ of hearing. In the worlds in all directions, birds and beasts cry to each other, and the preacher here abiding hears them in every detail. All the Brahma heavens above, from those light, sound, and universal purity, to the heaven called the summit of existence, the sounds of their conversation, the preacher here abiding hears in every detail. All the hosts of bhikshus and the bhikshinis, reading or reciting the sutra, or preaching it to others, the preacher here abiding hears them in every detail. Again, there are the Bodhisattvas, who read and recite this sutra law, or preach it unto others, collating and expounding its meaning. All such sounds as these he hears in every detail. The Buddhas, great and holy, honoured ones, transformers of all living beings, who in their great assemblies proclaim the mystic law. He who keeps this law flower hears in every detail. In the 3,000 great thousandfold world, it sounds within and without, downward to the Avicii hell, upward to the summit heaven. All these sounds he will hear without harm to his organ of hearing. And because his ears are acute, he can discriminate and know them all. He who keeps this law flower, though not yet possessed of heavenly ears, and only using his natural ears, has already such merits as these. Moreover, ever zealous, if any good son or good daughter receives and keeps this sutra, or reads or recites or expounds or copies it, he will attain 800 merits of the nose. And by means of this serene organ, in the 3,000 great thousandfold world, zenith and nadir, within and without, he will smell all kinds of fragrance, the fragrance of sumana flowers, of jatika flowers, of malika flowers, of kampaka flowers, of patala flowers, of red lotus flowers, of blue lotus flowers, of white lotus flowers, of flowering trees, of fruit-bearing trees, of sandalwood, of aloes, of tamalapatras, of tagoras, and of thousands of myriads of blended perfumes, powdered, granular, or in unguents. He who keeps this sutra while abiding in this place can discern all these. Again, he will discern the odours of all living beings, the odour of elephants, of horses and cattle, goats, and so on, of men, of women, of youths, of maidens, and of grass, trees, bushes, and woods. Near or far, whatever odour there be, he will perceive it all and discern without mistake. He who keeps this sutra though abiding here will also perceive the odour of the gods in the heavens, of Parijata and Kavidara, of Mandara flowers, of Maha Mandara flowers, of Manjushri flowers, of Maha Manjushri flowers, of all kinds of powdered sandalwood and aloes, and of many mingled flowers. All the odours exhaled from such mingled celestial perfumes he will never fail to perceive and know. And he will perceive the odour of the bodies of gods, the odour of Shakra Devendra in his surpassing palace, indulging his 5 desires and disporting himself joyfully. Or when he is in his wonderful law hall preaching the law to the gods of the Trayastrimsa, or when he wanders for pleasure in his gardens. Also the odour of the bodies of the other male and female gods, from afar he will receive them. Thus proceeding to the Brahma world up to the summit of existence, He will also smell all the odours of the bodies of the gods. Besides, he will smell the incense burned by the gods, and the odour of Shravaka's, of Prachika Buddhas, of Bodhisattvas, and of the bodies of Buddhas. From afar will he smell all these, and know where they abide. Though he smells all these odours, yet his organ of smell will not be harmed nor mistaken, and if he wishes to define them to others, his memory will not err. Thereupon the world-honoured one, desiring to proclaim his teaching over again, spoke thus in verse: The nose of this man being serene, the odour of everything in this world, be it fragrant or be it fetid, in full detail he smells and knows. Sumana and Jatika, Tamalapatra and sandal, aloes and cinnamon, odours of flowers and fruits, odours of all the living, odours of men and women, dwelling afar, smells them and knows their place. All-powerful wheel-rolling kings, minor wheel-rollers and their sons, all their ministers and courtiers, he by smell knows their place. The jewels they wear upon them, the treasures hidden in the earth, the precious queens of wheel-rolling kings, he by smell knows their place. From the things adorning people, their clothes and necklaces, and the perfumes they use for anointing, he by smell knows their persons. The gods, whether walking or seated, their playing in magic powers, he who keeps this law flower by smell can know in detail. The scent of tree flowers and fruits and the fragrance of ghee oil, he who keeps this law flower abiding here well knows their place. Mountain gorges and cliffs, the fusion of sandal tree blossoms, and all the beings there dwelling, he by smell can perfectly know. The oceans within the iron rim, living within their lands, he who keeps this sutra by their smell knows their place. Ashras, male and female, and all their tribe and followers, when they quarrel or play together, he by smell is able to discern. Prairies or ravines, where roam lions, elephants, tigers, wolves, bisons, buffaloes, and their kind, he by smell knows their place. If there be a woman with child, who discerns not yet its sex, male, female, organless, or inhuman, he by smell can discern it. By his power of smell, he knows if the newly pregnant will succeed or not in being joyfully delivered of happy children. By his perceptive power of smell, he knows the thoughts of men and women, their minds of lust, foolishness, or anger, and also knows the doers of goodness. All the treasures hidden in the earth, gold, silver, and jewels, heaped in copper vessels, by smell he can clearly distinguish. All sorts of jeweled necklaces of price beyond all knowledge. By smell he knows their value, their source, and their location. The flowers of various heavens, mandalavas, and jushikas, and parita trees. By smell he can clearly distinguish. The palaces of the heavens, whether upper, middle, or lower, adorned with every precious flower. By smell he can clearly distinguish. The heavenly gardens, groves surpassing palaces, studies, and wonderful law halls, and those who take their pleasure in them, by smell he can clearly distinguish. Whenever the gods are hearing the law, or indulging the 5 desires, coming, going, walking, sitting, lying, by smell he can clearly distinguish. The garments of the goddesses, adorned and perfumed with beautiful flowers, as they ramble about for pleasure, by smell he can clearly distinguish. So is it in turn, ascending even up to the Brahma worlds. Those in meditation and out of it, by smell he can clearly distinguish. From the gods, light, sound, and universal purity, to the gods, summit of all existence, from their birth to their disappearance, by smell he can distinguish. All the hosts of bhikshus, even ever progressing in the law, whether seated or walking about, reading and reciting the sutra, or beneath trees in the forest, devoting themselves to meditation. The keeper of this sutra, by smell, knows their every location. Bodhisattvas firm of will in meditation or reading the sutra or preaching the law to others, by smell he can distinguish. The world honoured in every direction, by all beings revered, who pity all and preach the law, by smell he can all distinguish. Living who in the Buddha's presence hear the sutra and rejoice together and act according to the law, by smell he can distinguish. They are not yet possessed of a Bodhisattva's faultless, law-begotten organ of smell, yet this keeper of the sutra first obtains this faculty of smell. Further, ever zealous, if any good son or good daughter receives and keeps this sutra, and either reads or recites or expounds or copies it, he will obtain 1200 merits of the tongue. Whatever pleasant or unpleasant, sweet or not sweet, bitter or astringent things meet his tongue, will become of the finest flavour, like celestial nectar. Nothing will be unpleasant. If in the assembly he uses his organ of the tongue to preach, it will send forth a profound and beautiful voice that can enter their hearts, giving them pleasure and joy. And celestial sons and daughters, Shakras, Brahmins, and the gods, hearing what this profound and beautiful voice proclaims and the order of his discourse, will all come and listen to him. Dragons also and female dragons, yakshas and female yakshas, Gandharvas and female Gandharvas, Asuras and female Asuras, Garudas and female Garudas, Kinnaras and female Kinnaras, Maharajas and female Maharajas, will all come to hear the law, to approach, revere and pay homage to him. Bhikshus also and bhikshunis, upasakas and upasakas, kings and princes with their ministers and followers, minor wheel-rolling kings and great wheel-rolling kings, with their 7 treasures and their 1,000 princes, and with their internal and external retinue, riding their palatial chariots, will all come to listen to this law. Because this Bodhisattva so excellently preaches the law, Brahmins, citizens, and the people in his country will follow, attend on and pay homage to him to the end of their bodily life. And Shravakas, Pacceka Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Buddhas will always delight to see him. In whatever quarter this man abides, the Buddhas will all preach towards him, and he will be able to receive and keep all the Buddha law, and also to utter the profound and beautiful sound of the law. The world-honoured one, desiring to proclaim his teaching over again, spoke thus in verse: Pure is this man's organ of tongue, never receiving ill flavours. Whatsoever he eats, all becomes as nectar. With lovely voice, profound and pure, in the assembly he preaches the law. With reasonings and parables he leads on the minds of the living. All his hearers rejoice and make him the best of offerings. Gods, dragons, and yakshas, asuras, and others, all with reverent minds, come in company to hear his law. If this preacher desires to make his lovely voice fill the 3,000-fold world, he is able at will to achieve it. Great and minor wheel-rolling kings with their 1,000 princes and followers, with folded hands and reverent minds, constantly come to hear this law. Gods, dragons, and yakshas, rakshasas, and pishapatas, also with joyful mind, constantly rejoice to come and worship. Brahma and Mara, Ishvara and Mahasvara, and all such heavenly hosts come constantly to him. Buddhas and their disciples, hearing the sound of his preaching, ever mind and protect him, at times revealing themselves to him. Further, ever zealous, if any good son or good daughter receives and keeps this sutra, and either reads or recites or expounds or copies it, he will obtain 800 merits of the body. He will obtain a pure body like pure crystal, which all the living delight to see. Because of the purity of his body, living beings of the 3,000 great thousandfold world, as they are born or die, superior or inferior, fine or ugly, born in good or in bad conditions, all will be displayed in his body. The Mount Iron Circle, Mount Great Iron Circle, Mount Meru, and Mount Maha Meru, and other royal mountains, and the living beings in them, will all be displayed in his body. Downward to the Avicii hell, upward to the summit of all existence, all things and living beings will be displayed in his body. Shravakas, Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Buddhas preaching the law will all display their forms and images in his body. Then the world-honored one, desiring to proclaim this teaching over again, spoke thus in verse. If anyone keeps the Law Flower Sutra, his body will be utterly pure, as that pure lapis lazuli. All the living will delight to see it, and as in a pure bright mirror every image is seen, the Bodhisattva in his pure body sees everything in the world. He himself alone sees clearly what others do not see. In the 3,000-fold world, all the common multitude, gods, men, asuras, beings in hell, demons, animals, all such forms and images appear there in his body. The palaces of the gods, to the summit of all existence, the Iron Circle and Meru, Mount Maha Meru, great oceans and waters, all appear in his body. Buddhas and Shravakas, Buddha's sons, Bodhisattvas, alone or preaching among the multitude, all appear in him. They are not yet possessed of the flawless, mystic, spiritual body, yet in his pure, ordinary body, everything is revealed. Further, ever zealous, if any good son or good daughter, after the extinction of the Tathagata, receives and keeps this sutra, or reads or recites or expounds or copies it, he will obtain 1,200 merits of thought. With this pure organ of thought, on hearing even a single verse or sentence, he will penetrate its infinite and boundless meanings. Having discerned those meanings, he will be able to preach on that single sentence or verse for a month, 4 months, even a year. And that which he preaches, according to its several meanings, will not be contrary to the truth. If he refers to popular classics, maxims for ruling the world, means of livelihood and so forth, all will coincide with the true law. The beings in the 6 destinies of the 3,000 great thousandfold world, whatever is passing through their minds, whatever are the movements of their minds, whatever arguments are diverting their minds, he knows them all. Though such a one has not yet obtained faultless wisdom, yet his organ of thought will be pure like this. Whatever he ponders, estimates, and speaks, all will be Buddha law, nothing but truth, and also that which former Buddhas have taught in the sutras. Then the world-honored one, desiring to proclaim this meaning over again, spoke thus in verse. The thought of this man is pure, lucid, acute, unturbid. By this mystic organ of thought, he knows all laws, high, low, and mean. On hearing a single verse, he penetrates its infinite meanings, and orderly preaches them as law for a month, 4 months, or a year. All the living creatures of this world, within and without, gods, dragons, human beings, yakshas, demons, spirits, others, those in the 6 destinations, whatever they may be thinking, in the reward for keeping the law flower, instantly he knows them all. The numberless Buddhas of the universe, with their hundreds of felicitous signs, who preach to all the living, and hears and retains it all. He ponders the infinite and preaches the law without limit, never forgets or makes a mistake, because he keeps the law flower. Knowing the form of all laws, perceiving their ordered meaning, comprehending the terms and words, he explains them according to knowledge. Whatever this man preaches is the law of former Buddhas, and because he proclaims this law, he is fearless of the throng. The keeper of the Law Flower Sutra has an organ of thought like this. Though not yet possessed of thoughtlessness, he has such a foretoken as this. This man, keeping the sutra, stands firm on a rare foundation, while all living beings rejoice in. Beloved and reverenced, he is able, with thousands of myriads of kinds of skillful expressions, to interpret and preach to them through keeping the Law Flower Sutra. Chapter 20. The Bodhisattva never despise. At that time, the Buddha addressed the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, great power obtained. Now you should know that if bhikkhus, bhikshunis, upsakas, and upasikas keep the Law Flower Sutra, and if anyone curses, abuses, and slanders them, he will receive such great punishment as before announced. For those who attain merits such as those previously announced, their eyes, ears, noses, tongue, bodies, and thoughts will be clear and pure. Great power obtained in a past period of olden times, infinite, boundless, inconceivable, and Asamkhya kalpas ago, there was a Buddha named King of Majestic Voice, Tathagata, worshipful, all-wise, perfectly enlightened in conduct, well-departed, understander of the world, peerless leader, controller, teacher of gods and men, Buddha, world-honored one, whose kalpa was named free from decline, and his domain all complete. That Buddha, King of Majestic Voice, in that world preached to gods, men, and ashuras. To those who sought to be Shravakas, he preached response to the law of the Four Noble Truths for escape from birth, old age, disease, and death, leading finally to nirvana. To those who sought to be Pratyeka Buddhas, he preached response to the law of the 12 causes. The Bodhisattvas, he by means of perfect enlightenment, preached response to the 6 paramitas for the perfecting of Buddha wisdom. Great power obtained. The lifetime of this Buddha, King of Majestic Voice, was 40 myriad kotis of varieties of kalpas, as many as the sands of the Ganges. The number of kalpas during which the righteous law remained in the world was equal to the atoms in a Jambudvipa, and the number of kalpas during which the counterfeit law remained was equal to the atoms in 4 continents. After that Buddha had abundantly benefited all living beings, he became extinct. After the righteous law and counterfeit law had entirely disappeared, in that domain there again appeared a Buddha. He was also entitled King of Majestic Voice Tathagata, worshipful, all-wise, perfectly enlightened in conduct, well-departed, understander of the world, peerless leader, controller, teacher of gods and men, Buddha, world-honored one. Thus, in succession, there are 20,000 kotis of Buddhas who all have the same title. After the extinction of the first Tathagata, King of Majestic Voice, and after the end of the righteous law, during the period of counterfeit law, bhikshus of utmost arrogance obtained the chief power. At that period, there was a Bodhisattva bhikshu named Never Despise. Great power obtained. For what reason was he named Never Despise? Because that bhikshu paid respect to and commended everybody whom he saw. Bhikshu, bhikshuni, upasaka, upasika, speaking thus, I deeply revere you. I dare not slight and contemn you. Wherefore, because you all walk in the Bodhisattva way and are to become Buddhas. And that bhikshu did not devote himself to reading and reciting the sutras, but only to paying respect, so that when he saw afar off a member of the 4 groups, he would especially go around and pay respect to them, commending them, saying, I dare not slight you, because you are all to become Buddhas. Amongst the 4 groups, there were those who irritated and angry and muddy-minded, reviled and abused him, saying, where did this ignorant bhikshu come from? Who takes it on himself to say, I do not slight you, and who predicts us as destined to become Buddhas? We need no such false prediction. Thus he passed many years, constantly reviled but never irritated or angry, always saying, "You are to become Buddhas." Whenever he spoke thus, the people beat him with clubs, sticks, potbirds, or stones. But while escaping to a distance, he still cried aloud, "I dare not slight you. You are all to become Buddhas." And because he always spoke thus, the haughty bhikshus, bhikshunis, upasakas, and upasikas styled him, "Never despise." When this bhikshu was drawing near his end, from the sky he heard and was entirely able to receive and retain 20,000 myriad kotis of verses of the Lotus Flower Sutra, which the Buddha, King of Majestic Voice, had formerly preached. Whereupon he obtained, as above, clearness and purity of the eye organ and of the organs of ear, nose, tongue, body, and thought. Having obtained the purity of these 6 organs, he further prolonged his life for 200 myriad kotis of mahutas of years, and widely preached the Small Flower Sutra to the people. Then the haughty 4 orders of bhikshus, bhikshunis, upasakas, and upasikas, who had slighted and contemned this man, and given him the nickname "Never Despise," seeing him possessed of great transcendent powers, of power of eloquent discourse, and of power of excellent meditation, and having heard his preaching, all believed in and followed him. This Bodhisattva again converted thousands of myriads of kotis of beings to perfect enlightenment. After the end of his lifetime, he met 2,000 kotis of Buddhas who were all entitled Sun Moon Light, and under their law he preached the Small Flower Sutra. Because of this, he again met 2,000 kotis of Buddhas, all equally entitled Sovereign Light King of the Clouds. Because under the law of those Buddhas he received, kept, read, recited, and preached this sutra to all the 4 groups, he obtained clearness and purity of the common eye and of the organs of ear, nose, tongue, body, and thought, and among the 4 groups preached the law fearlessly. Great power obtained. This Bodhisattva Mahasattva, never despised, paid homage to such numerous Buddhas as these, revering, honouring, and extolling them, and after cultivating the roots of goodness, again he met thousands of myriads of kotis of Buddhas, and also under the law of those Buddhas preached a sutra. His merits being complete, he then became a Buddha. Great power obtained. What is your opinion? Can it be that the Bodhisattva never despised was at that time somebody else? He was really I myself. If I in my former lives had not received and kept, read and recited this sutra and preached it to others, I should not have been able so soon to attain perfect enlightenment. Because under former Buddhas I received and kept, read and recited this sutra and preached it to others, I so soon attained perfect enlightenment. Great power obtained. At that time the 4 groups, bhikshus, bhikshunis, upasakas, and upasikas, with angry minds, slighted and contemned me. Therefore for 200 kotis of kalpas they never met a Buddha, never heard the law, never saw a sangha, and for 1,000 kalpas underwent great sufferings in the Avicii hell. After their sin was brought to an end, they again met the Bodhisattva, never despised, who taught and converted them to perfect enlightenment. Great power obtained. What is your opinion? Those 4 groups at that time, who constantly slighted that Bodhisattva, can they indeed be somebody else? They are now in this assembly, the 500 Bodhisattvas, Vajrapala and the others, the 500 Bhikshunis, 500 Bhikshunis, Lion Moon and the others, the 500 Upasakas, thinking of Buddha and the others, who will never retreat from perfect enlightenment. No great power obtained. This Small Flower Sutra greatly benefits all Bodhisattva Mahasattvas and enables them to reach perfect enlightenment. Therefore, all Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, after the extinction of the Tathagata, should ever receive and keep, read and recite, expound and copy this sutra. Then the world-honoured one, desiring to proclaim this teaching over again, spoke thus in verse. In the past there was a Buddha styled king of majestic voice, boundless in divine wisdom, leader of all creatures, gods, men and dragons, spirits all paid homage to him. After this Buddha's extinction, when the law drew near its end, there existed a Bodhisattva whose name was never despised. At that time the four groups were devoted to material things. The Bodhisattva never despised, on approaching them, would address them thus: I may not despise you, you are followers of the way and will all become Buddhas. When they had heard it, they contemned or reviled him. Bodhisattva never despised, bore it all patiently. When his sins were expiated, and his end was drawing near, he heard this sutra, and his organs were clarified. By his transcendent power, he prolonged his period of life, and again to all the people, widely preached this sutra. The groups formerly devoted to things all received from this Bodhisattva, instruction and perfection, being led to abide in the Buddha way. Never despised, his lifetime ended, met with countless Buddhas, and through his preaching of this sutra, obtained inestimable happiness. Gradually perfecting his merits, he soon accomplished the Buddha way. The never despised of that time is really I myself. The four groups of that time, attached to earthly things, who heard never despised say, you are to become Buddhas, and who because of this met with countless Buddhas, are the Bodhisattvas of this assembly. A host of 500, and also the four sections of pure believers, men and women, who are now before me listening to the law. I, in my former lives, exhorted these people to hear and receive the sutra. The peerless law, and revealed and taught it to men, that they might abide in nirvana. Age by age have I received and kept this so wonderful a sutra. During myriads of kotis and kotis of kalpas of inconceivable reach, rare are the times that I've heard this law flower sutra. During myriads of kotis and kotis of kalpas of inconceivable reach, Buddhas, world-honored ones, at rare times preached the sutra. Therefore let his followers, after the Buddha's extinction, on hearing such a sutra as this, not conceive doubt or perplexity, but let them wholeheartedly publish abroad this sutra, and age by age, meeting Buddhas, they will speedily accomplish the Buddha way. That's the end of chapter 20. I'm going to take a 10-minute break. Chapter 21. The Divine Power of the Tathagata. At that time, the Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, equal to the atoms of a great thousandfold world, who sprung up from the earth, all before the Buddha, with one mind, folded their hands, looked up into his noble countenance, and spoke to the Buddha, saying, World-honored one, after the extinction of the Buddha, in whatever lands the transformed Buddha of the world-honored one exists, wherever he is extinct, we will widely preach this sutra. Wherefore, because we also ourselves wish to obtain this truly pure great law, in order to receive and keep, read and recite, explain, copy, and make offerings to it. Thereupon the world-honored one, before Manjushri and the other countless 100,000 myriad kotis of Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, as well as of bhikshus, bhikshunis, upasakas, upasikas, gods, dragons, yakshas, Gandharvas, Asuras, Garudas, Kinnaras, Maharajas, human and non-human beings, and so on, before all these creatures, revealed his great divine power, putting forth his broad and far stretched tongue, till it reached upward to the Brahma world, every pore radiating the light of infinite and numberless colours, all shining everywhere throughout all directions of the universe. Under all the jewel trees, the Buddhas, each seated on a lion throne, also in like manner, put forth their broad and far stretched tongues, radiating infinite light. While Shakyamuni Buddha and all the other Buddhas under the jewel trees were revealing their divine powers, hundreds of thousands of years had fully passed. After that they drew back their tongues, coughed simultaneously, and snapped their fingers in unison. These two sounds reached through every direction of Buddha worlds, all their lands being shaken in 6 ways. In the midst of these worlds, all living beings, gods, dragons, yakshas, Gandharvas, Asuras, Garudas, Kinnaras, Maharajas, human and non-human beings, and the other creatures, by reason of the divine power of the Buddha, all saw in this Saha world the infinite, boundless, 100,000 myriad kotis of Buddhas seated on the lion thrones under all the jewel trees, and saw Shakyamuni Buddha together with the Tathagata abundant treasures seated on lion thrones in the midst of the stupa, and also saw the infinite, boundless 100,000 myriad kotis of Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, and the 4 groups who reverently surround Shakyamuni Buddha. After beholding this, they were all greatly delighted, obtaining that which they had never experienced before. At the same time, all the gods in the sky sang with exalted voices. Beyond these infinite, boundless hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of the Samkhya worlds, there is a realm named Saha. In its midst is a Buddha, whose name is Shakyamuni. Now, for the sake of all Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, he preaches the great vehicle sutra called the Lotus Flower of the Wonderful Law, the law by which Bodhisattvas are instructed and which the Buddhas watch over and keep in mind. You should, with all your utmost heart, joyfully follow it, and should pay homage and make offering to Shakyamuni Buddha. All those living beings, after hearing the voice in the sky, folded their hands toward the Saha world and thus exclaimed, Nama Shakyamuni Buddha, Nama Shakyamuni Buddha. Then with various flowers, incense, garlands, canopies, as well as personal ornaments, gems, and wonderful things, they all from afar strewed the Saha world. The things so strewn from every quarter were like gathering clouds transforming into a jeweled canopy, covering all the place above the Buddhas. Thereupon the worlds of the universe were united as one Buddha land. At that time the Buddha addressed eminent conduct and the host of other Bodhisattvas. The divine powers of Buddhas are so infinite and boundless that they are beyond thought and expression. Even if I, by these divine powers, through infinite, boundless, 100,000 myriad kotis of asamkhya kalpas, for the sake of entailing it, were to declare the merits of this sutra, I should still be unable to reach the end of those merits. Essentially speaking, all the laws belonging to the Tathagata, all the sovereign divine powers of the Tathagata, all the mysterious essential treasures of the Tathagata, and the very profound conditions of the Tathagata, all are proclaimed, displayed, revealed, and expounded in this sutra. Therefore you should, after the extinction of the Tathagata, wholeheartedly receive and keep, read and recite, explain and copy, cultivate and practice it as a teaching. In whatever land, whether it be received and kept, read and recited, explained and copied, cultivated and practiced as the teaching, whether in a place where a volume of the sutra is kept, or in a temple, or in a grove, or under a tree, or in a monastery, or in a lay devotee's house, in a place or a mountain, in a palace or a mountain, in a valley or in the wilderness, in all these places you must erect a kacha and make offerings. Wherefore, you should know that all these spots are the thrones of enlightenment. On these spots the Buddhas attain perfect enlightenment. On these spots the Buddhas rule the wheel of the law. On these spots the Buddhas enter parinirvana. At that time the world-honored one, desiring to proclaim this teaching over again, spoke thus in verse. All the Buddhas, saviors of the world, dwelling in mighty divine penetration, in order to gladden all creatures, reveal their infinite powers divine. Their tongues extend to the Brahma heavens, their bodies emit countless rays of light. For those who seek the way of the Buddha, they show this rare phenomenon. The sound when the Buddhas cough and that of the snap of their fingers are heard throughout the whole universe, and the earth in 6 ways shakes. Because after the Buddha's extinction, it is possible to possess this sutra, the Buddhas all rejoice and show infinite powers divine. Now that this sutra is entailed to him who keeps it, let praise through Kalpa's infinite be inexhaustible. The merits of this man shall be boundless and without end, and space in every direction which cannot find a limit. He who can keep the sutra is one who already holds me and also the Buddha abundant treasures, and all Buddhas emanated from me, and sees besides the Bodhisattvas whom I have instructed until now. He who can keep this sutra will cause me and the Buddhas emanated from me, and the Buddha abundant treasures in nirvana, all of us entirely to rejoice. And the Buddhas now in the universe, and those of the past and the future, he shall also see and serve, and cause to rejoice. The mysterious laws that have been attained by the Buddhas, each on his wisdom throne. He who can keep this sutra must surely gain ere long. He who can keep this sutra shall the meaning of the laws, with their terms and expressions, delightedly expound without end. Like the wind in the sky, which never has impediment. After the Tathagata is extinct, such a one, knowing this sutra that the Buddha has taught, together with its reasoning and process, shall expound it according to its true meaning. Just as the light of the sun and moon can dispel the darkness, so this man working in the world can disperse the gloom of the living and cause numberless bodhisattvas finally to abide in the one vehicle. Therefore, he who has wisdom, hearing the benefits of this merit after I am extinct, should receive and keep this sutra. This man shall, in the way of the Buddha, be fixed and have no doubts. Scene of chapter 21. We'll have a break for half an hour. Chapter 22. The Final Commission. At that time, Shakyamuni Buddha rose from his law seat, manifesting supernatural powers, laid his right hand on the heads of the innumerable Bodhisattva Mahasattvas and spoke thus: I, for incalculable hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of mayutas of kalpas, have practiced this rare law of perfect enlightenment. Now I entrust it to you. Do you wholeheartedly promulgate this law and make it increase and prosper far and wide? In like manner, 3 times he laid his hand on the heads of the Bodhisattva Mahasattvas and spoke thus: I, for incalculable hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of mayutas of kalpas, have practiced this rare law of perfect enlightenment. Now I entrust it to you. Do you receive and keep and read and recite and proclaim this law, abroad that all living beings universally may hear it and know it? Wherefore, the Tathagata is most benevolent and compassionate, not mean and stingy, and is able fearlessly to give the Buddha wisdom, the Tathagata wisdom, and the self-existent wisdom to all living beings. The Tathagata is the great Lord of giving to all living beings. Do you also follow and learn the Tathagata's example, not being mean and stingy? If good sons or good daughters in ages to come believe in the Tathagata wisdom, do you proclaim this Law Flower Sutra to them, that they may hear and know it, in order that they may obtain the Buddha wisdom? If there be living beings who do not believe in it, do you show, teach, benefit, and rejoice them with the other tactful, profound laws of the Tathagata? If you are able thus to act, then you will have repaid the grace of the Buddhas. Thereupon all the Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, having heard the Buddha give this address, were all filled with great joy and paid him added reverence. Bowing themselves, bending their heads, and with folded hands saluting the Buddha, crying with united voice, we will do as the World-Honored One has commanded. Yea, World-Honored One, have no anxiety. 3 times in such manner did all the host of Bodhisattva Mahasattvas cry with united voice, we will do all as the World-Honored One has commanded. Yea, World-Honored One, have no anxiety. Thereupon Shakyamuni Buddha caused all the emanated Buddhas who had come from all directions, each to return to his own land, saying, Buddhas, peace be unto you. Let the stupa of the Buddha abundant treasures be restored as before. As these words were spoken, the innumerable and emanated Buddhas from all directions, who were seated on lion thrones under the jeweled trees, as well as the Buddha abundant treasures, the host of infinite asamkhayas of Buddhas, the Bodhisattvas, eminent conduct and others, also the 4 groups of hearers, Sariputra and others, and all the worlds, gods, men, asuras and so on, hearing the preaching of the Buddha, rejoiced greatly. Chapter 23. The story of the Bodhisattva Medicine King. At that time, the Bodhisattva star constellation King Flower addressed the Buddha saying, World-Honored One, why does the Medicine King Bodhisattva wander in the Saha world? World-Honored One, what hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of mayutas of distresses the Bodhisattva Medicine King has to suffer. Excellent would it be, World-Honored One, if you will be pleased to explain a little so that the gods, dragon spirits, yakshas, gandharvas, asuras, garudas, Kimmaras, Maharajas, human and non-human beings, and the Bodhisattvas who have come from other lands, as well as these Shravakas. Hearing it, will all rejoice. Thereupon, of yore in the past, kalpas ago, incalculable as the sands of the Ganges River, there was a Buddha entitled Sun, Moon, Brilliance, Tathagata, worshipful, all-wise, perfectly enlightened in conduct, well-departed, understander of the world, peerless leader, controller, teacher of gods and men, Buddha, world-honored one. That Buddha had 80 kotis of great Bodhisattva Mahasattvas and a great assembly of Shravakas, numerous as the sands of 72 Ganges rivers. The lifetime of that Buddha was 42,000 kalpas, and the lifetime of his Bodhisattvas was the same. His domain had no women, no hells, no hungry ghosts, no animals, no asuras, and no disasters. His land was level as one's palm, and made of lapis lazuli. It was adorned with jewel trees, covered with jewel curtains, hung with flags of jewel flowers, and jewel vases and censers were seen everywhere in the country. Terraces were there of the precious seven, with trees for each terrace, the trees distant from it as a full arrow's flight. Under all these jewel trees, Bodhisattvas and Shravakas were seated. Above each of these platforms were 100 kotis of gods performing celestial music and singing praises to the Buddha in homage to him. Then that Buddha preached the Lawflower Sutra to the Bodhisattva loveliness, and all the Bodhisattvas and host of Shravakas. This Bodhisattva loveliness had rejoiced to follow the course of suffering, and in the law of the Buddha, sun, moon, brilliance, had made zealous progress. Wandering about single-mindedly, seeking the Buddha for fully 12,000 years, after which he attained the contemplation of revelation of all forms. Having attained this contemplation, he was very joyful and reflected thus, saying, "My attainment of the contemplation of revelation of all forms is entirely due to the power resulting from hearing the Lawflower Sutra. Let me now pay homage to the Buddha, Sun, Moon, Brilliance, and the Lawflower Sutra." No sooner did he enter into this contemplation than he rained from the sky mandorava flowers, mahamandava flowers, and fine dust of hard and black sandalwood, which filled the sky and descended like a cloud. He rained also incense of inner seashore sandalwood. 6 kashas of this incense are worth a saha world. All this he did in homage to the Buddha. Having made this offering, he arose from contemplation and reflected within himself, thus saying, "Though I by my supernatural power have paid homage to the Buddha, it is not as good as offering my body." Thereupon he partook of many kinds of incense, sandalwood, kundaruka, purushka, brika, aloes, and resin incense, and drank the essential oil of kampika and other flowers. After fully 1200 years, he anointed his body with perfumed unguents, and in the presence of the Buddha, Sun, Moon, Brilliance, wrapped himself in a celestial precious garment, bathed in perfumed oil, and by his transcendent vow, burned his own body. Its brightness universally illuminated worlds fully numerous as the sands of 80 kotis of Ganges rivers, whose Buddhas simultaneously extolled him, saying, "Good, good, good son, this is true zeal. It is called the true law homage to the Tathagata." Offerings of flowers, scents, necklaces, incense, sandal powder, unguents, flags, and canopies of celestial silk, and incense of inner seashore sandalwood. Offerings of such various things as these cannot match it, nor can the giving of alms, countries, cities, wives, and children match it. My good son, This is called the supreme gift, the most honoured and sublime of all gifts, because it is the law homage to the Tathagatas. After making this statement, they all became silent. His body continued burning for 1200 years, after which his body came to an end. The Bodhisattva loveliness, after making such a law offering as this, on his death was again born in the domain of the Buddha's sun, moon brilliance, being suddenly metamorphosed, sitting cross-legged in the house of King Pure Virtue, to whom, as his father, he forthwith spoke, thus in verse. Know, O great king, sojourning in that other abode, I instantly attained the contemplation of the revelation of all forms, and devotedly performed a deed of great zeal by sacrificing the body I loved. After uttering this verse, he spoke to his father, saying, the Buddha's sun moon brilliance is still existing as of yore. Having first paid homage to that Buddha, I obtained the dharani of interpreting the utterances of all the living, and moreover, heard this law flower sutra in 800,000 myriad kotis of mayutas, kankaras, bimbaras, akshobhyas of verses. Great king, I ought now to return and pay homage to that Buddha. Having said this, he thereupon took his seat on the tower of the precious seven, arose in the sky as high as 7 tala trees, and on reaching that Buddha, bowed down to his feet, and folding his 10 fingers, extolled the Buddha in verse. Countenance most wonderful, radiance illuminating the universe, formerly I paid homage to thee, now again I return to behold. Then the Bodhisattva loveliness, having uttered this verse, spoke to that Buddha, saying, world-honoured one, the world-honoured one is still present in the world. Thereupon the Buddha's sun moon brilliance addressed the Bodhisattva loveliness. My good son, the time of my nirvana has come. The time of my extinction has arrived. You may arrange my bed. Tonight I shall enter parinirvana. Again he commanded the Bodhisattva loveliness. My good son, I commit the Buddha law to you, and I deliver to you all my Bodhisattvas and chief disciples, my law of perfect enlightenment. Also my 3,000 great thousandfold world, made of the precious seven, its jewel trees and jewel towers, and my celestial attendants. I also entrust to you whatever relics may remain after my extinction. Let them be distributed and paid homage to far and wide. Let some thousands of stupas be erected. The Buddha's sun moon brilliance, having thus commanded the Bodhisattva loveliness, in the last division of the night entered into nirvana. Thereupon the Bodhisattva loveliness, seeing the Buddha was extinct, mourned, was deeply moved and distressed, and ardently longed for him. Then piling up a pyre of inner seashore sandalwood, he paid homage to the body of that Buddha and burned it. After the fire died out, he gathered the relics, made 84,000 precious urns, and erected 84,000 stupas, high as a threefold world, adorned with banner towers, hung with flags and canopies, and with many precious bells. Then the Bodhisattva loveliness again reflected within himself, saying, though I have paid this homage, my mind is not yet satisfied. Let me pay still further homage to the relics. Therefore he addressed the Bodhisattvas and chief disciples, as well as gods, dragons, yakshas, and all the hosts, saying, pay attention with all your mind, for I am now about to pay homage to the relics of the Buddha's sun moon brilliance. Having said this, he thereupon, before the 84,000 stupas, burned his arms with their 100 felicitous signs for 72,000 years in homage to him, and led a numberless host of seekers after Shravakaship and countless asankayas of people to set their mind on perfect enlightenment, causing them all to abide in the contemplation of revelation of all forms. Then all those bodhisattvas, gods, men, asuras, and others, seeing him without arms, were sorrowful and distressed and lamented, saying, "This bodhisattva loveliness is indeed our teacher and instructor, but now his arms are burned off and his body is deformed." Thereupon the bodhisattva loveliness in the great assembly made this vow, saying, "Having given up both my arms, I shall yet assuredly obtain a Buddha's golden body. If this assurance be true and not false, let both my arms be restored as they were before." As soon as he had made this vow, his arms were of themselves restored, all brought to pass through the excellence of this bodhisattva's felicitous virtue and wisdom. At that moment, the 3,000 great thousandfold world was shaken in the 6 ways. The sky rained various flowers, and gods and men all attained that which they had never before experienced. The Buddha then addressed the Bodhisattva star constellation Kingflower. "In your opinion, what say you? Was the Bodhisattva loveliness some other person? It was indeed the present medicine king Bodhisattva. His self-sacrifice and gifts were of such countless 100,000 myriad kotis of Mayutas in number as these. Star constellation Kingflower. If anyone with his mind set on and aiming at perfect enlightenment is able to burn the fingers of his hand or even the toe of his foot in homage to a Buddhist stupa, he will surpass him who pays homage with domains, cities, wives, children, and his 3,000 great thousandfold land with its mountains, forests, rivers, pools, and all its precious things. Again, if anyone offers a 3,000 great thousandfold world full of the 7 precious things in homage to Buddhas, great Bodhisattvas, Prachika Buddhas, and Arhats, the merit this man gains is not equal to the surpassing happiness of him who receives and keeps but a single fourfold verse of this Law-Flower Sutra. Star constellation Kingflower. Suppose just as amongst all brooks, streams, rivers, canals, and all other waters, the sea is the supreme, so is it also with this Law-Flower Sutra. Amongst all the sutras preached by the Tathagata, it is the profoundest and greatest. And just as amongst all mountains, the earth mountains, the black mountains, the small iron circle mountains, the great iron circle mountains, the 10 precious mountains, and all other mountains, it is Mount Sumera which is the supreme, so is it also with this Law-Flower Sutra. Amongst all sutras it is the highest. Again, just as amongst all stars the princely moon is the supreme, so is it also with this Law-Flower Sutra. Among thousands of myriads of kotis of kinds of sutra law, it is the most illuminating. Further, just as the princely sun is able to disperse all darkness, so is it also with this sutra. It is able to dispel all unholy darkness. Again, just as amongst all minor kings, the holy wheel rolling king is supreme, so is it also with this sutra. Amongst all the sutras, it is the most honorable. Again, just as what Sakra is amongst the gods of the 33 heavens, so is it also with this sutra. It is the king of all sutras. Again, just as the great Brahma heavenly king is the father of all living beings, so is it also with this sutra. It is the father of all the wise and holy men, of those training and the trained, and of the bodhisattva minded. Again, just as amongst all the common people, Shrota Apanya, Sakradagamin, Anagamin, Arhat, and Prachita Buddha are the foremost, so is it also with this sutra. Amongst all the sutras preached by the Tathagatas, preached by bodhisattvas, or preached by Shravakas, it is the supreme. So is it also with those who are able to receive and keep this sutra. Among all the living, they are supreme. Amongst all Shravakas and Prachika Buddhas, Bodhisattvas are supreme. So is also this sutra. Amongst all the sutras, it is the supreme. Just as the Buddha is king of the laws, so is it also with this sutra. It is king among the sutras. Star, constellation, kingflower. This sutra is that which can save all the living. This sutra can deliver all the living from pains and sufferings. This sutra is able greatly to benefit all the living and fulfill their desires. Just as a clear, cool pool is able to satisfy all those who are thirsty, as the cold who obtain a fire are satisfied, as the naked who find clothing, as a caravan of merchants who find a leader, as children who find their mother, as at a ferry one who catches the boat, as a sick man who finds a doctor, as in the darkness one who obtains a lamp, as a poor man who finds a jewel, as people who find a king, as merchant venturers who gain the sea, and as a torch which dispels the darkness. So is it also with this Law Flower Sutra. It is able to deliver all the living from all sufferings and all diseases, and is able to unloose all the bonds of mortal life. If anyone hearing this Law Flower Sutra either himself copies or causes others to copy it, the limits of the sum of merit to obtain cannot be calculated, even by the Buddha wisdom. If anyone copies this sutra and pays homage to it with flowers, scents, necklaces, incense, sandal powder, unguents, flags, canopies, garments, and various kinds of lamps, ghee lamps, oil lamps, lamps of scented oil, lamps of campika oil, lamps of suma oil, lamps of patala oil, lamps of varshika oil, lamps of nava malika oil, the merit to be obtained by him is equally inestimable. Star, constellation, king, flower. If there be anyone who hears this chapter of the former deeds of the Medicine King Bodhisattva, he will also obtain infinite and boundless merits. If there be any woman who hears this chapter of the former deeds of the Medicine King Bodhisattva and is able to receive and keep it, she, after the end of her present woman's body, will not again receive one. If after the extinction of the Buddha in the last 500 years there be any woman who hears this sutra and acts according to its teaching, at the close of this life she will go to the happy world, where Amitabha Buddha dwells, encompassed by his host of great bodhisattvas, and will there be born in the middle of a lotus flower upon a jeweled throne. Never again will he be harassed by desire, nor be harassed by anger and foolishness, nor again be harassed by pride, envy, or uncleanliness, but will attain transcendent powers and the assurance of no rebirth. And having obtained this assurance, his organ of the eye will be serene, by which serene organ of the eye he will see 7,002,000 kotis of mayutas of Buddha Tathagatas, equal to the sands of the Ganges River, when these Buddhas from afar will unite in lauding him, saying, "Excellent, excellent, good son, you've been able to receive and keep, read and recite, and ponder the sutra in the law of Shakyamuni Buddha, and to expound it to others. The blessed merit you have obtained is infinite and boundless. Fire cannot burn it, water cannot wash it away. Your merit is beyond the powers of 1,000 Buddhas to explain. You have now been able to destroy the Mara marauders, to overthrow the hostile forces of mortality, and to crush all other enemies. Good son, hundreds of thousands of Buddhas with their transcendent powers together guard and protect you. Among the gods and men of all worlds, none can equal you except the Tathagata. The wisdom and meditation of Shravakas, Pracheka Buddhas, or even Bodhisattvas does not equal yours. Constellation, star constellation, king flower. Such is the power of the merit and wisdom attained by this Bodhisattva. If there be anyone who, hearing this chapter of the former deeds of the Medicine King Bodhisattva, is able joyfully to receive and applaud it, that man, during his present life, would ever breathe out the fragrance of the blue lotus flower. and from the pores of his body will ever emit the fragrance of ox-head sandalwood, and his merit will be as above stated. Therefore, star constellation King Flower, I commit to you this chapter of the former deeds of the Medicine King. In the last 500 years after my extinction, proclaim and spread it abroad in Jambudvipa, lest it be lost and mar the evil one. His Mara people, gods, dragons, yakshas, kambandas, and others gain the opportunity. Star constellation King Flower, guard and protect this sutra by your transcendent powers. Wherefore, because this sutra is good medicine for the disease of the Jambudvipa people. If a man be sick on hearing this sutra, his sickness will instantly disappear, and he will neither grow old nor die. Star constellation King Flower, if you see anyone who receives and keeps this sutra, you should strew upon him blue lotus flowers full of sandal powder, and after strewing them thus reflect, this man ere long will accept a bundle of grass and take his seat on the wisdom plot. He will break the Mara host, and blowing the conch of the law, and beating the drum of the great law, he will deliver all living beings from the sea of old age, disease, and death. Therefore, he who seeks the Buddha way, on seeing a man who receives and keeps this sutra, should thus beget a reverent mind. While this chapter of the former deeds of the Medicine King Bodhisattva was being preached, 84,000 Bodhisattvas attained the Dharani of interpreting the utterances of all the living. The Tathagata, abundant treasures in the precious stupa, extolled the Bodhisattva star constellation King Flower, saying, "Excellent, excellent star constellation King Flower. You have accomplished inconceivable merits, for you have been able to ask Shakyamuni Buddha such things as these, and have infinitely benefited all the living." That's the end of chapter 23. Just take a 10-minute break. Chapter 24. The Bodhisattva Wonder Sound. Then Shakyamuni Buddha emitted a ray of light from the protuberance on his cranium, the sign of a great man, and emitted a ray of light from the white hair circle, sign between his eyebrows, everywhere illuminating the eastward and 108 myriad kotis. Everywhere illuminating eastward 108 myriad kotis of Mayutas of Buddha worlds, equal to the sands of the Ganges. Beyond those numbers of worlds is a world named adorned with pure radiance. In that domain there is a Buddha styled King Wisdom of the pure flower constellation Tathagata, worshipful, all-wise, perfectly enlightened in conduct, well-departed, understander of the world, peerless leader, controller, teacher of gods and men, Buddha, world-honored one. Revered and surrounded by a great host of incalculable and countless bodhisattvas, he preached the law to them. The ray of light from the white hair circle of Shakyamuni Buddha shone throughout their domain. At that time, in the domain adorned with all pure radiance, there was a Bodhisattva whose name was Wonder Sound, who for long had cultivated many roots of virtue, paid homage to and courted innumerable 100,000 myriad kotis of Buddhas, and perfectly acquired profound wisdom. He had attained the contemplation of the wonderful banner sign, the contemplation of the law flower, the contemplation of pure virtue, the contemplation of the constellation king's sport, the contemplation of causelessness, the contemplation of the knowledge seal, the contemplation of interpreting the utterances of all beings, the contemplation of collection of all merits, the contemplation of purity, the contemplation of supernatural sport, the contemplation of wisdom torch, the contemplation of the king of adornment, the contemplation of pure luster, the contemplation of the pure treasury, the contemplation of the unique, and the contemplation of sun revolution. Such hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis of great contemplations as these had he acquired, equal to the sands of the Ganges. No sooner had the ray from Shakyamuni Buddha shone upon him than he said to the Buddha King Wisdom of the Pure Flower Constellation, "World-honored one, I should go to visit the Saha world to salute, approach, and pay homage to Shakyamuni Buddha, as well as to see the Bodhisattva Manjushri, son of the Law King, the Bodhisattva Medicine King, the Bodhisattva Courageous Giver, the Bodhisattva Star Constellation King Flower, the Bodhisattva Mind for Higher Deeds, the Bodhisattva King of Adornment, and the Bodhisattva Medicine Lord." Then the Buddha, King Wisdom of the Pure Flower Constellation, addressed the Bodhisattva Wonder Sound. "Do not look lightly on that domain or conceive a low opinion of it. Good son, that Saha world with its high and low places is uneven and full of earth, stones, hills, and filth. The body of the Buddha is short and small, and all the Bodhisattvas are small of stature, whereas your body is 42,000 yojanas high, and my body 6,800,000 yojanas. Your body is of the finest order, blessed with hundreds of thousands of myriads of felicities, and of a wonderful brightness. Therefore, on going there, do not look lightly on that domain, nor conceive a low opinion of the Buddha, nor of the Bodhisattvas, nor of their country." The Bodhisattva Wonder Sound replied to that Buddha, "World-honored one, that I now go to visit the Saha world is all due to the Tathagata's power, the Tathagata's magic play, and the Tathagata's adornment of merit and wisdom." Thereupon the Bodhisattva Wonder Sound, without rising from his seat and without stirring his body, entered into contemplation. By the power of his contemplation on Mount Rudrakuta, not far distant from the Lord's seat, there appeared in transformation 84,000 precious lotus flowers with stalks of Jambunada gold, leaves of white silver, stamens of diamond, and cups of Kimshika gems. Thereupon Manjushri, son of the Law King, seeing those lotus flowers, said to the Buddha, "World-honored one, for what reason does this auspicious sign first appear? There are some thousands and myriads of lotus flowers with stalks of Jambunada gold, leaves of white silver, stamens of diamond, and with cups of Kimshika gems." Then Shakyamuni informed Manjushri, "It is the Bodhisattva and Mahasattva Wonder Sound, who desires to come from the domain of the Buddha King Wisdom of the Pure Flower Constellation, with his company of 84,000 Bodhisattvas, to this Saha world, in order to pay homage to, draw nigh to, and salute me, and who also desires to pay homage to and hear the Law Flower Sutra." Manjushri said to the Buddha, "World-honored one, What roots of goodness has that Bodhisattva planted? What merits has he cultivated, that he should be able to have such great transcendent power? What contemplation does he practice? Be pleased to tell us the name of this contemplation. We also desire diligently to practice it, for by practicing this contemplation, we may be able to see that Bodhisattva, his colour, form and size, his dignity and behaviour. Be pleased, world-honoured one, by thy transcendent power, to let us see the coming of that Bodhisattva. Thereupon Shakyamuni Buddha told Manjushri, the Tathagata abundant treasures, so long extinct, shall display to you a sign. Instantly the Buddha abundant treasures addressed that Bodhisattva. Come, good son. Manjushri, son of the Law King, wishes to see you. Thereupon the Bodhisattva wonder sound disappeared from that domain and started out along with his 84,000 Bodhisattvas. The countries through which they passed were shaken in the 6 different ways. Lotus flowers of the precious 7 rained everywhere, and hundreds of thousands of heavenly instruments resounded of themselves. The Bodhisattva's eyes were like broad big leaves of blue lotus. His august countenance surpassed the combined glory of hundreds of thousands of myriads of moons. His body was of pure gold colour, adorned with infinite hundreds of thousands of meritorious signs. He was of glowing majesty, radiant and shining, marked with the perfect signs, and of a body as strong as Narayana's. Entering a 7-jewelled tower, he mounted the sky, 7 tara trees above the earth, and worshipped and surrounded by a host of bodhisattvas, came to Mount Rudrakuta in the Saha world. Arrived, he alighted from his 7-jewelled tower, and taking a necklace worth hundreds of thousands, went to Shakyamuni Buddha, at whose feet he made obeisance, and to whom he presented the necklace, saying to the Buddha, world-honoured one, the Buddha, King Wisdom of the pure flower constellation, inquires after the world-honoured one. Hast thou few ailments and few worries? Art thou getting on at ease and in comfort? Are thy 4 component parts in harmony? Are thy worldly affairs tolerable? Are thy creatures easy to save? Are they not over-covetous, angry, foolish, envious, arrogant, not unfilial to parents or irreverent to shramanas, not having perverted views or being of bad mind unrestrained in their 5 passions? World-honoured one, are thy creatures able to overcome the Mara enemies? Does the Tathagata abundant treasures, so long extinct, still abide in the stupa of the precious 7 and come to listen to the Lord? King Wisdom also inquires of the Tathagata abundant treasures. Art thou at ease and of few worries? Wilt thou be content to remain long? World-honoured one, we now would see the body of the Buddha abundant treasures. Be pleased, world-honoured one, to show and let us see him. Then said Shakyamuni Buddha to the Buddha abundant treasures, this Bodhisattva wonder sound desires to see you. Instantly, the Buddha abundant treasures addressed wonder sound. Excellent, excellent, that you have been able to come here to pay homage to Shakyamuni Buddha, to hear the Law Flower Sutra, and to see Manjushri and the others. Thereupon the Bodhisattva Flower Virtue said to the Buddha, world-honoured one, this Bodhisattva wonder sound, what roots of goodness has he planted? What merits has he cultivated, that he possesses such transcendent powers? The Buddha answered the Flower Virtue Bodhisattva, in the past there was a Buddha named King of Cloud Thunder and Tathagata, Arhat Samyaksambodhi, whose domain was display of all worlds, and whose kalpa named Joyful Sight. The Bodhisattva wonder sound for 12,000 years, with 100,000 kinds of music, paid homage to the Buddha, King of Cloud Thundering, and offered up 84,000 vessels of the precious 7. Being rewarded for this reason, He has now been born in the domain of the Buddha King Wisdom of the pure flower constellation and possesses such transcendent powers. Flower virtue, what is your opinion? The Bodhisattva Wonder Sound, who at that time paid homage to the Buddha King of Crown Thundering with music and offerings of precious vessels, was it some other person? It was indeed the present Bodhisattva Mahasattva Wonder Sound. Flower virtue. This Bodhisattva Wonder Sound had before paid homage to and been close to innumerable Buddhas, for long had cultivated roots of virtue, and had met hundreds of thousands of myriads of kotis, of Mayutas of Buddhas, numerous as the sands of the Ganges. Flower virtue. You merely see here one body of the Bodhisattva, one Wonder Sound. But this Bodhisattva appears in many kinds of bodies everywhere, preaching this sutra to the living. Sometimes he appears as Brahma, or appears as Chakra, or appears as his follower, or appears as Mahesvala, or appears as a divine general, or appears as the divine king, Vaisravana, or appears as a holy will-walling king, or appears as one of the ordinary kings, or appears as an elder, or appears as a citizen, or appears as a minister, or appears as a Brahmin, or appears as a bhikshu, bhikshuni, upasaka, or upasika, or appears as the wife of an elder citizen, or appears as the wife of a minister, or appears as the wife of a Brahmin, or appears as a youth or maiden, or appears as a god, dragon, yaksha, gandharva, Ashura, Garuda, Kinnara, Maharaja, man or non-human being, and so on, and preaches this sutra. He is able to rescue whatever beings are in the hells, or hungry ghosts or animals, and all in distress. Even in the inner court